solid waste management. We've been joined this morning by Council Members Carr and Williams. Welcome, Commissioner Tisch and your team. Thank you all for joining us today to answer our questions. Just to set the table, on April 24th, 2024, the administration released the executive financial plan for FY24 to 28 with a proposed FY25 budget of $111.6 billion. DSNY's proposed FY25 budget of $1.89 billion represents 1.7% of the administration's proposed FY25 budget. This is an increase of $5.3 million, or 0.3% of the $1.88 billion that was originally budgeted in the preliminary plan. This increase results from several actions, mostly from funding the waste containerization pilot and costs associated with the collective bargaining agreement, partially offset by reductions in the snow removal budget. Executive plan also includes an additional $10 million for FY24 to account for under-budgeted overtime spending. And as of March 2024, DSNY's headcount of 321 above their FY24 budgeted headcount. In the Council preliminary budget response, we called on the Mayor to add $7.1 million to restore community composting and extend the Grow NYC contract, along with $22 million for restoring cuts to litter basket service. Once again, the Mayor's executive plan for DSNY included $0 from what the Council wants to see, despite the Council locating over $6 billion in resources that weren't included in the preliminary budget and could go towards covering the city against under. We're thankful that donations kept the composting program going as long as it did, but philanthropy alone can't sustain public programs and should not be expected to. A budget reflects what a community values, and the Council is committed to delivering a final budget that recognizes all resources we have available and supports New York City's quality of life. My questions today will largely focus on DSNY's new needs and pegs in the executive budget, along with how DSNY is approaching expiring federal stimulus dollars. I'm now going to turn to my co-chair for this hearing, Councilmember Sean Abreu, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Chair Brannon. Good afternoon and welcome all to the fiscal 2025 executive budget hearing for the Committee on Sanitation and Solid Waste Management, jointly with the Committee on Finance. My name is Sean Abreu and I am the chair of the Sanitation and Solid Waste Management Committee. This afternoon, we will discuss the DSNY fiscal 2025 executive expense budget and the executive capital commitment plan for fiscal year 2024 to 2028. I'd like to begin by thanking the members of the Sanitation Department for their hard work over the past year. The Sanitation Department's fiscal year 2025 budget in the executive plan totals $1.9 billion, funding 9,476 positions. Budget actions in the executive plan decreased DSNY's budget by $12.9 million in fiscal year 24 and $5.3 million in fiscal year 25 when compared to the preliminary plan. The department's executive plan includes $10 million of additional funding in fiscal year 2024 for higher than projected personnel spending across multiple program areas, as well as funding in each year of the plan period for the waste containerization program, which was brought as a pilot to West Harlem as a revolutionary way to containerize trash in New York City. The Sanitation Department's fiscal years 24 to 28 capital commitment plan totals $1.6 billion and supports 198 distinct projects. The committee recently held a hearing on street cleanliness in New York City, bolstering the city's ability to be prepared to keep our streets clean. The committee would like to revisit some of these items and others, including the November plan pegs that were not restored, particularly the elimination of the community composting program, the ballooning cost of waste export, commercial waste zones, and street sweeper related costs. It is the council's responsibility to ensure that the city's budget is fair, transparent, and accountable to all New Yorkers. As the chair of this committee, I will continue to push for accountability and accuracy and ensure that the budget reflects the needs and interests of the city. It is essential that the budget that we adopt this year is transparent, accountable, and reflective of the priorities and interests of the council and the people we represent. This hearing is a vital part of this process, and I expect DSNY will be responsive to the questions and concerns of council members. I look forward to an active engagement with the administration over the next month to ensure the fiscal year 2025 adopted budget meets the goals the council has set out. I would like to thank our committee staff for their hard work, financial analyst Tanveer Singh, unit head Alia Ali, committee counsel Morgan Barrett, policy analyst Ricky Chawla, and my deputy chief of staff Jaleesa Quickly. I'd like to welcome and thank Commissioner Tisch, our sanitation workers, and the department's civilian staff for the work that they do. I'm looking forward to hearing from the commissioner. The committee counsel will now swear you in.
Good morning. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and to respond honestly to council member questions? Commissioner Jessica Tisch. First Deputy Commissioner Javier Logan.
I do.
Deputy Commissioner Joe Antonelli.
I do.
Deputy Commissioner Ryan Marola.
I do.
Thank you. You may begin.
Good morning, Chair Brannan, Chair Abreu, and members of the Committee on Sanitation and Solid Waste Management and Finance. I am Jessica Tisch, Commissioner of the New York City Department of Sanitation, and I am joined today by our First Deputy Commissioner, Javier Lohan, Joseph Antonelli, our Deputy Commissioner of Management and Budget, and Ryan Marola, our Deputy Commissioner of External Affairs. It is a terrible time to be a piece of trash in New York City. The 10,000 public servants at the Department of Sanitation are deep into multiple rounds of offensives in the trash revolution, enacting a broad variety of changes to the management, collection, sorting, and processing of 44 million pounds of waste produced across the city every single day. Each of the strategic initiatives on which I will update you today could have been era-defining on its own, and yet we are not allowing one major project to distract from any other. Just as we collect the trash in every part of the city, we are changing the way that trash is managed in every part of the city. This complete overhaul of our essential service is working, with historic decreases in rat sightings reported concurrently with this effort. While the trash revolution has many components, I will provide updates on 4 key fronts. First is containerization. We are moving forward with a once-in-a-generation change to the way that trash is set out, making tremendous strides in the long-discussed but long-delayed process of getting every single piece of trash off our streets and sidewalks and into secure bins and containers. Starting March 1st, 2024, container requirements went into effect for all businesses of every type in New York City to get their trash off the streets and into a secure bin. There is now a new 311 service request whereby residents can report a business not using bins. Between resident complaints and observations of our DSNY enforcement staff, we have written over 2,500 summonses to businesses for failing to containerize their trash since the warning period ended on April 1st. Later this fall, when container requirements go into effect for lower density buildings, those with 1 to 9 residential units, approximately 70% of all trash in the city will be containerized. In the spring of 2025, installation of stationary on-street containers will begin in Manhattan Community Board 9 for the first full district containerization program serviced by new automated side-loading trucks. The responses to our RFP to select a specific on-street container were due just 3 days ago, and the review begins today. In addition to commercial and residential waste, we have also taken steps to rethink the way we contain public space trash in litter baskets, placing over 1,600 of the new Better Bins across the city, with the significant help of council members who have wisely chosen to use discretionary funds to speed the spread of these new icons that stand at the vanguard of the trash revolution. Whereas the old mesh baskets forced New Yorkers to look at the trash all day, the new baskets allow us to look to the future. As containerization spreads across the city, so too does the second key front in the trash revolution, the largest and easiest curbside composting program ever. This program is on track to reach every single residence in all 5 boroughs starting the week of October 6th. While curbside composting programs have existed in New York City for the last decade, none have ever served more than approximately 40% of the city. When Mayor Adams took office, he committed to developing a universal program that works for New Yorkers. And the team at DSNY set to work developing a model built for long-term sustainability. No more stops and starts, no more complicated rules, no more drama. The resulting program, currently running in Brooklyn and Queens and coming to the other 3 boroughs this fall, will be the first to reach 100% coverage citywide, providing residents with simple, universal weekly collection of leaf and yard waste, food scraps, and food-soiled paper products on their recycling day. That simplicity is the most important part of the program. There's no need for sign-up, special dates to remember, or specific locations to visit within limited hours. Simply place your material out on recycling day. Your sanitation workers will collect it from your home and will ensure that it's put to good use. This is a composting program for all New Yorkers. Make the separation of compostable material easy and people will do it. And we have numbers to back this up. In fiscal year 2023, DSNY diverted a record 211 million pounds of compostable material from landfills, an incredible increase from just over 150 million pounds the year before. This is a testament to the value of simple, universal programs, especially given that it includes only a part of our ongoing citywide rollout. The ease of use principle holds true for our network of nearly 400 smart composting bins across the 5 boroughs, where residents can drop off their compostable material 24/7 through an easy-to-use smartphone app. These bins are serviced 6 days a week and have proven to be very popular. Department of Education school, giving the next generation of composters familiarity with the ease and importance of the program. When the Adams administration began, only about half of schools received this service, and only about half of the next generation of composters were learning about proper separation of waste for beneficial reuse. Now they all are, and they're showing their parents and guardians the way. Material collected through each of these initiatives, curbside residential collection, smart bins, and schools, is put to beneficial use either through composting or through anaerobic digestion. The department produces tens of millions of pounds of finished compost every year at the Staten Island compost facility, where in January, Mayor Adams and I cut the ribbon on a major expansion. That 33-acre site is now permitted to accept over 62 million pounds of food waste per year, up from just 3 million pounds prior to the expansion, in addition to another 60 million pounds of leaf and yard waste. The new technology on site can turn waste into compost in half the time it used to take, weeks rather than months. We are producing tens of millions of pounds of beautiful New York City compost every year and giving it back to New Yorkers for free with a list of events available on our website. While the city has sufficient permitted and contracted capacity to process compostable material from a citywide program, we are currently engaged in a procurement to distribute that capacity more evenly across the region. Those city procurement rules limit the extent to which we can talk about future status of processing infrastructure for putrescible waste. Beneficial use and waste equity are both key to our long-term planning. DSNY would also like to raise the issue of commercial organic separation. Local Law 146 of 2013 requires certain commercial establishments to separate their compostable material, but this law is now substantially out of step with the city's commitment to diversion of compostable waste. The commercial waste zone system will improve commercial diversion in that DSNY is requiring carters to charge businesses less to collect recyclables and compostable material than to collect trash. But we also urge the council to consider an update that would allow DSNY to require source separation at all commercial establishments in line with the progress made in residential diversion. This seems obvious to me. Taken together, reform of commercial organics and the citywide wraparound residential services will make our streets and our air cleaner. DSNY is also moving full speed ahead with a third era-defining overhaul of how the trash is managed in New York City, our implementation of the commercial waste zone program described in Local Law 199 of 2019. This law was designed to reform the commercial waste hauling system by establishing new safety standards for workers in the commercial carting industry, improving service for businesses, increasing diversion rates, and reducing vehicle miles traveled, as well as harmful emissions from waste hauling vehicles. In January, we announced the entire suite of contract awards for this program available on our website, and the first of New York City's 20 non-exclusive commercial waste zones will come online in the second half of this year in Corona, Elmhurst, and Jackson Heights. Businesses will be able to register new carting contracts beginning in early September and must do so by January 2nd, 2025. DSNY has a substantial outreach and education program planned for before and during that period. This program will add legal safeguards to the commercial carting industry that will protect workers, business owners, and our environment. We're talking about 12 million miles fewer traveled by commercial carting vehicles, and making good on a promise from when this program was created. Businesses will pay less for the collection of recyclables and compostable material than they do for trash. A citywide average of 32% less for recycling and 18% less for compostable material. That means businesses will have a meaningful financial incentive to separate their waste properly. Containerization, composting, and the implementation of commercial waste zones are major changes in the way the department performs our work. But they also necessitate changes in the ways New Yorkers conduct their work around waste. And in addition to education and outreach, there must be a robust enforcement component of each of these programs. The Department of Sanitation will never enforce for enforcement's sake. But as part of the trash revolution, we are not afraid to hold property owners accountable to the very basic requirements we have around cleanliness. The legal requirements to maintain a clean sidewalk, to remove litter and debris from the first 18 inches into the street, and to set out waste at the proper time and in the proper receptacles. In 2023, our enforcement of these critical rules around cleanliness was up over 60% compared to the year prior, and we target ongoing enforcement in the highest density parts of the city, doubling down on this council's designations around rat mitigation zones. In addition to enforcing the basic rules of cleanliness outside every property in the city, we have implemented new strategies to combat two specific quality of life offenses. The first is our camera enforcement approach to the scourge of illegal dumping, a crime wherein dumpers use cars, vans, or trucks to dispose of everything from construction debris to entire suites of office equipment to regular bags of trash. This occurs in areas that dumpers consider to be out of the way, like dead-end streets, underpasses, and perhaps most distressingly, alongside cemeteries. For many years, the Department of Sanitation did not have a meaningful enforcement strategy against the crime of illegal dumping. We just cleaned over and over again, and the behavior continued to afflict neighborhoods like East New York, Glendale, and Hunts Point. We have significantly stepped up illegal dumping surveillance in the last 2 years. Last year, we issued more than 300 summonses for illegal dumping, an increase of about 70% over 2022. Each of those summonses starts at $4,000, with the cost of cleaning up the mess also passed along to the dumper, and we impound the vehicle involved. The dumpers are on notice that they won't get away with it any longer. The same is true for people who use our streets for free storage for abandoned or derelict vehicles. Under state law, DSNY has jurisdiction for the removal of vehicles identified as derelict, meaning without license plates and with a value of under $1,250, with authority for removal of vehicles outside this category residing with the NYPD. But for the public, this distinction is meaningless. Who knows the value of a car that has taken up space outside their homes, sometimes for years without moving? Who needs to know which agency to call? That's why in 2023, DSNY and NYPD launched an interagency abandoned vehicle task force to cut through the red tape. A team of 5 NYPD officers were assigned to DSNY to partner with our derelict vehicle operations team so that when we encounter vehicles on the street that do not meet the derelict criteria but qualify as abandoned, we can action them then and there. Thanks to these efforts, in 2023, we increased our derelict vehicle removal by 43% and removed nearly 8,000 vehicles that calendar year. In 2024, we are on pace to dwarf that number. All of you celebrate this work, and most of you ask for more of this work. You speak often about the concerns of your constituents related to the cleanliness of commercial corridors and other dirty conditions in your districts. But there are gaps in our enforcement authority, areas where the Department of Sanitation does not have the tools we need to do our jobs. We want to get the job done, and there are 3 bills awaiting action by this council that would give us the tools that we for sure need. Intro 97, sponsored by Council Member Ung, will provide a meaningful escalator in fines for the small number of commercial property owners who repeatedly allow filth to congregate on our streets and sidewalks. Intro 11, sponsored by Councilmember Botcher, will expand the hours of the day that DSNY may enforce commercial cleanliness rules. And Intro 57, sponsored by Councilmember Osei, will codify and clarify the penalties for failure to containerize commercial waste, one of the most successful cleanliness programs underway in this city. In 2023, over 1,600 locations received 4 or more summonses for dirty area, and nearly 500 were issued 10 or more. 36 were issued 50 or more. Take this commercial location. Hold on. All right. Take this commercial location, which has received 37 summonses year to date. And despite that, when sanitation officers checked the site on Tuesday, this is what they found: filth littering our public spaces. And here you can see a business that has been summoned for flouting set-out requirements 34 times and still hasn't gotten the message. Clearly, the escalating fine structure is not currently steep enough to act as a disincentive to repeat offenders. Enforcement is not about generating revenue. It is about compliance. But under the law today, bad actors can simply look at DSNY enforcement as the cost of doing business. That has to change, and that change starts with you. Cleanliness is a shared responsibility. We urge the Council to pass Intro 97 and implore the Committee on Sanitation and Solid Waste Management to vote Intros 11 and 57 out of committee. We are also asking for your support with a home rule message for a state legislative bill. The bill would allow the Department of Sanitation to engage in automated enforcement against alternate side parking violators, letting the mechanical brooms do their important work. Automated enforcement has worked well for the MTA and the bus lanes, and it can do the same for clean streets. These bills are moving with the support of a very broad coalition of state legislative leaders, and we need your support in the Council as well. But even as we pursue a wide variety of innovative programs, and even with a challenging fiscal climate, we are not slowing down on our core cleanliness work, and neither are the people who create the need for that work. This area of abandoned railway along Staten Island's North Shore has been allowed to become the definition of a no man's land over a period of decades, with dumpers easily climbing the fence, and Staten Islanders had been left with little choice but to conclude that no one cares. That must end. The DSNY Targeted Neighborhood Task Force began a major operation at this site last week, and we will not stop until it is clean. I will now discuss the executive budget, which includes $1.985 billion in expense funds in fiscal year 2024 and $1.89 billion in fiscal year 2025, reflecting increases of $83.7 million and $26 million respectively from the budget adopted last June. The fiscal year 2025 budget includes $1.13 billion for personal services to support a total budgeted headcount of 9,476 full-time positions, including 7,844 uniform positions and 1,632 civilian positions, and $756.7 million for other than personal services, or OTPS. DSNY's fiscal year 2025 executive budget includes $3.36 billion in capital funding in a 10-year plan, $1.18 billion of which is for garages and facilities, $2.06 billion for equipment, $64.9 million for IT, and $59.8 million for solid waste management infrastructure. The capital budget includes funding for several major facilities projects, including $487 million in funding for the construction of a new garage for Bronx Districts 9, 10, and 11 with demolition, $283 million in additional funding for the construction of a new garage for Queens District 1 with design slated to begin next year, upgrades to the facility that serves as the home for the Bronx District 12 garage, which has an overall budget of $55.5 million and will begin construction next year, and the $20 million finishing touches of the $213 million build-out for the brand-new home for Staten Island's District 3, which is slated to be completed next spring. We look forward to taking your questions about the end of the era of the black bags in the city of New York and the FY 2025 executive budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We've also been joined by council members Moya, Menon, Ung, Farias, Lewis, Marte, and council member Stevens on Zoom. Appreciate your testimony. It's no secret that your agency is one of my favorite agencies, between Ryan and Patty Harkin and BK10. I think I talk to them more than I speak to my wife on some weeks, but they're super responsive, and this council appreciates that. I think all of us believe that a clean city is a safe city, and a safe city is ultimately the with your agency quite a bit. Before we begin, we might not get to all the questions, so we'll make sure that we'll do a follow-up letter after the hearing, just help us advocate on your behalf. So I want to talk about some of the ARP funding. Want to better understand how the agency plans to continue providing services that may have been previously supplemented with expiring federal ARP funding. So for several years now, DSNY has utilized the federal COVID stimulus funds to support general operations such as litter basket service and waste export. These funds have been filled by city tax dollars in the upcoming fiscal years. What did the ARP funding for litter basket services support?
Different things in different years. In FY 2022, it funded litter basket service. More recently, it's funded waste export. But I think the key thing to understand about the ARP funding versus regular city dollars expense funding, it's like truly just a funding swap. So we don't, day to day, we don't see it or think about whether it is expense dollars or
Sure.
ARP funding. So it doesn't fund increases in those services, just instead of city funding.
With the change in work habits, where have you seen increased litter basket need for increased litter basket pickups in areas that where maybe in the past people weren't working as much from home or?
Past 2 years, we have been running historic levels of litter basket service. Some baskets are serviced 3 times a day. And we've done that largely with the help and partnership with the council, which during the adopted budget works with the administration to pick that litter basket funding number. I think we've landed in a good place over the past 2 years, and we have seen complaints about overflowing litter baskets go down significantly since we achieved that funding level. As to whether the residential, the patterns have changed, an important thing to keep in mind on our litter basket service is we really study this, and we change sometimes the level of service that a basket gets, not just season to season, but month to month. So for example, in the winter season, we don't need as much litter basket service as we use in the spring and summer when more people are out using the streets.
Right. So, and just to clarify, there's no change in level of service with the change in funding from federal to city dollars.
There is
right?
no change.
Okay. The council has often had to negotiate at adoption for the provision of additional funding for litter basket pickup service each year. This is something that we would love to see baseline. Would you agree with that? Just tug your earlobe twice.
I have been around long enough to know that this is something that historically has been worked out between the council and the administration as part of the adopted budget. I will say at this point, it doesn't really affect us so much any more on which budget it ends up in, as long as we can do the summer hiring of sanitation workers to support the level of service. We've been in very good shape the past few years with historically high numbers of sanitation workers.
How much funding, in your estimation, is necessary to provide the appropriate litter basket service for the city?
I mean, obviously, I would love a limitless amount of funding for litter basket service, because seeing an overflowing litter basket on the streets of New York City really pulls at my OCD. But I do think that we landed over the past 2 years with your leadership and the mayor's leadership at a good number of $22 million.
Yeah.
Basket complaints that we've seen with this new level of service, the $22 million level of service, as compared to like when we had lower funding levels for it.
Yeah, just as commentary, not necessarily directed at you or something you have to respond to, but the council, for something like litter basket service, it just doesn't feel like it should be something that's left to the whims of yearly negotiation, but it is what it is.
Acknowledged.
Yeah. In FY24, DSNY had $370 million in ARP funding that was allocated for waste export, decreasing to $196 million in FY25. Has that funding also been replaced by city dollars in upcoming fiscal years?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. The executive plan includes new needs for a PS adjustment of $10 million in FY24 only. Could you tell us what that funding supports?
Yeah, the funding supports various areas of the PS budget based on projected year-end spending. Primarily, it was a reduction in uniform-based salaries of $12.2 million and a reduction of $2.9 million in holiday pay, a reduction of $1.5 million in assignment differentials, and a reduction of $500,000 in longevity payments. These reductions help to offset other areas of the PS budget that were projected to have higher spending. So, for example, that includes $12.1 million in uniform overtime pay, which still keeps us within the overtime budget target. $11.5 million for civilian overtime, which also still keeps us within the overtime budget target. $1.2 million in civilian-based salaries, another $1.2 million for night shift differential payments, $900,000 for back pay, and $300,000 for terminal leave. These changes help right-size our budget based on the projected year-end spending in these categories.
I appreciate that. And the analysts back at Mission Control appreciate it even more. The executive plan includes new needs for the waste containerization pilot. Could you detail for us for FY25, 26, 27, 28, what that funding supports?
Yes, the funding supports the expansion of the M9 containerization pilot to include all residences and schools, as well as the creation of a waste containerization division in the New York City Department of Sanitation to help oversee all containerization programs in the department. The M9 school and residential planned expansion was funded for $643,000 in FY25 to cover 12 uniform positions and $278,500 for additional containers. There was also $1.1 million added to support mailers to announce the forthcoming citywide bin mandate for all 1 to 9 unit residences citywide, and $750,000 for the environmental impact study for containerization. Finally, there was $630,000 in FY25 and out to cover 5 civilian positions to oversee the containerization programs in the city.
What are the metrics for success for the pilot? What kind of?
There are a lot of different metrics that the department will be considering. I can go through some of them now, but I think an important thing to consider is we will certainly add to them as the phase 1 rolls out. But right now, we have things like tons per truck shift, the number of truck starts and finished trucks, illegal dumping complaints, utilization on the number of unlocks, rack complaint numbers, improper disposal tickets, and bin reliability numbers. Those are just a few. On the qualitative side, we will look to levels of compliance that we visually see.
Are there plans to expand the pilot?
Based on the lessons learned from the M9 containerization program, the plan is to roll out waste containers citywide for high density.
The executive plan included pegs of $22.3 million related to a decrease in the snow removal budget due to a decrease in the amount of snow. Are there any adjustments being made to the snow removal strategies considering this, weather patterns and climate conditions?
As I think you know, the snow budget, the number that's in the budget, it's really a projection of how much we think we'll spend based on the average of the previous 5 years. But I want to be very clear that if conditions warranted and next winter we have a bad winter, I don't feel constrained or limited by that number in a budget book. And obviously the mayor has given us authority to spend whatever we need to on snow to get the job done. We have, over the past 2 years, had a number of substantial innovations around in our snow fighting efforts. Among them, the new Blade Runner 2.0 was key to our great performance this year in snow response. We can see from our mobile device, our phone, our computer, where the trucks are, what streets have been plowed, what streets haven't been plowed. I can give a whole demonstration of it if you're interested. We've also made significant investments in our snow fighting equipment over the past 2 years, including over $1 billion spent on our collection trucks, which double as plows, significant funds for to replace our holsters, which address some of the smaller, tighter streets, and of course our bike lane equipment. And so, yeah, we are constantly thinking about and planning for snow, but not so much to project that next year and the out years we won't have snow. We still plan as though we're going to have a monster snowstorm.
I just have a couple more. I want to talk about overtime a bit. What factors contribute to the OT expenses within the uniformed headcount, and how does the department plan to manage and potentially reduce those costs in the upcoming fiscal year?
Sure. The main drivers of all uniformed overtime are holidays that fall on normal collection days, so those long weekends, as well as peak vacation months that often coincide with when schools are out. This year, the department worked to better smooth the vacation schedule to help reduce overtime in the summer months. And during weeks of holidays, the department cancels all non-critical functions in order to reduce the need for overtime to staff our collection chase, as we call it, which requires us to run additional trucks to collect set-out material from the holiday. Through the more efficient use of our resources, we have been able to collect all 4 commodities during holiday weeks, therefore no longer instructing residents to hold, for example, their recycling to the following week.
Have we gotten I know you and I have spoken about this. Is there a price tag for figuring out the pickup schedule between Christmas and New Year's? That week is always rough.
That week is rough, and the reason it's rough is it's generally 2 holidays back to back. This year, on one of those weeks, we chased all 4 commodities, and on one of those all 4 commodities. But again, coming up with a price tag is hard to do because the new thing we've done is we've canceled all of the other functions, meaning We don't run TNT, for example, during those chase weeks. We call in some of our sanitation police officers to go back and work on the truck. We basically throw now everything at collection so that residents don't see the city's streets look meaningfully dirtier during holiday weeks when you don't want them to look dirtier.
Yeah. Okay. It's a thankless job. It's a job where our garbage disappears and we don't even think about it. The only time we think about it is when it doesn't and we lose our minds. So I think it's important to recognize the hard work that they do. I'll have some more later. I'm going to turn it over to Chair Abreu quickly, joined by Council Members Powers and Ressler. Chair Abreu.
I agree with the chair. I lose my mind too when I don't see trash getting picked up. But for the most part, I think we're doing all right. I'm going to go right into community composting, Mayor Adams' favorite topic. In the November plan, DSNY eliminated funding for the city's community composting programs in the PEG. Since that time, we have heard from numerous community groups and constituents as to what I believe is a short-sighted decision by the administration. In both the preliminary and executive plan, a number of PEGs were restored, but community composting has still not been restored. Can you please explain why the administration chose not to allocate savings from asylum seeker spending and underspending in snow removal towards restoring funding for community composting initiatives in the executive plan?
I cannot speak to budgeting decisions made in the executive plan, and I have to defer to the budget director for a response.
I believe that there's certainly some I think more than just some wiggle room for OMB to make this important decision. Did DSNY specifically put in a request to have community composting restored fully in its engagement with OMB?
So you know from our discussions and my prior testimony and Q&A response that I understand very well the value of community composting in New York City. I hope you will also understand that per the answer to the last question, I cannot speak to internal conversations or budgeting decisions made as part of any plan.
Before the admin put in the PEG in the fall, this was before any budget decisions were made, did DSNY put in a request to OMB to have community composting restored fully?
Same answer as the previous.
All right, so I'll take that as not answering. But how do you address, and this goes to you and the administration, how do you plan to address the concerns and feedback from community members, environmental advocates, and stakeholders who have advocated for the restoration of funding for community composting?
As you know, I am very supportive of community composting. I understand the value that community composters have delivered in New York City for decades and understand also the value they can continue to deliver in New York City. We have a number of composting programs, really historic investments that Mayor Adams and this administration has made in composting. For the first time ever, we are rolling out universal curbside composting service on your recycling day. So in addition to collecting metal, glass, plastic, and paper and cardboard, we're also going to be collecting food scraps and yard waste. Other administrations have tried to do this. No one has gotten beyond 40%. In October this year, we are going to hit all 3.5 million residences weekly on their recycling day and provide the most convenient, the most easy to use compost service that this city has ever had, or frankly, that any city has. In addition to that, we have rolled out hundreds of smart bins across all 5 boroughs. These bins are available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, where New Yorkers can easily deposit compost anytime they like. Composting service in every single public school and many independent schools in New York City. This has also been something that the council has long pushed for. We not only did it, but we did it way ahead of schedule. And so while I understand the concerns around community composting, it is absolutely the case that this administration has made historic investments in composting in New York City, and composting in New York City has never been more available than it is today.
Thank you for that. And look, a lot of my constituents are also excited about curbside coming to Manhattan by the fall. But also, I think what my constituents and what this council believes in is that, curbside expansion also works well together with community composting. We can have all the infrastructure in the world, but we fundamentally believe that education of community composting, the civic engagement that community composting brings, and the energy that it brings, pairing that with the infrastructure expansion is going to increase the likelihood of that infrastructure being used. Commissioner, can you please speak to the percentage of compostable material that was composted as part of the curbside program in Queens?
Do I have that here? I can get that for you. But I'll give you the precise number, but our current breakdown right now is about 20% of the material that we collect is composted and 80% is otherwise beneficially reused. As I've discussed in my testimony and previously, as we are in the process, we are doing a procurement right now to diversify our infrastructure for where we send the material. And among the goals of that procurement are waste equity and the type of beneficial reuse. I don't want to project what the outcome is going to be, but I can tell you I'd like to see an outcome where we have more diversity in terms of where the trucks are going, so we don't overly burden one neighborhood. And I'd like to see the percentage of the amount that is composted increase.
If we could get that data point.
We will get it to you.
Specifically, the percentage of compostable material that ends up as either compost or anaerobic digestion, I would like to have that. And
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
so my question is, what percentage of compostable material is either composted or goes to anaerobic digestion?
I just answered that. It was right now approximately 20% versus 80%, but I believe I'd like to see that number come up meaningfully this fall when our procurement process is complete, and look forward to reporting to you on updates then.
Yeah, so my question is, what percentage of it, of organic material, how much of it has gone to the landfill versus how much of it is either composted or going to anaerobic digestion?
Okay, 100% of what is given to us, meaning what our residents put out, is either sent to be composted or to be anaerobically digested. When a New Yorker or a school sets out their compost material, we do not send any of it to landfill. We either send it for composting or for digestion.
Thank you. All right. My last question on community composting, and this is a contract. This is a contracts question. You may or may not be able to answer. But is the SNY considering extending the Grow NYC contract related to community composting initiatives? And if so, what factors are being taken into account in the decision-making process?
So, as I've testified before at our preliminary budget hearing, the Grow NYC contract is currently in its final year with no renewals available on the contract. That contract ends and cannot be extended this summer. And so if I cannot begin a procurement per city's procurement rules until I have funding in hand. So if the community composting funding is restored, I will commence immediately a procurement to procure those services. However, to be clear, we shouldn't call it the Grow NYC contract because that will be a competitive procurement.
Understood. All right, I'm going to move over to commercial waste zones. What is the proposed fee structure for waste hauling services within the commercial waste zones, and how will the fees be determined for businesses located within each zone?
All right, all contractual fees set the maximum rate that the carters are allowed to charge. Businesses are encouraged to negotiate lower prices with each carter in their zone. The department will publish a rate calculator tool online that will allow a business owner to see the maximum rate for each carter within their zone based upon the services they select, as this will provide full transparency into the maximum rates allowed for the carters. Now, for each waste stream, the rates are set based upon the service type. So, for example, curbside containers or off-street containers, the amount of waste being collected per month, and how often the collection occurs. In addition, proposers may include additional fees for extra service, such as late payment fees and dumper compactor cleaning.
Commissioner, can you please provide information on the anticipated revenue generated from fees charged to businesses for waste hauling services within the zones?
Yeah, when it's fully rolled out, it should be $7 million annually.
And how does the fee structure for waste hauling services within the commercial waste zones ensure fairness and equity for businesses of different sizes and industries, particularly small businesses and those in economically disadvantaged areas?
So as a result of complex negotiations, and I would say smart, careful contracting by the Adams administration, in 18 of the 20 zones, at least one of the 3 carters will operate at a maximum rate that is below the current Business Integrity Commission rate cap for commercial carters. There are only 2 zones in which all awardees will be operating at a maximum price above the current BIC rate cap, and the amount over is in the low single digits. But as I mentioned before, like the current BIC rate cap, these are maximum allowed prices, and businesses are encouraged to continue the practice of negotiating for lower pricing as carters compete against one another within their awarded zone. So the pricing is very much the ceiling, not a floor.
Commissioner, are there any provisions or incentives within the fee structure for waste hauling services to encourage sustainable practices such as recycling, waste reduction, or the use of low-emission vehicles?
Yes, as I mentioned previously, within the fee structure, there are very specific incentives for recycling and waste reduction. Discounts for recycling and organics apply to all service elements of a customer's bill, including the fixed monthly charge, the weight volume-based charge, rate discount averages 32% citywide, and the organics rate discount averages 18% citywide. And as I mentioned before, businesses can negotiate for even greater discounts with their carter service provider.
How does the city plan to monitor and enforce compliance with the fee structure for waste hauling services within the zones, and what penalties or consequences will be imposed for non-compliance?
This is going to completely overhaul or change the way that we manage and regulate the private carting industry. The first thing that I'll point out is that now haulers are required to have written service agreements with every customer. In today's world, too many of these agreements are not written. So we get all of the benefits associated with written service agreements that must require the provisions that we established in our RFP. We're also going to be collecting a huge amount of data from each carter, everything from GPS tracking to complaints and violations and that sort of information, which will very much help our enforcement efforts. And each carter in their contract is now subject to an audit by DSNY, and we are building out a robust audit team within our Bureau of Commercial Waste to hit the ground running.
Excellent. What types of outreach and education, particularly aimed at informing businesses, residents, and stakeholders about the transition to a new waste management system does DSNY plan to do? This is one of my big concern areas as we roll this out. the outreach is going to, and education is going to be very,
So
very.
this is a place where we do have a very meaningful budget for outreach and education. And the general strategy is to do the outreach zone by zone. But the intention is, as we move zone by zone, to hit all 100,000 business owners or businesses citywide through a combination of both mailers and door-to-door conversations and outreach. We have a registered contract of $1.5 million with an MWBE vendor called Metropolitan Strategies and Solutions. And they are going to be hitting the ground for us this summer in our Queens Central Zone, which is the first zone to begin doing that outreach for the first time.
And will there be a new RFP, or will this company also do the outreach for the other boroughs, or as they get rolled out?
We sized this contract to make sure that we would have the capacity for them to do the outreach for the whole city. If we find, I mentioned that we are going to be learning from this pilot program, and meaning for the first zone, and if we find that we need more outreach, the more budget, we will certainly come back to you on it, but we'll learn more this summer as it proceeds.
And do you think that 1.5 million is suffices for the initial phase of
I
outreach?
think so, but for the initial zone, yeah, it's way more than we need for the initial zone. I think it's what we need citywide, but I may come back to you after we've done the first zone and say, actually, I think we need a little more. I think we need a little less. I keep saying that this first phase is an important phase to learn from, and among the things that we are going to learn is, did we size the outreach? I brought with me for you, this is the mailer, Chair, that every business in Queens Central is going to get. It's in multiple languages, and also the flyer that will be given door to door, also in multiple languages.
So I have a lot more questions to ask, but I want to give the opportunity to my colleagues to ask some questions too.
Thank you, Chair. We've also been joined by Council Members Sanchez, Palladino, and Zwang. And now we'll start with questions from Council Member Carr, followed by Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, always great to see you. I just want to start by thanking you for your collaboration with my office, everyone on your senior leadership team, to the chiefs and borough operations, to the rank and file of the agency, are phenomenal partners in the fight for a better quality of life. So thank you so much. You brought some really, I think, persuasive visuals about how important the Targeted Neighborhood Task Force is. And I think that dovetails nicely with the lot cleaning unit, which does the private side of the same mission, so to speak. Can you talk a little bit about what's in the executive plan currently for those two initiatives, and what we could do to kind of help you continue to do those important operations?
So they are wiped out in the executive budget. We have a surplus number of sanitation workers. So while they are zeroed out in the executive budget, we are still able to run a meaningful amount of targeted neighborhood task force. We're not able to do the lot cleaning at this time.
So you think you'd still be able to do something like you did at the North Shore Light Rail? You recently did one in my district in a neighborhood of Travis. You don't see that those operations would be impeded by being zeroed out?
It will depend on attrition and hiring of sanitation workers. When I have a surplus number of sanitation workers, as I do today, because we hired sanitation workers last year, anticipating that those programs were going to continue in perpetuity, I can continue to run the service.
So we have to depend on a higher head count in order for you
Right, but if I do not have an excess, I cannot.
And what would we need to get you in this final budget adoption in order to continue without that kind of dependency? And then, of course, I'm just going to, with my last minute, ask two other questions. We talked about curbside e-waste at the street cleanliness hearing that Chair Abreu had earlier this month. Can you talk a little bit more about, what you've been seeing in terms of drop-offs at Garage 3, the Muldoon Avenue site? It is absolutely a continued need on Staten Island since we don't have e-cycle. Can you just give us those budget lines that you may need to kind of continue at FY24 levels for those three programs?
So to continue at FY24 levels, lot cleaning. Joe, will you help me here?
Sure.
Yeah.
So lot cleaning was pegged at a head count of 15 sanitation workers. And then the combination of TNT and the other cleaning programs was a total of 94. So initiatives, it was 109 sanitation workers taken in the
for DSNY. You've done phenomenal work with them, and I think that we as a council should do what we can to make sure you can continue to do that great work. Thank you, chairs.
We got Councilmember Williams.
Thank you, and just wanted to echo my appreciation for the Department of Sanitation, Chief Kavanaugh, Ryan, Garage 12 and Garage 13. Thank you so much. We have a lot of complicated issues, and you all are always so responsive to all of our crazy requests. I have a question about enforcement. That's the bane of my existence. So around illegal dumping cameras, again, thanks, Commissioner. You were actually the person to help me quantify how terrible illegal dumping is. You're like #1 in the city by giving me that information that you shared with the 311 calls. So what plans does the city have for implementing illegal dumping cameras to deter and capture instances of illegal dumping across the city? I know you gave us maybe a few last year.
We have put up lots of illegal dumping cameras this year, and we have more planned for the next fiscal year. Ryan, can you speak to how many cameras we plan to put up over the next fiscal year currently?
I can, Commissioner, and Councilmember, thank you for the question. We have 280 up right now citywide. For the next fiscal year, in terms of the funding we've received from the city, from council members, and from a few state partners, we are looking to add approximately 85 more cameras over the next year. And that number, I'm going to come back to you with a little more solid after we receive the funding and we make the purchases, because we'll have an exact number then. But we're looking to add capacity, 30% more than we have right now on the streets.
Okay, do you have a timeline for the installation and deployment of illegal dumping cameras in high-risk areas like mine?
So in this, the timeline is always driven by when we have permission to actually spend the funding. Once we do from the Office of Management and Budget, it's typically a 4 to 7 month process to get a camera in, prep it, make sure the pole is ready, and put it up on a pole.
Yeah, and I'll just explain there, because that sounds it could sound crazy. But for each pole, we need to request permission either from Verizon or from Con Ed, whoever owns the pole. And so there are a number of site surveys that are required before we can just throw a camera up there. So we like to see it in under 6 months, but sometimes it takes a little longer.
As a follow-up, Commissioner, to that, Councilmember, thank you again for your partnership in talking to our utility partners last year when this was a new program for them.
You're welcome. So in addition to cameras, enforcement officers, do you think you have the capacity outside of cameras? Are there other things that you're looking to do to deter illegal dumping?
Our sanitation enforcement is up over 60% over the last year. And we both have more sanitation police officers than we've ever had, about 50% more than we've ever had. But we're also giving them different tools to do their jobs more efficiently. And I think that's one of the reasons that you're seeing the results you're seeing in terms of our enforcement efforts.
Thank you. Thank you, chairs.
Okay, now we have questions from Councilmember Menon, followed by Rustler.
Thank you so much, chairs. So I had a number of questions about composting. I want to echo the concerns that have been previously raised by the chair and others about the $7 million cuts, which my community strongly opposes. I am getting inundated with emails, texts, phone calls about this issue from residents on the east side of Manhattan and Roosevelt Island who are really concerned about the cuts. So I just want to reiterate our strong concerns about that. On smart composting bins, in terms of an expansion to those bins, when do you believe that that could occur? The bins in my district are full like almost immediately, and so I just want to get a better understanding of what the agency's plans are.
So we're
moving
doing
forward.
two things with the smart composting bins. First is we are changing out, replacing the inserts in the bin to make them larger, to take up more of that orange shell so that they have significantly more capacity than they currently do. And we are starting with the bins. We're starting those replacements with the bins that get full quickest. So there you'll see some, I think, immediate relief this summer. We don't have budget at this time to add new or to expand the number of smart composting bins that we have, which is now currently at about 400 bins. But we are right now contemplating moving some bins that are highly underutilized, they're not opened frequently at all, to places where the bins are getting full.
And you said this summer, do you have a sense of when this will be occurring? And you said the areas that are being utilized the most. Can you break down what those areas are?
Yeah, I mean, they won't really be a surprise to you, but I will provide to you, to your office, data on where we see the bins filling up consistently, and any plans in your district to move bins that from other districts where they're not being used as frequently or productively.
Great, thank you. And my next question is on rat mitigation. So I know you and I have had a number of conversations where I'm using in my office our ex-borough to actually treat the tree pits where we fumigate them. We've had tremendous success with that, but it's labor intensive, obviously, and it's not something that we can just fund out of our office. Does the agency have any plans to utilize that technique?
I am not the rat czar. I'm the sanitation commissioner, and my stake in the war on rats is to get the trash off the streets and stop feeding the rats. The exterminators don't report to me. They work at the Department of Health, the Department of Education, NYCHA, and so unfortunately, I am not up to speed on what specific techniques they use or don't use.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Ressler is not here, right? Stepped out? Oh, there he is. Okay. You're up.
Commissioner Tisch, how are you?
I'm good, council member. How are you?
I'm great. I just want to say firstly, I think that under your leadership, the Department of Sanitation has been one of the strongest performing agencies in this administration, and I've really appreciated the innovation that has been really impressive. And I think you and your team deserve a great deal of praise for the work that you're doing and helping to move us into the 21st century and how we're keeping our streets clean, collecting garbage, and helping to reduce the presence of rats in our community. These are all incredibly important things to every single person on this dais, and you've done a really impressive job. So thank you for that. Now there's a but coming, right? Inevitably. No, I'll start with something first. I just really wanted to commend you for working with folks in the state legislature, especially Assemblymember Brian Cunningham, on the new legislation that's been proposed in Albany this year to put cameras on street sweepers, which I think is such a smart idea. Has your team developed any estimate on the number of cars every day that fail to comply with ASP?
I don't have an estimate on the number that don't comply, but what I will tell you is when people get upset that our street sweeper didn't get to their street, it is often because on blocks that we hit before, there is so much non-compliance that our street sweepers get slowed down and stuck. And I believe that putting the cameras on those brooms is going to work as well, if not better, than similar programs have worked, for example, to keep the bus lanes clean and clear.
I couldn't agree with you more. I think it's something that I really hope this council will take up with a home rule message soon. I think it's that and red light cameras are the two most important things we have to get done this session in Albany. Anything we can do to help, please let me know. I did want to check on community compost. So I'm deeply concerned about the administration's cuts to community compost. At McCarran and Borough Hall this last weekend, I was talking to dozens of neighbors who just could not understand why they no longer will be able to bring their food scraps. My understanding is that Earth Matters, Lower East Side Ecology, and Big Reuse have existing contracts with the Department of Sanitation that can be kind of immediately reactivated come July 1, if and when this city council restores funding in the budget. My understanding is that Grow NYC does not. Are there any contract mechanisms? You're a good government problem solver. Have you come up with any solutions for ways to extend the Grow NYC contract or other ways that we can reactivate the Grow NYC sites as quickly as possible at the beginning of the new fiscal year?
So we have four contracts. Four contracts currently. You are correct. I believe that two of them, if funding is restored, can resume very quickly once it is restored. One of them is one contract that cannot be extended anymore and is done this summer is the Grow NYC contract. As you know from our work together on the other side, when you were on the other side, I can't start a procurement until I have the funding in hand. And what I committed to Chair Abreu is as soon as, if the funding is restored, as soon as that funding is in hand, I will immediately commence a competitive procurement for those types of services. But as you also know, that is not a quick thing, and I don't have, unfortunately, a workaround that keeps us compliant with the PPB rules.
I have some ideas. I'm out of time, but if you'd be amenable to chatting with Chair Abreu and myself, and I'm sure other members of the council, about some ideas we have for how we could try to speed up that procurement, we would really welcome the opportunity to brainstorm that together.
I'd love it.
Terrific. And then I'm out of time, but just very, very fast. Really excited that the next big step on waste containerization is big buildings. Any timeline on that? And we would really love to have some smart bins in CB1 and CB2 in Brooklyn. Any timelines on those?
Okay. The large on-street containers for the high density were running phase 1 in Manhattan 9 starting next spring. We're doing the procurement right now. We've already ordered the special side loading trucks, but you should see them hitting the streets of Manhattan 9 a year from now, which is very exciting. In terms of the smart composting bins, I do not have money in my budget at this time to expand them. Although I would say for council members who are looking for an expansion of it, we are happy to take council member funds if you want to allocate funding for that purpose, and we can add to that very successful program in your district where there's need.
Okay, I want to acknowledge you've been joined by Councilmember Hanks. Also, I want to acknowledge PS 276, the Battery Park City School is joining us this morning. Nice to see you guys. Represented well by our colleague Chris Marte here in the City Council. Thanks for being here today at this hearing. We now have questions from Councilmember Lewis, followed by Marte.
Thank you, chairs, and good morning, Commissioner. I want to echo the sentiments of my colleagues. This is probably my favorite agency. I know I said it on the record. Yourself, Ryan, and your team have been instrumental in addressing illegal dumping in my district and providing enforcement efforts to keep New York City clean. I'm very grateful. I have 3 questions. I'll start with derelict vehicles, then I'll go into private property, and then enforcement. So I wanted to know, what is the expense dedicated to towing and disposal of abandoned or derelict vehicles in the FY25 budget? How many vehicles did DSNY process in FY24, and does this projection remain in FY25? And as abandoned vehicles in both residential and commercial neighborhoods become increasingly large and hazardous, what is the main limiting factor in increasing capacity for removing such vehicles off the street? And has DSNY requested for supplemental funding to address those needs?
I'm going to forget. Can I start with the derelict vehicles and then answer your other 2?
Well, do you want me to ask all of them first?
Okay, sure, I'll write them.
All right, so that's all derelict vehicles.
Okay.
All right. Now, this is a private property. How much funding is dedicated to illegal dumping prevention efforts, including maintaining the security cameras and dumping hotspots? I think you're aware of the hotspot in my district.
Yep.
And does DSNY bill for the cost of these cleanups to private owners to address these areas? And the last one is on enforcement. How does DSNY currently enforce laws and regulations related to illegal street vendors that are not in compliance with the current laws, and their behavior continues to exude uncleanliness and public health concerns? And is there any funding in the FY25 executive budget to address that, whether through campaign initiatives for awareness or anything else? That's it. Thanks.
Okay. Woo. Let's start with derelict vehicles. So we have significantly upped our derelict vehicle enforcement. We started last year. And what we did is we made a partnership with the NYPD, where whether a vehicle is abandoned or derelict, we can take it off the street. So we have 5 NYPD officers assigned to work with in our abandoned vehicle task force. And we're doing, in addition to that, lots more joint operations on the street. Last year, we took over 8,000 vehicles off of the street, and this year, now that this task force is up and running, we are on pace to dwarf that number. In terms of cost, we don't pay the tow truck companies that we use for the service. So there are no specific costs in our budget or line items in our budget other than our personnel costs associated with it. On illegal dumping, this camera program has worked very well. Last year, it's basically like we catch 1 illegal dumper a day in the city. They get a $4,000 summons. Their vehicle gets impounded, and they also, and you touched on this in your question, have to pay the bill for the cost of cleaning up the material as well. On your question about vending, generally with vending, we take we try to take a compliance first approach, where we look to see, is there some condition that the vending is created, like, for example, blocking the entrance to a store, blocking a curb cut, throwing grease down a sewer drain. We also have taken a warnings first approach to vending. The warnings can take many different, really 2 main different forms. The first one, and the one that we use much more often than not, is putting up flyers in multiple languages in the areas where we're going to be performing the vending. But we also have the ability, we've upgraded our systems if we don't have a flyer in the area, to issue what looks like a summons, but it's in fact a warning with no cost associated to it, to the person or the vendor.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you.
Councilmember Marte, followed by Sanchez.
Thank you, Chair Brannon and Abreu, and thank you, Commissioner, for being here. I want to start off like Lincoln Wrestler. We're truly impressed by all the work your agency does every single day. Thousands of people out in the streets serving the millions of New Yorkers. And I've seen the difference with some of your policy decisions, especially taking black bags off the streets. We've walked through Tribeca and Soho and seen the overnight changes for those communities, especially during this peak tourism season. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
However, I join all my other colleagues, especially our chair Abreu, in saying we need to fully fund community compost and bring it back and hopefully baseline it. Today, dozens of workers throughout the city don't have a job. What's even worse, those dozens of workers serve thousands of New Yorkers every single weekend throughout the week, providing them with an opportunity to get rid of their waste scraps and give them the education that they need to help save our city and our planet. So hopefully you can use your position and your influence to make sure that we fully get them back, because if we don't get them back this year, then it's going to create a pattern that's going to really destroy our communities. On that note, what can we do, especially with our contracts and the current RFP, so we don't repeat this again? What type of extension mechanism or provisions we can put in place where people don't have to be unemployed for months waiting for you to finish your procurement process?
Thank you, Council Member. The issue that we are running into now with the curbside composters is, its first instance, it's a funding question, right? So to answer your question, on the funding side, if it was baselined in the budget, then we wouldn't be in the position that we're in now. Although I guess it could be subject to a PEG even if it was baseline. But the real issue that we face today is that there is no funding. There is a second compounding problem where if the funding is restored, one of the community composters, Grow NYC, their long-term contract with the city expires this summer with no more renewals available. And per the city's rules, I cannot begin a procurement today without having the funding in hand to fund it. And so had the funding not gone away a few months ago or 6 months ago, we wouldn't be in this position because we would have started a procurement for the next year and there wouldn't have been any gap, period. But because the funding went away when it did, we were unable to put out a new RFP and start that procurement. So even if the money comes back, we will have certainly a gap period while that competitive procurement is finalized.
Yeah, and I think the essence of my question is how do we avoid this in the future? We have a lot of clever minds on our side and on your side. I know Lincoln Wrestler suggested ways where he can help speed up the procurement process, but we know this is a constant dance and we're trying to avoid it. My last question is about the 7th Northmore site, which DSNY was trying to do a deposition of. Have you thought about other uses for that location, and where are you on the planning process to figure out what could happen at that space?
I'm going to turn that over to Deputy Commissioner Marola, who is up to speed on the Northmore location.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Councilmember. As you know, we did not move forward in the way that we were planning to. This site is a rather small and restricted site, but we have spoken with HPD and we'll go back to them again to see if we can't find another use for it. At the moment, no one wants to see a site like Fallow, but understanding that there is limited use, we're still trying to come up with a creative use for it. So we'd be happy to report back to you on that.
Thank you on that. Thank you.
There we have questions. Councilmember Sanchez, followed by Hanks.
Thank you so much, chairs, and good morning, Commissioner. I'm going to join the chorus of council members just thanking you for your leadership, for your sharp leadership. Ryan in particular, who gets my texts, I appreciate the work in 5, 7, and 8, districts 5, 7, and 8. So I'm going to focus on street vending, which your testimony and a lot of the questions and answers at last year's hearings did focus a lot on. Just to start, can you share an update on DSNY's approach to street vending enforcement. You've said that the agency takes a compliance-first approach rather than a license check approach, which I really appreciate that. But can you share some of the numbers in terms of summonses issued by the department? How many of those are for being unlicensed in particular versus other violations, street citing regulations, et cetera?
Yep, Ryan can give you those numbers.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you very much, Councilmember. I compiled a list of what's been our top summonses for calendar year 2024. As you would imagine, we do have a lot of summonses for vending without a license, general and mobile food, but I want to make sure you're aware of the other ones that are top hits for us. Parking in a metered spot for the purpose of vending, storing items inappropriately around a cart or not on the setup itself, vending in a bus stop, vending on a restricted street, unattended food and food cart items, and then leaving a dirty area. These I'm happy to send over to your office afterwards in the numbers, but in total this year we've issued 936 violations so far, and the ones that I just gave you make up a significant portion of that.
So you don't, thank you for that, but you don't have the relative breakdown of how those break out?
I do in more specificity in front of me, and I'm happy to send it to you. It's a long list to read. I will tell you, I think to your question, we have still probably the highest violation number that we issue is general vending without a license, which happens to be the most restricted type of vending citywide. This year it's 187. But I will also tell you, too, what the Commissioner had said earlier. We are not doing that unlicensed vending without having done a compliance approach first, and typically speaking, without having issued other compliance violations first as well.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that, and just want to make sure I'm understanding how we square, right? Because I want a compliance-first approach, you know, and that's what I've been asking for, and why I'm sponsoring Intro 431 is to change the system in many ways, but just really helpful to understand that breakdown. So if I run out of time, maybe the chairs will be nice to me. But you know, thinking on Fordham Road, right? It's easy to say that probably 90%, 70 to 90% on any given busy, beautiful Saturday of street vendors that are out there are unlicensed. And it is a restricted street. So I say that to say that there's no universe in which we could, I don't think we would want to, as a city, give sanitation all of the enforcement capacity that you would need to just address, you know, illegal vending, you know, or just to address the conditions that we're seeing in many of our communities. So, Commissioner, for you or for your team, are there tools that you wish the department had, and particularly more behavioral-based interventions that you think would change the dynamic that we see on the street?
I think that the key driver of the dynamic that we see on the street is the number of licenses we give out as a city. So I think that that's probably the key thing.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, there's no secret that I believe that making licenses universally available, but then making it worth something, right? You're scared to lose that license. You value it. You know, it's your source of livelihood, and now you don't have to get your goods thrown out or you know, be under threat of whatever sort of enforcement action, I think is the path forward. So I will always say that in every hearing that I have the opportunity to. So thank you for chairs for letting me say that today. But just look forward to working with the department more so on this issue. Thank you.
I just want to make one key point for your understanding, and then also happy to talk about it with you at length later. The data shows a higher number of unlicensed vending summonses than other summonses. And you may look at it and say, wait a minute, told us a compliance-first approach, we would expect to see that the number of unlicensed summonses would match the other numbers. Few things happen that I want to make sure everyone understands. First is oftentimes when our sanitation police show up, vendors abandon their property and they leave. And they leave the property on the ground. Rather than disposing of that property, we bring it back to our lot where other vendors or other people come and collect things like cars that are impounded. And when a person who has abandoned property on the street, vending property on the street, comes to collect the property that they have abandoned, they are issued an unlicensed vending summons if they can't show a license. And so I just want to be very clear as you look through these numbers and we talk through these numbers, that among a few other things, inflates the number of unlicensed vending summonses that are issued as compared to the condition-based summonses.
That's really helpful. Is it possible that when you share the data, you could highlight what percentage of cases? Yeah, I really debated having Ryan read out the table, but the time wasn't enough. But thank you, Commissioner. Thank you to the agency.
We have questions from Councilmember Hanks, followed by Salamanca.
Thank you, Chair Brennan, Chair Abreu. Good morning. It's good to see you, Commissioner Tisch. I echo the sentiments of my colleagues and what a great and responsive agency the Department of Sanitation has, that reputation. So I have two questions. One, I believe that I came a little late, you've addressed in your opening statement the commercial waste zones. So we're going to have, from my understanding, the pilot will be in Queens and the rollout will be in January of 2025. So I think my biggest question is, when it comes to the outreach and the education of the program, what does that look like borough per borough? And when do you think you'll start putting those pieces together? And what kind of assistance or help do you need from us to make sure that we are disseminating the information properly?
Thank you. So we start our first zone. We're very excited about this. We start the outreach and education this summer, and we have hired an MWBE vendor. We have $1.5 million in our budget, and they are going to be hitting the pavement this summer, specifically focused on the businesses in central Queens. And they'll be doing like in-person outreach. In addition to this, we have a flyer and a mailer in many languages that are going to each business in that first zone. And that rollout will be complete, has to be complete by January 2nd is the deadline. We will take a little time. We will assess how that rollout went, and we'll see if we have to make any tweaks or changes based on what we've learned. And then the plan is to have an aggressive rollout schedule thereafter. Now, when I say aggressive, it's not like we're going to say, okay, every district we're going to turn on the same day 3 months later. But we are going to be as aggressive as we can be while still being responsible to make sure that it's all done the right way. And the thing that I just always remind people of is what happened in LA. When this is done poorly, when the implementation is a rush job, when there is insufficient outreach, when something goes wrong, that means trash left on our streets every single day. And we know that there's 20 million pounds of commercial trash that's set out every day. We have to make sure that we are getting it right so that those 20 million pounds of commercial trash do not sit on our streets every day.
Thank you so much. One more question, Chair.
Yes.
So this is a little bit more local. The Jersey Street Garage RFP and construction timeline, can you provide us with an update in the status of the Jersey Street RFP, and when will the next phase of construction be expected to begin? And what are the key milestones expected on the completion date for this project?
I1. Yeah,
And
Joe has
one more, I am so sorry, I apologize. And most importantly, the questions that we're getting from constituents is, what is the timeline for the relocation of the Jersey Street Garage from Jersey Street during the construction period?
So,
thank you.
The Staten Island, we're building a new garage for Staten Island 1 and 3. So they'll be leaving Jersey Street and going to this new facility. Right now, we are planning for a 2025 move-in date to that new garage, and we are very excited about that. Joe, do you have the update on the garage that they're moving out of Jersey Street? If not, we can get it to the council member right after this.
Let's just get it afterwards.
We're going to send you the Jersey Street information right after, but I want to just say you weren't here when I gave, oh, you have it? You weren't here when I gave my testimony, but we have, I think, based on your advocacy, we have started a major cleanup of the railway yard, and I showed this poster, and I just want to say that I find it like shocking and unbelievable that a condition like this was allowed to persist in this city. This has to be like decades and decades of filth and buildup. And the department is committed to cleaning it up, doing it safely, and our sanitation workers are doing an incredible job under very difficult circumstances there. But I just want to thank you for bringing it to my attention. As soon as you sent it to me, the picture said 1,000 words, and I knew that we had to do something to finally stop the insanity.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, question from Councilmember Salamanca, followed by Zwang. We've also been joined Councilmembers Osei and Vernikov.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Commissioner and your team.
Good morning.
Commissioner, just a few questions here. I want to start off with the containerization. I saw in the last year that public schools are now using these kind of orange-looking containers to put their garbage in for pickup. But I'm seeing that not all public schools are complying with that, and they're leaving their garbage out, which creates a mess on the sidewalks. Are your superintendents currently monitoring this and reporting it to their higher-ups so that we can get the Department of Education to comply, at least the public schools?
So at this time, very prescient question. At this time, schools are not currently under a bin mandate. However, the mayor feels strongly about, as you know, containerizing all trash in the city, and school trash is a very important part of it. That is why, as part of our high-density fixed on-street container program that we are starting in M9, we're not just doing all buildings of 30 units or more, we are also doing all schools. And then the plan is to roll that out once it works beautifully in Manhattan 9. The plan is to roll that out citywide so that every school in the city will have these European-style on-street containers for all of their waste streams, not just for their refuse and their organics, but for all waste streams, and that we would hoist the containers using an automated side loader.
Is there a timeline when there will be a mandate for the public schools?
The rule that will include the schools is intended to run this summer. But in my opinion, the schools, many schools will have to request a waiver from that containerization rule until we get to their district with the large on-street container rollout because of the volume of waste that is produced.
All right. My second question has to do with cameras. I do see here that in your statement, you stated that last year there were over 300 summonses. There were each summons were about $4,000. Have you kept track? Have there been repeat offenders from these illegal dumpers in the communities?
It shocked me, but yes, we have had, I think, at least one repeat offender that I know of, and maybe more. But as you know, the penalty is the stiffest penalty that we can give. It's not just the $4,000 summons. We also impound the vehicle and make them pay the costs of cleanup. But the cameras have worked. We're on pace right now to outpace last year's record-breaking enforcement numbers around illegal dumping.
Are these individuals that are caught illegally dumping, I know that you impound their vehicles. What about their driver's license? Does it get suspended?
No.
Okay.
That would require a change in state law, I believe.
Okay. One more question, Mr. Chair. My last question, Commissioner. The illegal car washes. With the new weather approaching, driving up and down my district, I've seen an increase of car washes of these vans. I know that we passed a law not too long ago. There was supposed to be a period with the Department of Consumer Affairs on an educational component to educate them on how to properly get a license. And then there was going to be enforcement. Can you just give us a timeline of where are we now with that law?
Happy to take that one, Commissioner. Councilmember, thank you for the question. My understanding is that the Department of Consumer and Worker Protection is well underway with their 6-month outreach and education campaign, and that enforcement based on the effective date in the campaign ending should be right for this summer, starting in July. And I will confirm the exact date with you after this.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we have a question, Councilmember Zwang.
Thank you, Chairs, and I want to thank you, Commissioner. Your department is doing a very hard job for our community, and especially I want to thank Brian. He replied my message 4 o'clock in the morning. I said it to him. He doesn't sleep. Thank you for not sleeping for our city, because we are not sleeping city. I have 2 questions. The first one is, what's the reason why we lost significant federal funding? The federal funding portion, original 20%, dropped to 11%.
Yeah, that didn't affect our service levels. That was more a budgetary thing where we lost the federal funding that's been replaced with city dollars.
Okay, so that's not affect.
It does not affect our service levels.
And also the other question is, I have business corridors, and the area is growing. The business is growing. Do you guys have any plans for the area business is growing, put more garbage can, put more service? Is something we have to order it?
A number of your colleagues have using their discretionary funds to fund additional litter baskets, the better bins in their districts, and it's something that has been very popular and very successful. And what I would say is the new litter baskets, they last so much longer than the old ones did. They break every year. These will last quite some time, so it's a great investment to make, not just now, but for the future.
So the city in general don't have any plan for that. So only for us as the
we get a certain amount of money each year to spend on new litter baskets, and those generally replace litter baskets that were existing but are old or worn out. And so no, we don't have money in our budget to do more than that.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, I'm going to hand it over to your questions. Councilmember Abreu, Chair Abreu.
Thank you, colleagues, for your questions. I'm going to turn over to street sweepers. What is the fiscal 2025 budget for street sweeping operations within the city, including expenses relating to maintenance, personnel, and cleaning supplies?
Okay, hold on. I got to get to my street sweeping section of my binder here. Okay. For fiscal year 2025, the department is currently planning to order 76 new mechanical brooms for $30.8 million in capital spending. Additionally, we have on average 280 uniformed personnel assigned to street sweeping functions in any given year at an estimated salary cost of $22.2 million in FY25. Maintenance and cleaning supplies are ordered as needed, and as such, there is no specific budgeted value for the expenses in FY25.
Based on the street sweeping budget, how does the fiscal 2025 budget compare to previous fiscal years?
My understanding is that there was not any meaningful change to it and that it's largely flat. Is that correct, Joe?
Yeah, the only thing that fluctuates is how many mechanical brooms we purchase each year, but that's based on end of life and less about, whether we receive new funding or not. It just comes out of our general equipment budget.
And you said there were 76 new brooms.
76 for next year, and this current year in FY24, we were able to purchase 104 mechanical brooms.
How does the SNY ensure that the budget for street sweeping operations is used efficiently to maximize cleanliness and sanitation standards?
So our street sweeping operations, we use daily assignments based on street cleaning regulations, service schedules. Field personnel, in conjunction with our routing unit, evaluate routing efficiency by analyzing data from our internal reporting application. And field supervisors are also required to survey ASP segments to ensure cleanliness standards are met. But hands down, the single biggest challenge that we have with our street sweeping operations are cars that regularly fail to move for alternate side parking, and this council can help us very much in addressing that by sending up to Albany home message that will support our, is it called a home message?
A home
rule. That
home
will
message works too.
Home rule that will support our proposed state legislation to change the VTL law to allow us to put automated ticketing systems on our sweepers.
Thank you. Commissioner, in terms of metrics of cleanliness, what are metrics or indicators that the department uses to assess the cleanliness of streets and public spaces following street sweeping operations?
We have put GPS technology in all of our street sweepers, which we have been able to also present publicly on Sweep NYC and also in Trash Dash, which is our internal reporting application to monitor the progress of all street sweeper routes.
And how frequently are cleanliness assessments conducted? And are there any benchmarks or targets established for maintaining?
Cleanliness assessments are conducted daily by our field officers, focusing on street segments scheduled for sweeping. We also respond to all 311 complaints concerning street sweeping, and we investigate whether the designated sweeper serviced the area on the specified day of the complaint. The ongoing assessments help us maintain high cleanliness standards consistently across the city. And as I've mentioned, we also have Trash Dash, where we will grill our superintendents and our borough chiefs on many things, but among them, missed segments for street cleaning.
In terms of fines and penalties, what is the process for issuing fines and penalties for violations of street sweeping regulations?
Fine amount is currently $50, and that is the maximum allowed under VTL law. I have advocated for raising certain sanitation-related, the value of certain sanitation-related fines. I don't advocate for changing this one. For this one, what we need is like a more obvious, easy way to summons people who fail to, or vehicles that fail to comply, and that's the automated street sweeping violations.
Understood. Can you also provide information on the revenue generated from fines from street sweeping violations?
You know, that's really the Department of Finance. The agencies don't generally get involved in revenue totals.
All right. And with respect to the installation of cameras, I understand it's a big need of the admin. My last set of questions will be on waste export. Just want to get into that one. You know, waste export serves as a critical component of urban waste management, facilitating the disposal and processing of municipal solid waste beyond city limits. This practice helps cities meet waste disposal demands while minimizing environmental impact and optimizing resource utilization through partnerships with waste management facilities. In terms of total budget, what is the total budget allocated for DSNY's waste export activities, including expenses related to transportation, processing, and disposal of exported waste?
So the FY24 waste export budget is currently $507.7 million, and the FY25 waste export budget is currently $477.4 million, which gets adjusted throughout the upcoming fiscal year based on the actual tonnage and pricing. These prices or these costs are inclusive of all transportation, processing, and disposal.
Can you provide insights into the trends in the budget for waste export over the past few years, including any significant increases or fluctuation in cost?
Yeah, refuse tonnage has been relatively consistent, maybe down a bit, but relatively consistent for the past few fiscal years at approximately 3.2 million tons per year. But the city's export costs have increased due to contractual price changes for short and long-term export facilities, largely tied to agreed-upon consumer price index changes and inflation, which can average approximately 3% more per year. As you know, these contracts are very long-term contracts that predated all of us.
How does the current budget for waste export align with the city's long-term waste management goals and objectives?
The department is consistently looking for ways to align the city's long-term waste management goals with the budget. For instance, when the citywide curbside organics collection program was funded, it allowed the department to reduce its waste export budget by more than $10 million in the baseline, which helped to offset the $14.5 million organics processing costs in the baseline.
There have been ballooning costs over the past years, and I think you started getting into some of the factors that contributed to that. Over the past 4 fiscal years, waste export costs have steadily increased, with the budget rising from $420 million in fiscal year 21, adopted budget to $471 million in fiscal year 25 in the executive plan, reflecting growing expenses associated with waste export activities. Can you elaborate on the factors contributing to the increase in costs associated with waste export over the past few years?
The increased costs are largely, as I mentioned, tied to the contractual price changes with our export vendors, which are the result of CPI changes and inflation.
And what are other ways that we can help reduce expenses related to waste export?
One of the best measures for waste export costs are to encourage city residents to recycle as much material as possible, and the upcoming citywide rollout of the curbside organics collection program will also help with that. So these alternatives to exporting waste help to lessen the financial burden on the city while also having a positive impact on the environment.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Question, Councilmember Osei.
Thank you so much, chairs, and good morning, Commissioner. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
Just, I guess this is a pretty broad district-related question, but it's in relation to 2 of our pretty busy business corridors, one on Nostrand Avenue and also Malcolm X Boulevard. We've had to, I guess, move some of our supplementary sanitation services through ACE to other parts of the district, and because of that, we've seen that there have been an increase in complaints of overflown litter baskets, as well as just dirtier corridors, especially in those 2 business districts. I just wanted to hear from you both on what the cleaning schedule looks like for both of those corridors, as well as if there could be any additional amount of attention that could be provided over
So
there.
we can get you information about, for those 2 corridors about how often those baskets are emptied. Our cleaning office can get that to you today. Our level of litter basket service that we run is at historic highs. For the past 2 years, we've been running $22 million a year worth of litter basket service, which has decreased the number of complaints we've gotten citywide by 42% for overflowing litter baskets. But if we haven't gotten it right on one or 2 corridors, I'm interested to look with you at what the level of service is. And if you need additional levels of service, some council members use their discretionary funds to fund enhanced service on a specific corridor.
Thank you so much. And then I guess another follow-up question is, I know that we've had several tours in the district and have discussed potential installations of sanitation cameras. I was wondering how those are operating, if they have been installed, and an update on those locations, and if there have been any crackdowns of illegal dumping in several of those areas.
Ryan, do you have the information on his cameras in particular?
Yes, Commissioner. Councilmember, we have 5 cameras up and active in your district. I'd have to pull the specific enforcement history for each of those after that, but they were in consultation that we had last year and where the hot spots were.
Thank you.
Great.
Okay, we've been joined by Council Members Salam, and now we have final questions from Councilmember Hudson.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, good morning. Apologies if I missed this earlier, but I was just curious to know about the containerization pilot program and when that would be expanding and what the status is of funding for that program.
Yeah, we had a major investment in the executive budget from the city to fund like the proper European style rollout of large fixed on-street containers for high density buildings. Phase 1 will be in Manhattan 9, and that is scheduled to start literally 1 year from today, and we're very excited about it. In the meantime, why 1 year from now? There's a lot going on. We unveiled our new automated side loader. We're ordering more than a dozen of those trucks to service Manhattan 9. We're also doing the procurement to buy the actual bins and to select the bins that we're going to be using and the servicing of those bins as an example. So that procurement is ongoing. The trucks are being made. We plan to roll it out a year from now to every high-rise building in Manhattan 9, as well as every school. In the meantime, this fall, all smaller buildings, 1 to 9 unit buildings, will come under a requirement to put their trash in individual wheelie bins,
Right.
and that will be citywide requirement.
So after Manhattan 9, what's the subsequent
The
rollout
mayor's been
plan?
clear he wants to containerize all 24 million pounds of trash, or all 44 million pounds of trash that we produce in the city every day, but I don't have what's next district yet.
Okay. And then I just wanted to, okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner and your team, thank you very much. We look forward to working with you and passing a good budget.
I'd just like to say one other thing, if I could. A lot of members have showered a lot of praise today on me and on the executive team and on the department. I just want to add that the 10,000 members, particularly the uniform members of the New York City Department of Sanitation, they do God's work every day. They work really hard. It is a highly physical job. This city has asked, and I have asked a lot of them over the past 2 years to take on additional responsibilities, to work different shifts, to do things in a different way, to start, figuring out how to use containers. And at every step along the way, they have been team players. They have been the most extraordinary group of public servants that I have had the privilege of working with in my career. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
We love Garage 9.
Okay, we're going to take a break, and we're going to, what time? We have Parks Department coming in at 12:30, so we'll take a break.
Attention everyone, please find a seat. Make sure your phones are on silent mode. Thank you. We're getting ready to start momentarily.
Okay. Good afternoon and welcome to the final executive budget hearing for today. Focus on the Department of Parks and Recreation. Councilmember Justin Brannan, I chair the Committee on Finance. Joined this afternoon by my good friend and colleague, Councilmember Shekhar Krishnan, who chairs the Committee on Parks and Recreation. We've been joined this afternoon by Councilmembers Brewer, Nurse, Osei, Hudson, Williams, Menon, and Carr. Welcome, Commissioner Donahue and your team. Thank you for joining us today to answer our questions. For those playing at home, I'd like to set the table. On April 24th, 2024, the administration released the Executive Financial Plan for FY24 to 28 with a proposed FY25 budget of $111.6 billion. Parks Department's proposed FY25 budget of $582.9 million represents 0.5% of the administration's proposed FY25 budget in the executive plan. This is a decrease of $836,000 from the $583.7 million that was originally budgeted in the FY25 preliminary plan. This decrease results from a loss of $8.3 million for the Parks Opportunity Program, partially offset by expanded hiring for exterminators and increased funds from the collective bargaining agreement. As of March 2024, Parks has 181 vacancies relative to their budgeted FY24 headcount. In the Council's preliminary budget response, we called on the Mayor to add $59.7 million to reverse prior year pegs and restore other programs. Not only was the Council's call for funding completely ignored, but in this case, the Parks executive budget actually dropped from where it was in the preliminary budget, which is very rare. As I mentioned before, what restorations the Mayor made in the executive budget are a fraction of the cuts he made to key programs, which the Council has found weren't even necessary in the first place. Council analysts found sufficient resources left out of the preliminary budget that after setting aside funds for the rainy day fund and insuring against unexpected financial costs, it still leaves $1.63 billion for restorations like we've called for here today. In a time when costs keep going up, a day at the park is still free, last I checked, and the Council is committed to delivering a budget that protects public spaces and public assets like our parks. My questions today will largely focus on the pegs and the hiring freeze, along with the general and capital budget changes. I now want to turn to my co-chair for this hearing, Councilmember Krishnan, for his opening statement.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Chair Brannan, and thank you to everyone here. Welcome to the Parks Department, Commissioner Donahue and her team for today's hearing on the fiscal 2025 executive budget for the Department of Parks and Recreation. My name is Shekhar Krishnan, and I'm the chair of the Council's Committee on Parks and Recreation. I would like to thank my fellow council members and colleagues who are present here today on this very important issue, as Chair Brannan already highlighted. Today, we will be hearing testimony from the Parks Department on its fiscal 2025 executive budget, which totals $582.9 million, a decrease of $55.3 million since adoption last year. This is most certainly less than 1% of the total city budget for fiscal 2024 and represents a shocking and very disappointing steady decrease in our budget for our Parks Department from a mayor in City Hall that explicitly campaigned on increasing the parks budget to 1% of our New York City's budget. In other words, we are moving backwards with an administration that explicitly stated its commitment to increase the parks budget. Yet another year where this has not happened. The fiscal 2025 preliminary budget includes $700,000 in new needs for FY25 for additional exterminators in Brooklyn. Let me repeat that. The only increase that we've seen since the preliminary budget, the decrease in the budget we've seen for the Parks Department, the only area of new needs identified was for exterminators in Brooklyn. Only a handful, and most certainly not enough to serve the millions of residents even in the borough of Brooklyn alone. It is a decrease of $1.5 million in other adjustments, and of course, there are pegs too. We have seen the disastrous impact that the mayor's pegs have had on our city's parks, and now that the second shift has been eliminated, we will see further degradation. The second shift program was a program where 100 hotspot parks in the city would receive additional cleaning and maintenance on weekends and evenings. This is especially urgent right now as the weather gets warmer, more and more to see a return and in fact an expansion of the second shift program in the adopted budget next month. I'm hopeful that in the coming weeks, the mayor will realize the importance of parks when negotiating the adopted budget. But as of now, the numbers are gloomy and disappointing. Not only is there a $55.3 million reduction in the parks budget since last year, but let me also point out what the administration has done to meet the needs that we in the City Council have identified in our budget response. We called for a restoration of the PEG of $38.5 million. The amount in the executive budget, $0. We called for $11.2 million in funding for urban park rangers, tree stump removal, and the Green Thumb program restoration. The amount in the executive budget, $0. And we called for a restoration and expansion of the second shift program in the amount of at least $10 million. The amount in the executive budget, $0. Our parks are crucial for our mental health, for our well-being. They are essential spaces, especially as the weather gets nicer in the warm months of summer. We depend on clean parks, parks that are cleaned every day. We depend on parks where the bathrooms are cleaned every day, where the trees are maintained and not overgrowing. Our parks contributes to public safety and to sanitation, two values in particular that Mayor Adams has identified as principles and values that are important to him. If we want a city that's clean, we need our parks clean. If we want our parks clean, then we need to invest in them and increase the budget, not be cutting from it. The committee is excited to hear testimony today related to the FY25 executive plan, specifically the Parks Opportunity Program, the Second Shift Program, and our lifeguards. As we know, pool and beach season is upon us too. Before we begin with testimony, I would like to thank council staff for their hard work. Our finance team of Chima Obisher, Jack Story, and Michael Sherman, our committee staff, Christopher Sartori and Patrick Mulvihill, and my own staff, Greg Clark and Chuck Park. I will now ask the committee council to go over some procedural items and swear in the representative.
We're going to be taking public testimony on the agency's executive budgets today. So if you're here and you want to testify on either the parks or the sanitation budget, just make sure you fill out a witness slip with the sergeant at arms. The slips are on the table in the back. We've also been joined by council members Lee, Sanchez, and Salam. Now going to turn over to committee counsel Mike Toomey to swear everybody in. We can get started.
Good afternoon. You raise your hands, please. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Sue Donahue?
I do.
Iris Rodriguez Rosa? Matt Drury?
I do.
Mark Focht? I do. Thank you. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Chair Brennan, Chair Krishnan, members of the Finance Committee and Parks Committee, and other members of the Council. My name is Sue Donahue, and I'm pleased to be here today testifying as the Commissioner of the New York City Department of Parks and Recreation. and to be joined today on this panel by several members of our agency's senior leadership. Firstly, I want to thank the Council for its continued support for our city's open spaces over the past year and for championing the importance of parks for all New Yorkers. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to discuss the agency's executive budget for fiscal year 2025 and to provide an overview of our agency's mission to build and maintain a restorative and thriving park system. The arrival of warmer weather in the spring means that we're heading into our peak season, when our city's green and open spaces truly come alive, and more people get outdoors to take advantage of our amazing parks to lead happier, healthier lives. And we've been busy delivering results for all New Yorkers. However, we also know that our parks are utilized all year round, and we're ready. This spring, we were thrilled to celebrate the opening of the new Arvern East Nature Preserve and Welcome Center. This incredible 35-acre nature preserve hosts 5 different maritime to observe and appreciate these natural environments, including accessible connections to the Rockaway Beach and boardwalk. The new Welcome Center hosts a community meeting space, office space for our urban park rangers, crew headquarters for parks maintenance staff, and public restrooms. This new facility is fossil-free, heated and cooled by a closed-loop geothermal system, while a rooftop solar array generates power to supply the building and eventually provide additional energy to other residents in the neighborhood. The adjacent parking lot has been constructed with a permeable asphalt system and sustainability in our new climate reality. This formerly vacant, derelict space that was an eyesore for decades is now educational, green, and resilient open space to be enjoyed by the entire Rockaway community. Working with our sister agencies, we're also very excited to launch the Mayor's Office of Marine Debris Disposal and Vessel Surrendering to help keep the city's amazing waterfront safe and free from marine debris. This new office will protect our shoreline from floating risks and sunken hazards, benefiting people, flora, and fauna that rely on our healthy and clean waterfronts. To make sure our youngest neighbors get to enjoy summer to the fullest, we've been hard at work on reimagining and reviving various playgrounds across the 5 boroughs, recently reopening the playground at John J. Carty Park in Bay Ridge and Rainbow Playground in Sunset Park after full redesigns and reconstructions, as well as breaking ground on the reconstruction of Dongan Playground in Staten Island. These playground renovations represent millions of dollars of investment for the communities that rely on these public spaces, made possible with tremendous support from the City Council. Our agency's operations and citywide services staff are also making targeted repairs and improvements to other park facilities, such as installing diaper changing stations in more park restrooms so that families with young children have increased access to the amenities they need. I'm pleased to report that, in accordance with Local Law 56 of 2023, we've installed these new amenities in every park restroom where a changing station can feasibly be installed, several years in advance of the deadline. Of course, as the temperatures rise, we are gearing up for the opening of our public beaches this coming weekend. We're fortunate that we've been able to open all our pools and beaches in recent summers, unlike a lot of other cities across the country. And we're committed to doing that again this summer, despite a very challenging hiring environment. As we have shared with Council previously, we have worked tirelessly to find ways to recruit new potential lifeguards and encourage more lifeguards to return and help keep our beaches and pools safe for all New Yorkers to enjoy. Though it's premature to speculate about final staffing levels, we're extremely proud of our intense and focused effort to recruit and retain these vital members of the Parks team. At the preliminary budget hearing, we spoke about our Let's Green NYC initiative, which encourages New Yorkers to get out in their green spaces and help beautify them through service projects. Today, we're thrilled to announce that we officially surpassed our previous record, with over 500,000 New Yorkers participating since the initiative began in 2023. It's so rewarding to see that New Yorkers feel as passionate about our city's green spaces as we do. And we look forward to encouraging even more volunteers to get out and get involved as the initiative continues. Turning to the specific topic for this hearing, the fiscal year 2025 executive budget reflects the administration's ongoing commitment to fiscal responsibility amid the ongoing economic and fiscal challenges facing the city, while maintaining critical services for all New Yorkers and investing in a greener, healthier city. New York City Parks' fiscal year 2025 executive operating budget is $582.9 million. We're pleased to note that the agency did not have to implement an additional 5% reduction, as had been originally envisioned. The executive budget also reflects salary increases for our invaluable Parks employees, which were the result of the city's recent contract agreements with various unions, negotiated through collective bargaining. We know these are difficult economic times, and we're grateful to be able to support our critical existing staff so they can continue all the hard work they do every day. In closing, I want to thank Mayor Adams for granting me the incredible privilege of leading this agency and the opportunity to work with each of you to continue improving our parks and open spaces for all New Yorkers. Many of you are already familiar with our experienced, responsive borough commissioners and their district teams, who work alongside our central agency division staff to deliver for New Yorkers every day. We are always available to answer questions and address concerns from your offices, and are happy to hear your thoughts on any topic, whether it regards a local park in your district or a citywide agency policy. New York City Parks looks forward to continuing our close partnership with the Council to create a bright, green future with a more equitable, inclusive, and resilient park system. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. We would now be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner. We've also been joined by Council Members Brooks Powers, Ung, and Palladino. There were a number of proposals that the Council called for in our response to the PEG, such as the restorations of the second shift, headcount pegs, and a variety of parks programs. However, as I mentioned before, none of these were included in the executive budget. Has your agency had any discussions with OMB regarding the restorations of these programs?
Thank you, Councilmember Brennan, for the question. And yes, those discussions are ongoing, absolutely. As I said in my testimony, and as the mayor has said, these have been challenging economic times, and so difficult decisions had to be made. But yes, there are ongoing conversations, absolutely.
And for the unanointed, can you explain what the second shift is?
Yes, absolutely. So it's a new initiative that we developed last year that essentially places our workers in parks in a later afternoons shift and working over the weekend. So a shift that's Thursday through Monday. And so it affords the ability to have staff in the parks later in the afternoon when they're often busiest and be able to help us to maintain facilities such as our public restrooms.
And tell me, let's talk about staffing. What is the budgeted and actual headcount for Parks Department staff who cut grass?
Specifically for M&O, just bear with me. So our overall budgeted staffing is 4,101 employees. That's our FY25 preliminary budgeted staffing. But for M&O specifically, that number is 3,091.
And what's been the budgeted versus actual numbers for these positions since FY21? Or as far back as you have?
For specifically for M&O?
Yeah.
Just bear with me one sec. I'm not sure if we have that broken out specifically for M&O, but we can absolutely. Okay. But I have the overall staffing from FY21, but not specifically broken out by M&O, but we can certainly get that to you.
And obviously all these positions are vital, but wouldn't you say that M&O positions have more pegs to M&O positions have more of an exponential impact than other?
Thank you for the question, and M&O certainly makes up the bulk of our agency staffing, absolutely, and it is a testament to our focus on clean and safe parks.
Yeah. Which peg has had the greatest impact on operations for the department?
As I said in my testimony, given the difficult fiscal environment and financial environment, none of these are reductions or pegs that were taken lightly, and it was from having not a lot of choices. They're all difficult to make. There's no doubt, and pegs impact our agency across the board. Given what we just discussed, and that maintenance and operations makes up the largest part of our workforce, that likely has the greatest impact.
Okay, I want to talk about hiring. I know Parks, contends that there isn't a hiring freeze, but can you explain to me what the arrangement is right now for hiring? For every one person you lose, how does that work?
So while other agencies did have a replacement or allowed to hire 1 for 2, the Parks Department, in order to meet our budget pegs, we actually put forward an attrition peg. And so as people leave, we are not able to hire.
So I guess, isn't that technically a hiring freeze?
It does create an inability to hire if someone leaves.
Okay. I mean, we want to help. And have you spoken with OMB about that current arrangement?
Absolutely. There have been ongoing conversations, and those will continue.
Are there any positions that are exempt from that equation?
Yes. At present, it is PEP and capital that is exempt from that. And recreation.
Are there any positions that could have a more negative impact if they are not filled than other positions?
As stated in my testimony, difficult choices had to be made for sure, and the impacts are across the agency.
Okay, since adoption, there's been a decrease of $55.3 million in the parks budget. Can you walk us through a little bit more granularly through the major changes that have taken place to cause such a significant decrease?
Yes, absolutely. There were 2 pegs that were announced, one that was part of the November plan and one that was part of the January plan. And so as part of the November plan, we had first a 1-year delay in new needs, and we took vacancy savings and an attrition hiring reduction. Those 2 PEG reductions were $10.9 million and then $18.7 million respectively. And then in the January plan, we needed to eliminate those new needs, which was $10 million. We took down tree stump removal, $600,000, and then the attrition hiring reductions, created a savings of $8.6 million.
Did the department notice any decreases in service as a result of the PEG?
At this point, the answer is no. It is because it's attrition savings. There will be, as we move forward and we're not able to replace people, that's when you'll see the impacts more.
Okay, talking about capital budget for a bit, the FY25 executive budget message of the mayor mentions the continuation of full-time positions in the capital projects division for the design and destruction of hundreds of parks projects. How many full-time staff does that division employ for construction?
Just bear with me one moment. Do we have a number there? Thank you for the question, Councilmember Brand. And you can just say that. Yeah.
What are the titles? Well, I guess we got to swear you in if you're going to.
State your name, please.
Therese Braddock.
Thank you. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions?
I do.
Thank you.
Could you tell us what are the titles for those 440 people in that division?
The titles range from landscape architect, engineer, surveyors, construction project managers. There are a whole host of titles.
Okay, the FY25 Executive Capital Commitment Plan includes a decrease of 23.7% in FY26, which pushes projects funding into the out years. What's the cause for the roll into the out years?
Thank you for the question. Essentially, what we try to do is we properly forecast the funding into the individual fiscal year in which the funding is needed. There are not any cases where we push the money out into outer years where it is actually pausing a project or causing a project not to continue.
And why was funding specifically taken from FY26 and not 25 or 27?
Again, it is just a matter of forecasting based on when the funding is actually needed for the project to continue.
I've noticed the capital projects are moving much quicker than they have in the past, which is great, obviously. Why is that happening? What did we figure out?
Thank you. I'd like to record that statement. Exactly, for the record.
I mean, I'll say it all day.
I'm not sure that I've ever heard that. And at least
look, look, I've made it, when I got elected, I realized that most of the playgrounds and parks in my district hadn't been renovated since I was a kid. Yeah. So, I basically am doing just about every park and playground I'm trying to renovate, and I'm getting there. But I like to be able to tell my constituents that their kids won't be in Yale by the time the playground is finished. But it's certainly gotten better. And I'm trying to figure out if that's just I got lucky because you got a crew from a different place, or are we now basically about 11 to 12 months soup to nuts? Is that what we're at?
So the total time frame has definitely decreased. Thank you very much, Councilmember, for recognizing that. There are a lot of different reasons why that has started to happen, and recognizing that capital projects spanned over a series of years, it has taken us a while for you to actually feel those differences. A lot of that, this particular administration in particular, created a capital process reform task force immediately at the beginning of the administration, and collectively worked with all capital agencies to come up with some really good recommendations on how to shorten the time frame for capital projects. And the Parks Department in particular has employed, for a long time now, we worked collectively internally to come up with reforms to decrease those timelines. So a few examples for things like that is we're now starting to use a lot more pre-qualified lists, which shortens the time frame by 1 to 3 months to find a good qualified contractor. We're really focusing quite a bit on MWBEs, and in particular using the MWBE small purchase method, which that method just recently increased up to $1.5 million. We use that as a default for all of our projects, and that has helped us. We are working very closely with City Hall to better coordinate things with utility companies. That is also something that has kept our projects from moving forward when we can't get our utilities connected. But we're also working with each other, particularly just in general on permitting with our sister agencies, whether that be DEP or DOB, as we're working collectively and collaborating on how to shorten the time frame for everyone. So it's a combination of all of those things collectively that has helped us.
That's great. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Chair Krishnan, and we'll be back. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair Brannon. I just have some questions on different topics, and then we'll turn it over to our colleagues. Taking a step back for a second, looking at the parks budget overall, 2 years ago, we worked to ensure that we had the largest budget for our parks department in New York City's history. Instead of building on that, what we've seen every year are cuts since then that we've had to fight as a council to restore each and every time. Commissioner, my question for you, just to begin with, is if you had more resources for the Parks Department, whether it's 1%, as the mayor campaigned on, or even just a larger budget restoring what we achieved 2 years ago, if you had more resources for the Parks Department, how would you use them? What is your vision personally for the Parks Department?
Thank you, Chair Krishnan, for the question. And as I said in my testimony, first of all, the budget conversation is ongoing. We look forward to continuing to work with the mayor, OMB, and the council to shape the final FY25 budget as the process continues. Obviously, as a commissioner for an agency, I'd always welcome having more resources and additional staff. What we talked about earlier, the second shift has proven to be very effective. We know that we want to have people in our parks when they're most heavily utilized. That's in the afternoon, evenings, and on weekends. So that's why we developed the initiative when I came into the agency, and we've seen it's beneficial. But as I said, it's across the board. The cuts impact across the board. So absolutely, things like second shift are important. More resources for all that we do, for greening, for tree planting, are all really important. And we have an incredibly dedicated, hardworking staff at the Parks Department that we are so proud every day of the work that they do. And so it's just supporting them in their roles is really important.
So I'm hearing collectively more funding for maintenance, for keeping our parks clean, for caring for our trees, planting more trees, all to do with maintenance of parks and green spaces, which I agree is very important. What, in your opinion, what is the staffing of the Parks Department? What is the head count that you would need to be able to ensure that all of the parks are cleaned with second shifts, that the trees and forestry division has the resources they need? In your ideal picture, what would be the head count that you would need for the Parks Department?
Thank you, Councilmember, for the question. And as I said, we talked about what our budgeted head count is today. There is no doubt, as I said, as a leader of the agency, having more staffing would be beneficial in order to be able to just do more in every park across the 5 boroughs.
But can you give me a number as to what you think would be an adequate level of staffing for the Parks Department in terms of headcount?
It's really difficult to say what would be optimal. Just that, obviously more resources would allow us to get more work done.
Got it. Okay. What is the current budgeted headcount for the Parks Department? And that's for the new fiscal year, correct?
Exactly, yes.
So 4,100 budgeted. What is the actual head count on the books that you have right now for the Parks Department?
It's about 4,500 employees.
4,500. So between what you currently have in actuality versus what the mayor has proposed for the next fiscal year, I'm seeing there's a 400 person reduction, 400 position reduction in the Parks Department budget. Is that correct?
That is the attrition peg, and so as people leave, we will get closer to that head count.
That was my next question. So in addition to a reduction by 400 positions, you also are facing a hiring freeze, and that's exactly what it is, and we'll say that, where you're not able to hire as people leave and there are vacancies created. You are not going to be able to hire to fill those vacancies, correct?
Absolutely. That's the attrition peg.
Got it. Do you feel that a Parks Department headcount of 4,100 is adequate to fully staff all operations of the department?
As I said, and thank you for the question, Council Member,
there are difficult decisions that needed to be made, and we have an incredibly hardworking and dedicated staff. They are doing as much as they can. They're doing what they can with the resources that they have.
So looking at the numbers here, a 400 person reduction, but the main issue that we're always hearing about, and I think all the council members can attest to this, would be the need to clean our parks, the trash overflowing in our parks, bathrooms that need to be cleaned even much more often, and overgrown trees, whether on the streets or in the parks, that need to be maintained. And as hard as your workers are working to keep up with the need, you're telling me that in the proposal right now, there's a 400-person reduction in headcount to address those current needs and to address the larger vision that you have for the Parks Department, which is also, again, maintenance and cleanliness. Do I have that right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. My next question is looking at the second shift program that we spoke about. What is the cost and necessary headcount needed to have a second shift at every park in the city?
So our second shift program that we implemented, council member, included 240 positions, and the cost was $13.8 million.
13.8 million, that would be the cost it would take to have a second shift at every park?
Restore this, no, that's to restore the existing second shift that was 100 hotspots across the city.
Okay, so let's break it down for a second, but I think the restoration for what would it cost to have a second shift at every park in the city?
So essentially, the reason for the second shift and that we break it out by hotspots is we identify those difficult areas, really busy areas in each park where there's active barbecuing, where there's a lot of activity happening throughout the day. And so we identified the 100 hotspots. In order to expand that, we would look at, we'd have to do an analysis of where are the additional spaces like that have active barbecuing, that are heavily utilized at certain hours of the day. So that would be based on further analysis, and then we could come back to you with that.
Okay. Do you have, I guess to ask another way, do you have a cost per park for second shift?
We do not have a cost per park for second shift, no.
If you could get me that information, that'd be very, very helpful. Wouldn't you agree that especially in the summer months, the second shift program would be important to have for our parks across the city?
There's no doubt that we saw that it was beneficial, yes.
And wouldn't you agree that every park could benefit from having a second shift of cleaning from Thursday to Sunday in its most heavily used times?
In the most heavily used parks, absolutely. There are some passive areas, natural areas that don't have that same level of activity, that we don't actually want or encourage. Things like barbecuing, it's not allowed, but absolutely in those busy areas, it is helpful.
Okay. If you get me that information, that'd be helpful on what the cost would be. Could you provide the 5 parks with the greatest cost in terms of second shift services they receive, or the top 5 high-neediest parks in the city that are part of the second shift program?
I don't know if we have it broken down by high need. We don't have that in front of us, but we can absolutely get that to you.
Okay, that'd be helpful. Moving on now, the mayor in his 2025 executive budget message for the city includes an expense budget highlight for the Parks Department. And that highlight says, and I'm quoting, quote, maintaining the city's parks, playgrounds, infrastructure, and safety equipment while ensuring acceptable ratings for the cleanliness and overall condition of parks. In your opinion, are there any highlights in this expense budget that you can point to that would help achieve that goal? Because to me, it doesn't seem like it's just a highlight. It seems like a necessary part of the role of the Parks Department. Can you point to anything in this expense budget that would help to maintain the city's parks, playgrounds, and safety equipment while ensuring acceptable ratings of cleanliness? Do we have any increases to any maintenance and operations to do that?
Thank you for the question, and I would highlight, the POP programming is coming over to the Parks Department. We will now be controlling that. That program will now be administered by Parks, which we feel like will be beneficial to us as an agency and also to the cleaning and maintenance of our parks.
POP program. That was also cut in the first budget in the fall, correct?
Correct.
That had to be restored?
Correct, yes.
Got it. Okay. My next question is the only new needs that I'm seeing in the expense budget, as I mentioned before, is to hire an exterminator team of 5 employees in Brooklyn, 3 exterminators to support staff. That's the only new expense I'm seeing in the budget, correct? The new increase?
Correct.
Do you feel that a team of 5 exterminators for the borough of Brooklyn can help address the mayor's highlight of keeping parks well maintained and clean across our city?
Thank you, Councilmember, for the question. We will be relying on our existing staff to make sure we're meeting our core mission. We also have a fully funded seasonal program that we are presently hiring for. We'll have 3,000 seasonal workers that will come in to help buttress our staff in the summer months. So that will absolutely be helpful in terms of meeting our core mission.
Do you even feel that 5 exterminators in Brooklyn will help address the needs for rodent extermination across the borough of Brooklyn?
It will be additive for addressing the needs, absolutely.
My final few questions before turning over to my colleagues are the lifeguards, because putting aside all of the other cuts that we're seeing to the Parks Department, reduction in headcount, and all these other things to concerns that we share about unclean parks and bathrooms in our city during summer months, we're facing a lifeguard crisis. How many lifeguards does it take to fully staff our beaches across New York City?
Historically, and thank you for the question, Councilmember, we've said between 12 and 1,400 lifeguards to fully staff.
And what is Parks projecting to have in terms of staff for lifeguards this summer?
We are, due to a lot of really hard work from our first Deputy Commissioner and her team, we're projecting to be similar, if not too slightly above where we were last season.
Which is
There's been
what?
an incredible amount of recruitment that has gone on, close to 900 lifeguards.
900. I thank you, Commissioner, and First Deputy Commissioner. I know the work that you all are doing to aggressively recruit lifeguards, but what I'm seeing here is a number that is about 70%, 60% or so of where we need to be, the same as last year. I think the same or maybe a bit better than the year before, but we're stagnating at a time when the overall need for lifeguards across the city is much higher and isn't being met. Do you think more resources for the Parks Department would help ensure that we have lifeguards to hire?
Thank you, Councilmember, for the question. And as I said earlier, we're really proud of the work and the recruitment that has gone on. And facing a lifeguard shortage, it's happened in municipalities across the city, and we're really proud of the fact that versus other cities, we've actually been able to open all of our pools and beaches, and we anticipate we will do that again this year. It's more of a hiring challenge, and despite all of the good work, there's been a significant change in just the workforce. But we're doing all we can to address that, including, as I said, when I was here last time, we were really pleased to negotiate a new salary for the lifeguards, up to $22 an hour, making us competitive with the state level. There's also a $1,000 retention bonus for those returning. So there's been a good deal done to both incentivize returning lifeguards, bring in new ones, and Commissioner Rodriguez-Rosa has worked really hard on making it so it's as easy as possible to train for, to be ready for passing the qualifying tests, taking the training, making more sites available. So extensive amount of work that has been done so that we are seeing increases, especially in the area of new recruits, which is what we need. But we are dealing with a national crisis and just a very different and challenging hiring environment, particularly for this group of workers.
Understood. Well, when was the last lifeguard? Are you testing actively right now for lifeguards, or when was the last test for lifeguards administered, the qualifying test?
So the work that we do starts in early December, almost right as soon as the lifeguard season ends. The certification, which is the first thing that has to happen, starts in December and runs through end of March. And we actually increased the number of qualifying tests by 42% in the last year. We went from 47 to 67 different qualifying tests. We offered those tests in more sites across the city to make it very available.
But wasn't the last qualifying test in February?
Yep, it was.
So has the Parks Department given any consideration in early March.
Early March.
Has the Parks Department given any consideration to expanding its testing into later months? Because it seems to me, especially if you're hiring students in college, high school, as they firm up what they want to do over the summer, it will take past February and early March. And it seems to me that the Parks Department should be doing, in every way possible, all it can to maximize opportunities available for lifeguards and for hiring. Has the Parks Department given thought to offering testing beyond February and to later months into the spring, into later spring?
Yes, absolutely. And I'll let my first deputy jump in here. Just want to offer the reminder that the reason why we have to get the certification done early is we have to allow a good amount of time for training. This is a very difficult test to pass. It's a 16-week training program. So in order to have lifeguards ready to go for this week, which we need, and for when our pools open in late June, we have to make sure there's enough time for training. But the first deputy has worked to implement a program where we could do a faster training process that she'll discuss.
Yes, so it's wonderful. I mean, what we tried to do in terms of the qualifiers, and the reason why we have it from December 2nd to March 1st is actually the opportunity for these students or college students that come in for the holidays and things like that to come and test and qualify, to be able to give them an opportunity to be able to come to the classes. And as the commissioner mentioned, you know, it's a very stringent, we do use the Red Cross manual, but it's also implemented during the curriculum that we have. And it's a very intense curriculum. I mean, we're talking about the city of New York does have the 14 miles of beaches. So we want to make sure that these particular lifeguards are ready to be able to exercise their job out at our beaches and pools. So 16 weeks does give them, as the commissioner mentioned, give them the opportunity to be able to condition. So even though we extended the instead of 35 seconds to 45 seconds for the qualifiers, they still have to be able to be consistent, because now when you have the qualifiers and you also have to train, and at the end of it all, you have to do the CPR test, and then you have to do an exam, and then you have to do an extensive exam to be able to retrieve something in the water as if it was a person. So it is quite complicated. We're looking at many ways, and as the commissioner, this administration has allowed us to be able to do, is to be able to do some modifications to be able to allow more people to qualify for the lifeguard training program. Oh, so when we talk about the accelerated aspect of it, we tried something last year, we're trying something else this year, where we're inviting some of the individuals that did qualify during those 3 months to be able to come and now do more of an accelerated portion of it, to be able to come back, so that hopefully it'll generate hopefully another 30 potentially lifeguards.
Well, I would say I look forward to more conversations with you all to find ways to expand qualifying testing beyond February. There are a lot of swim groups across the city who are ready to help in this effort, who have people they've trained as well who would definitely participate in later tests, and I think it's a good idea. And I hope that we can continue to work towards that goal. It does strike me that to do so, you'll need more staffing and resources to bring people back to do that training, right?
Yes.
And to me, that seems yet another reason to be increasing the parks budget than decreasing it, especially if lifeguards is a topic that Mayor Adams has spoken on, some quite shockingly, in my opinion. If he really wants to solve the lifeguard crisis, perhaps these are constructive ways to start. Thank you so much, Chair Brannan, and I'll turn it back to you.
Okay, we've been joined by Council Members Narcisse and Holden. We're going to start questions with Councilmember Williams, followed by Nurse.
Thank you. Hello, Commissioner. The question that I have is around park rangers. So in fiscal 2025 preliminary budget response, the council called on the administration to include a restoration of $11.2 million for 50 urban park rangers, forestry, and natural areas maintenance, tree stump removal, and the Green Thumb program. Have you had any conversations with the administration regarding the restoration of those funds?
Thank you, Councilmember Williams, for the question. And absolutely, as I said earlier, these conversations are ongoing. We so appreciate the council's support with these one-shot funding for our urban park rangers, for forest restoration, all elements of the Parks Department that are so important. And so we are absolutely in ongoing conversations with the administration regarding this funding.
And if the funding is not restored, do you have a sense on what the impacts will be for the forestry and natural areas divisions? Natural areas, excuse me.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, if the funding is not restored, we would do what we could to keep people's lines engaged, keep people on board through seasonal hiring, that type of thing. And we'd work hard to be able to continue to move forward that program.
And the tree pruning list, is it still behind?
So we conduct tree pruning. We have a block pruning program where we prune trees on a 7-year cycle. That is industry standard. And then individual tree pruning, we do that. We have in-house teams that help us with that. We have people who go out.
No, I was told there was a backlog on the tree pruning list. I just want to get on the record whether or not there's still a backlog, because we're talking about funding for this program and the inability for you all to actually properly prune. I just want to make sure that's on the record that there's still a backlog.
Thank you, Councilmember, for the question. And yes, we had some challenges with in the last year. Working hard to get caught up on.
Thank you. Just one more question. Can you, so it's a local question, can you give us an update on the Roy Wilkins funding for the reconstruction of the capital projects, both for the new community center and the existing center with the pool and locker rooms? What is the timeline from start to finish, including design and construction? And has OMB issued the certificates to proceed? Because we saw that the funding was pushed back. We see that it kind of moved up, but wondering status, because these are active projects. DDC came to the community, so people are looking forward to these projects. So just wanted to know if OMB has allowed you all to move forward both on the new community center and the existing work that we allocated some of the $90 million to.
Thank you, Councilmember, for the question, and brought Commissioner Braddock up to address more specifically. I was just on the phone with the DDC Commissioner this morning talking about Roy Wilkins. It's proceeding apace. It's in design, moving actively forward for that new center. And I know there's been conversations with the community and with all of you on it. And so we're really pleased. And the funding and the work on the existing center is also in design and is moving forward. They are not paused. They are actively moving forward.
Okay. I don't know if you had anything else to add, Deputy Commissioner.
No, nothing else to add except that I look forward to our site visit, our upcoming site visit.
Thank you. Me too. Thank you.
And I know you had a conversation with Commissioner Braddock recently on these
yes,
projects, which we were
very
happy to
helpful.
do. Good.
We have to get DEP together, though, but it's another conversation. Thank you, chairs.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Nurse, followed by Brooks Powers.
Thank you, chairs. Just wanted to thank you, Commissioner, for the follow-up from the March hearing. I was really excited to see a potential long-term infrastructure fix for the park behind Bushwick campus. So thank you very much for that. I just have a few questions. I mean, trees and sidewalks is a huge thing. It's a big constituent complaint. I've had a lot of folks come to my office, their sidewalk is busted up and they get tons of fines. Can you, just for the record, state so that I can share this with my constituents, when a tree damages the sidewalk and they take care of it, who can they send the bill to?
Turned it off. Thank you, Councilmember Nurse. I know you did a site visit with Borough Commissioner Marr recently to look at your issue that you raised at the last council hearing, and we appreciate your support on addressing that. I know it's an issue with a fence line and gate, so thank you for that. As far as trees and sidewalks, we do have a tree and sidewalk program, and it is not, a homeowner should not be fined if it is a situation where the tree is impacting the sidewalk and raising it. So they should not be assessing fines if that's the case, if it's due to the tree, and they can put forward an application for our trees and sidewalks program for us to address it.
And so if the wait time is very, very long, and they go ahead and take care of it, how do they get compensated for that work? That would ideally be on the city, or is supposed to be on the city.
Yes, absolutely, and they can file a claim with the comptroller for that.
Okay, because a lot of folks say their claims are being denied. Okay. Which is a big issue, and it's several people. So I'd like to follow up with you directly on that, because people are spending a lot of their own money.
Absolutely, we can follow up on that.
And I just one is a local issue. Just wanted to check if Highland Park would be included in the hot spots for your summer program. But just want to double check if that will be the case this summer.
Yes, absolutely. That would be a hotspot site, and it would have that same, yes.
Okay, great. And my last question is related to the Portland Loo. We get one. We're like the only one in Brooklyn. I'm so excited to have that here. What is the cost of that program or installation? And then how long are you all going to do kind of an evaluation to see if this is something to move forward with?
Thank you, Councilmember, for raising. We're excited about the Portland Loo as well. There's going to be one in each borough. They're $1 million each, and we're excited about the one in Brooklyn as well. And then it is just one of many different innovative solutions that we're piloting, that the Capital Division has been piloting to address both cost and timeliness of public restrooms, so that we can deliver them quicker and for less dollars. And so the Portland Loo is one. We're looking at trailers. We're looking at modular installations. So we'll be assessing all of those different new innovations to see how they function in a New York City park.
And how long will that evaluation period take place?
Yeah, we'd usually put something in place like that for an evaluation over the course of a year.
Okay. Very excited for it, and thanks for putting it in my district. I'm looking forward to the results. Thank you so much, chairs.
Okay, questions from Councilmember Brooks Powers, followed by Brewer.
Thank you, chairs, and hello, Commissioner, and to the Parks team that is here. Thank you for your testimony today. I know we've been seeing a lot of each other lately with a lot of recent announcements. Just a few brief questions. One, obviously you all know how strongly I feel about the newly stood up office in terms of marine debris that came as a result of legislation sponsored by Councilmember Ariola and myself. I just want to have an idea in this budget if you feel that sufficient funds have been designated for this office, particularly to have the removal of the barge that is in Jamaica Bay within my district that we have tirelessly been trying to have removed, and also wanting to know what the projected timeline is for that. As I mentioned before, there is a lot of debris around that barge, including potentially oil spilling into the Jamaica Bay, which is now a major hazard. And so it's been a lot of finger pointing in terms of who truly has jurisdiction, whether it's the federal government, the state, or the city. But similarly to when homeowners or other New Yorkers are not fulfilling things that create a safety risk, the city steps in and then goes back for reimbursement. And now that we have this office, I think that it's ideal for the Parks Department to be able to remove this vessel. And so wanting to understand, one, is there sufficient funding right now in this budget, recognizing that we're all aware of this problem? Has the Parks Department requested sufficient funding and guidance to have this removed, what that looks like, and what the timeline is for removal? Also, I'm glad that my colleague, Chair Krishnan, brought up lifeguards. As you know, that's critical, literally in my district. And just wanting to know, he already asked in terms of the status of it, but is there anything that the parks is doing in terms of recruiting former lifeguards or trying to kind of think outside of the box to shore up the coverage that we have on the parks? And my last question is around sidewalk repair, which Councilmember Nurse touched on, so clearly it's an issue for many districts. We've submitted a number of requests in terms of like the sidewalk repair because the tree branches often raising the sidewalk, creating safety concerns. I've sent videos to the Parks Department where people walking by have literally fallen on them, only to be told that it couldn't be removed. How is the parks working to address that more quickly, as opposed to waiting for an entire year at a minimum to have situations like this addressed? And when is the last time that the standards were updated? Because I know there's like a metric that forestry goes by in terms of what is eligible for removal. And so what maybe 10 years ago may not have been a safety concern now has become one. But I am thankful for the work and the progress we have done in Rockaway. I know there's a tree that's supposed to be taken out this year, which we got on the list last year, but there are several other conditions like that. And I know in talking to my colleagues, we often have very similar issues. So maybe it's time that the Parks Department look at the standards and the metrics in which it's using to have these addressed. And thank you in advance.
Thank you, Council Member, for your questions. First off, the marine debris removal, we're really thrilled about that new office, and I have to give a heads off to the First Deputy Commissioner and Nate Grove from
who is
that division.
amazing, but yes, go ahead.
Have done an incredible job getting that up and running. I will state that it was really primarily set up for recreational vessels. And so I know there's been a lot of discussion, a lot of back and forth on the barge. It really, the size and scale of it is outside of this program, in that the funding that it requires is much more than what is in this program.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, just to interrupt really quickly, just to explain the spirit of the bill had that vessel in mind. So as a co-prime sponsor on that, I just want to clarify on the record that the spirit of the bill was to include the barge removal as well.
Got it. Okay. Thank you for that clarification and appreciate it. The division has $1 million in funding, and so right now we don't have the money in place in that budget to be able to address the vessel, the barge. But I know we're looking at grant funding. We've been in conversations with the Army Corps of Engineers to try and specifically be able to address that.
Do we have a dollar amount yet that it costs for it?
No, unfortunately not.
So
yet.
what steps has Parks, because we've been talking about the barge for 3 years now, so what steps have Parks Department taken to address it?
First Deputy's going to jump in.
So when it comes to these barges, as you know, are could be a football field in length, and I mean they're huge and they're very deep. It takes quite an extensive amount of work to be able to try to remove these kinds of barges. So right now, in the spirit, and you're correct, Council Member, the spirit of we're trying to remove all kinds of debris, whether they're recreational vessels or a barge, but we have to look at the the impact and the large and the magnitude of these barges are just huge. So we want to make sure that we're very clear in terms of what is required to be able to remove this. So we're looking at agencies such as the Army Corps of Engineers and other institutions that have done similar removals to be able to obtain what's the dollar amount that it would take, what is the process that it would take to be able to remove it. So we are committed as an agency to be able to try to address this particular aspect of the barges. But right now we're dealing with the many recreational vessels that are throughout the city.
And I could appreciate that. I would be curious to know if any plays as huge of a safety dynamic as this one, again, considering the oil in the Jamaica Bay, and how the Jamaica Bay in itself and the water streams and what those impacts to the local community can be, especially predominantly a Black and brown community and environmental justice community. So, you know, it's really hard to hear that in 3 years we don't even have a cost for it to say, well, let's go half on it or what have you. So making it makes me feel like it's not a priority, unfortunately, for the Parks Department. We've had significant calls led by, at sometimes Senator Sanders' office, sometimes Congressman Meek's office. We've had meetings ad nauseum with all levels of government, heard a lot of finger pointing, but I haven't seen anything tangible. And then when we move this bill forward, it's with the hopes that we can finally get something resolved here, and I still don't hear the will to get it done. But what it is doing is continuing to diminish the quality of Jamaica Bay. It's also diminishing the quality of life for the residents that live in the surrounding blocks where this barge is located. And when we have weather events, it shifts and moves, as you know, to different properties. And we don't know how that could down the line impact someone, because if it was to hurt someone, we're on record a few years now on this barge. So I think it needs to be treated with the severity that it presents to us. And I think that it needs to be prioritized more within this budget to make sure that it gets resolved in this fiscal year.
Thank you, Councilmember, and we absolutely agree with you in terms of the importance and the severity of the situation. For us, it was a huge step forward to get the office set up and to hire the folks that are needed to get this in place. We're thrilled that we now have that, and we now have a team that can be dedicated to it. And that, you know, we just launched the creation of that office a couple of months ago with you, and that's an important step forward, and we'll continue to work with Army Corps, work with requisite other entities in order to be able to speed this. We know it's an important priority.
And I hear you, and I just want to emphasize the type of community, because I know our announcement was done in Minority Whip Ina Vernikov's district, right? And while I'm not familiar with the makeup of her district, but I'm sure it has a lot more resources than Rockaway and attention that Rockaway is getting. And so while I want to see all of the waterways cleaned up, I don't want Rockaway to be forgotten.
Absolutely.
When you have 2 Rockaway elected officials that push this bill forward, and to be overlooked and not prioritized is not okay.
Absolutely, and I can assure you that that is not the case, and that we are working closely on it. As I said, we've hired the folks, we have people in place, and a team in place to be able to address it, absolutely. And then to go on to your other question, so lifeguards, you asked about what we're doing to expand recruitment, and that's an area where the first deputy and our team have worked extensively. We added more tests in more locations in all boroughs. We work with DOE. We had testing at our rec centers, at DOE schools. We had an extensive marketing and outreach campaign. They attended PSAL gatherings and swim meets. And so really did all we could to expand recruitment opportunities. We also allowed people coming in for a test, they could provide a letter from a doctor in place of taking the eye exam there. So a whole lot of different elements that we looked at in order to
have more people be able to come in and qualify and test, and we saw the difference. We have increased the number of recruits from last year, and we're looking at continuing to think of ways that we can augment our process to bring in more people. And then in terms of the sidewalk repair, as we discussed earlier, we do look regularly at, standards and assess standards for sidewalk repair. As I said earlier, the Trees and Sidewalks program and should not face fines for those if there are repairs that are needed. And the last part of your question, but we're
about the standards.
We're absolutely aware of and concerned about hazards and sidewalk hazards. That's why we work closely with our sister agencies like DOT to be addressing these as we can.
And also the sidewalk claims are being denied, so that's why I was emphasizing maybe revisiting. So I just want to underscore that piece, because they are clearly safety issues when we're seeing people fall.
And they're being denied by the comptroller's office?
They're being denied by, I would imagine it's through the forestry, because it goes in through 311, and then they're being told that it's being denied when they're requesting for parks to come and address the tree.
To clarify, Councilmember, those are requests to be included into the tree and sidewalk program, and it is possible, if I understand correctly, that's separate and apart from whether an individual seeks to advance the repairs themselves and then seek restitution by filing a claim against the city with the comptroller.
Right, so let me clarify. No, I'm familiar with the two, and no, they are not working to do it themselves. They are looking for the city to address the situation.
Right, so
in most instances, these are seniors.
Oh, for sure, and it may be, and that's all, as the commissioner noted, that's sort of done on a case-by-case basis, and if the level of severity of damage is high enough, that's when it's included in the program. There are many cases where a request where the severity, and it's all relative, because you have a universe of sites and finite funding, so a certain number of meet that metric, and others unfortunately don't.
And my staff just also added that the comptroller has also been denying. So in those instances, what happens there?
Sorry, say again?
In the instance with the comptroller denying, what happens in that regard?
Yeah, I don't believe we can speak to the comptroller's processes or decision making.
Okay. Well, thank you for that.
Thank you. Next is Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you very much. And I really want to thank Tricia Zamora and Steve Simon from the Manhattan office, and also thank you for soldiers and sailors. All right, so lifeguards. I'm still focused on the lifeguards. So I know you said 900. So are they the ones who are certified and ready to be deployed at the beaches? And was that the certified number last year? Because I know you said it was about the same. So I just wanted to understand, was it 900? Also, are there still lifeguards enrolled in lifeguard school? And if so, how does that compare to last year? And do they train with the fire and police? Because I think they sometimes do respond to the same kinds of crises that the lifeguards do. That's lifeguards. Tree budget, I want to know. We work hard to try to put money in for our trees, street trees. What's the budget? And then the borough presidents ran around and said they're going to do 1 million trees. I haven't seen any of those trees. So I'm just wondering, what's the budget for the trees, and how does it compare to what else I'm hearing? On the bathrooms, I appreciate that you're trying to come up with some new ideas. We have in Riverside Park Dinosaur put money in for the renovation of the park, but it's $11 million to renovate the bathrooms, which of course we don't have. So citywide, what is your projected, even though you don't have the money, how many bathrooms need to be fixed up, and what's that number? On garbage, I didn't know how many garbage trucks Parks has, and how often is the trash picked up. I often hear that it's not picked up on the weekends, which of course is great for the rats. So is it 7 days a week, all year long? What's the status with the pickup of the trash? And then 79th Street Boat Basin, what's the status with the dredging? And then, of course, thank you for the boathouse, because it went down in size, and I think actually people are happy. That's amazing. Also, I want liverboards to come back to the boat basin. Those are my questions.
Okay,
Thank you, council member, for the questions. So I'm going to start with lifeguards and probably hand it over to the first deputy commissioner. 900 is the number from last year. Right now, we do very much. We have 3 training classes going on, so we don't have a final number. We have both training classes happening and then lifeguards coming in to recertify. So we are still very much in the process, but as I said, we did well with recruitment. We are we have more lifeguards in training than we have in past years, so we are very much hoping that we will get to and surpass the number from last
Do
year.
you know how many in the training classes, even though they may not all make it? Do you have some sense of how many? How many?
So we have currently, last year we had 375 that actually were in the class. This year, we actually have 561 that are actually going into the training classes, which is really a wonderful increase. We also had added another class because we only had 2 training classes last year. This year, we were able to add a 3rd class that actually the Department of Education allowed us to be able to use for Hamilton High School to be able to do that. So we continue to increase and to try to provide the standards necessary and to try to provide locations that this can happen. So we're very excited about these opportunities, and we continue to try to engage and do that. And we also get about 70% of the returning of the lifeguards that come to us are 70% from last year, from the previous year. So that's the average of what we've been seeing.
So 70% of 900 plus 561 is sort of what you're
hopefully 561.
or whatever, some percentage of 561
Yeah, we'll
and
see.
70% of the 900.
Yeah.
You still
So
need
we-
more,
right.
but that's good beginning. I
Yes.
hear you.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay,
So-
trees.
Yes,
It
thank
take-
you.
It takes forever to plant a tree, too. God damn.
Yes. So in terms of, we have baseline $10 million in mayoral planting, in mayoral funding.
Per year.
Yes, that's baseline. But we have a total of $44 million in mayoral funding for tree planting in FY24, and an additional $7.85 million. We are really pleased with the fact that we have been planting record number of trees. Last year it was over 14,000 trees, and we're expecting to meet or exceed that number this year. So we are well on our way. This is more tree planting than we've done since FY17. So we're planting more trees, and we'll continue to do so.
Okay, and that includes whatever the borough president's $1 million trees. I think they're just counting your trees.
Yes, I would imagine that number. Oh, do you mean what the borough president's announced? Like
Yes,
the million-
I didn't see any tree. I just heard an
No,
announcement.
that was just an announcement. There was not funding.
Thank you.
Yes. And then in terms of bathrooms, as I
Yes.
said earlier, our capital division has done a whole lot of work in developing new innovations to make so that the bathroom renovations and new buildings are proceed more quickly and at lower cost. We talked about the Portland Loo. We talked about in Staten Island, we just put a new modular.
But those were
restroom.
that's where you don't have a bathroom, right? But I think in many cases, you've got a Riverside Park and other parks that are landmarked, and they need to keep their current bathrooms, I would assume. So how are we handling that? Do we have a list of like all the bathroom problems that you have?
I don't at present.
Not now, but
yes.
can you get it? Can you get it to us?
Absolutely, we can get you a
So what happens when you have $11 million worth of bathrooms? Like it's a very small building.
So you do mean that you have a bathroom that is $11 million
Yes,
to
yes.
renovate?
Yes.
Yes. So I'm sure there's a variety of reasons for that, where the sewer line is, the connections, the pipe, the RPZ that's required, the age.
Right. But what I'm trying to say is, I know this seems like maybe low on the totem pole, but bathrooms are really important. And I don't know what your vision is. I know you have capital challenges for the bathrooms.
Yes, absolutely.
If it's $11 million, it's $11 million. You can't do much about it.
No, we absolutely agree with you, and the bathrooms are really important. And as the overseer of over 1,600 bathrooms across the city, we take that responsibility very seriously. And that's why we've worked hard to be able to develop new innovations, to be able to add more and add more quickly, add more in tight spaces where otherwise we couldn't.
And the capital team has done a great deal of work in looking at ways that we can both speed the creation of new ones and bring down costs and timeline for renovations. The specific bathroom that you mentioned is that what
Dinosaur Park, Dinosaur Playground, Riverside Park, $11 million.
Okay, that, sorry, council member, that's not really ringing a bell, but we promised to look into that, and we'll get back to you.
But there are
on
people in the audience who know all about it.
that. Okay.
Thank you.
We did also just want to say, because we're doing, as the commissioner said, there are a lot of bathrooms in construction right now. We have 31 reconstructions in the pipeline at a dollar value of $73 million, and we have 20 brand new bathrooms in the pipeline.
Okay.
With about a similar price tag. So we've got quite a lot of bathrooms.
Okay,
running through the
unfortunately, you need a lot more if you got 1,600.
Yes, we do.
We have 1,600 existing, and then this is an additional almost 50.
That's great. But you have to fix up the ones that you have. That's the problem.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yep.
so I'd love to see a list at some point as to what has to be fixed up. New is great, but fixed up. And then boat basin and garbage.
Yes. So your question regarding garbage trucks was how many do we have?
How many do you have, and then just how many times are they deployed, or whatever it is? Because it's my understanding that the garbage is not picked up every day, and of course you know what happens.
Yes, absolutely. I'm going to hand that question over to our Deputy Commissioner Mark Folk.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. There we go. Thank you for the question. We have over 100 vehicles. I will get you the exact number, 100 packers in 2 different sizes. We also, when needed, use our pickup trucks to pick up bag trash if it's on a route or at a place where we can't get a packer to. During our peak season, which generally runs late April through middle of October, we service our heavily used sites 7 days a week. So we have staff working 7 days, and we have packers out running 7 days a week picking up. That doesn't mean we pick up at every site. If it's a small triangle that may have 1 trash can at it that's not an active busy site, those will be maintained less than every day. But our busy sites, our big parks, our playgrounds, certainly our pools, our spray showers are maintained. Trash is picked up 7 days a week from late April through the middle of October.
And then the other times of the year, it's less often. It could be depending on what?
During the winter months when we have shorter daylight and less use, we have less trash, and so we go from a 7-day-a-week operation to a 5-day-a-week operation.
Okay, I have to say, I understand, but I'm just letting you know in my neighborhood, because you still have a lot of people out, they don't seem to stop. That's weekends are usually the ones where they're not picked up, 5 days a week, meaning Monday to Friday. With no more snow and climate change, and it ain't gonna be cold anymore. So I'm just pointing out that that 5-day may be a problem.
Certainly, if there's specific sites you'd like us to look at, we certainly
Riverside Park.
Well, we know Riverside well, yes,
Okay.
thank you.
I need to have more trash pickup. And my boat basin and my liverboards.
Yes, so in terms of the 79th Street Boat Basin, as you know, there's $90 million in mayoral funding.
Yep.
That it has been allocated for full dredging and reconstruction of the marina.
Yep.
That will happen, the dredging will happen concurrent with the reconstruction, and that is anticipated for a 2027 reopening.
Okay. And liverboards will be allowed? I have 52. I only have 9 people there, but I want 52 liverboards.
That is a question we'll have to get back to you on. I'm not exactly positive, but happy to get back to you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, let's go to the Bronx with Councilmember Sanchez.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chairs, and good afternoon to the Parks Department. Hey, Commissioner Rodriguez, Deputy Commissioner Rodriguez. To me, she will always be the commissioner because she was the Bronx commissioner first. Whoa. We've had her for longer. So I just wanted to start off by thanking the staff for their responsiveness. Commissioner Aponte in the Bronx and Matt, thank you for answering my texts at all kinds of hours. I just really appreciate you all. So I'm going to ask my questions in a list, as do many of the members, in the interest of time, and see what we can get to. So the first is we're excited that St. James is opening. The Recreation Center, which was closed during Hurricane Ida in fall of 2021, is reopening, but we haven't gotten a firm timeline. Can you update us on the reopening date? Second, I know that Chair Brannon, in his line of questioning, was remarking on the department's improvements in capital projects, but I just want to, highlight frustration at the Fort 4 playground and the Comfort Station construction that is happening there, and a couple questions in connection to that. One, it has a very large footprint. The construction site has a very large footprint. Are there steps that the crews take to minimize that, especially over time as work is completed? Because we have line of sight issues, parents who have kids of multiple ages can't watch their kids, so just what is the department's sort of policies on that? Second, one of the questions that Matt and Commissioner Aponte answered me within hours about was that my toddler was playing at one of our parks, and I caught him about to lick his hand, and it was full of paint. It was just full of paint from the play equipment. So the question is, how often is the play equipment inspected for peeling paint? I know there's no lead hazards, at least we hope, I believe, but it's very concerning to see that. I won't hark too much on the sidewalk repair contract since 3 of my colleagues have already asked about it, but just to say that, this is a concern as well, and we know that the Bronx went for several years without a master contract for sidewalk repair. So if you could share what is the backlog of sidewalk repair work or demand, right, the need by borough or district, that would be helpful. Lastly, let me try to shorten this. The statement that advertising for seasonal jobs would be helpful to have in multiple languages, not just in English, and I'm sure in many communities. And my last question is on syringe litter. We have several higher needs districts in the Bronx that are that have individuals struggling with addiction. So can you just share how Parks approaches servicing parks that have a lot of syringe litter, and what would you need to be able to meet the demand at all these centers? Thank you, chairs. Thank you, Parks.
Thank you, Council Member, for your questions, and we'll go through them. In terms of St. James, we agree it's very exciting, and it will be reopening in June. I don't have an exact date, but we will get that for you. In terms of our capital projects, you mentioned, we do try very hard, especially it's a playground, to limit the size of the construction fencing we put up and to limit the footprint. We realize that these are important spaces, but getting the construction done in a timely manner is also really critical, so we're always trying to balance that. The need to get the work done with making sure there are sight lines, making sure that they're safe. If there's an individual project that you want us to look at, we do have, of course, our resident engineers, people on the ground. We can look at a specific site for sure. And then as far as paint on the play equipment, I'm so sorry to hear that. And one sense, we are trying to keep up and make sure that we are painting and keeping our sites in good order, especially at this time of the year. We're trying to get them ready for the busy season. But in terms of inspecting for peeling paint, lead, that's done on a monthly basis. We are very, very proactive in looking at inspecting and making sure that our playgrounds are safe for kids. In terms of backlog of sidewalk repair by borough. That's something that I don't have at hand, but happy to follow up with you and give you that specifically. We do advertise in multiple languages. All of our postings are in multiple languages. We've had a great deal of success with our seasonal hiring this year. It's been terrific. We're using QR codes. We're trying to get as much information out there to people as possible. They're good jobs, great way to start a career with the Parks Department, so we want to make them as accessible as possible, including having our council members help us distribute information. So we do try and get that out when we're hiring, when we're looking for lifeguards, when we're hiring for seasonal, so would love to send you the flyers and have you help us distribute that information. We know it's really, really important, and we're looking for great people to join parks. We are very focused on syringe litter. It's something that we monitor regularly. Our PEP officers are deployed in specific areas to make sure we're addressing issues of syringe litter. Marty, do you want to talk specifically? I know we work with some other groups too about.
We'll just swear you in.
Oh, so sorry, yes.
Sorry, state your name, please.
Margaret Nelson.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and to respond honestly to council member questions?
I do.
Thank you.
As the commissioner said, we are tracking syringe litter, so every time a syringe is picked up by our staff, it is going into an application, and we are tracking that, so we have data by park on what we're seeing on a monthly basis. And we do use, we use that information, as our commissioner said, to look at PEP deployment in terms of trying to provide some increased security presence. But I would defer to our Commissioner Folk in terms of staffing for the syringe litter pickup. Again, we do have kiosks that we install in certain parks, with the idea being that any syringe that is put in a kiosk is one syringe that our staff don't have to pick up off the ground. But I know our staff, does a tremendous work across all the boroughs in terms of trying to get to syringe litter as it falls down or is put on the ground. So.
I would just add that all staff in areas where we've had hotspots for syringe litter, which have historically been the South Bronx, Northern Manhattan, and some other select places around the city, all the staff that maintain those parks have been trained with bloodborne pathogen training, and they're outfitted with the highest standard of PPE, gloves, and equipment. So basically, any M&O staff can deal with a discarded syringe. It's not a specific type of staff member, it's not a specific number, it's any M&O staff is trained with bloodborne pathogen training.
Got it. Thank you. That's really helpful. So, Commissioner, just to take you up on the offer at Fort 4, if we could shrink that further, it looks like they're nearing to the end of the construction of the comfort station. That would be really helpful for the families there. We haven't, my office has requested certain flyers in Spanish and we haven't received them. So I'll be following up with you all to make sure we can be good partners in getting District 14 folks up there. And that is it. Thank you so much. Actually, one last point at St. James Park. I think a kiosk would be helpful there. I think I've started the conversation with Commissioner Aponte in the Bronx, but just want to make sure to mention it here. Thank you so much.
And I also just wanted to add, which I think the Commissioner was alluding to, we also work very closely with our partners, Department of Health, who funds syringe service providers who are doing outreach in our parks to people who might be using drugs in our parks. So we have very close working relationships with them as well and meet with them on a regular basis.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Hanks, followed by Osei.
Thank you, chairs. Good afternoon. I also want to thank you for the significant capital project in Lopez Park in my district utilizing the modular construction. So I have two questions. One is general. In fiscal 2024, we did a cursory analysis of initiatives and what other boroughs had at least 12 to 18 park rangers per borough. Being from the borough of Parks, Staten Island, we only have 8. So is there a reason for this disparity? As my colleagues and I today fight to restore staffing levels, how is the Parks Department going to make sure that there is staff equity throughout all of the boroughs in the city of New York?
Thank you, Council Member, for the question. And it is something that we do look at and assess and do our best to equitably distribute the resources that we have, including rangers. And that's based on programming, that's based on activity in park, that's based on, just making sure that we can distribute them as evenly as possible across the boroughs.
Okay, thank you. I think we'll dig into that a little bit more on a personal level.
Absolutely.
One-on-one. So, okay. So in the City Council's fiscal preliminary 2025 budget response, we noted that the Parks and Recreation park maintenance needed to be restored to prior levels. The budget response also called on the administration to add $59.7 million. The executive plan does not include any additional funding for the council's priorities. And so I say that to say that we have repeatedly called for the dredging of Allison Pond Park, which is a vital link to flood resilience in the North Shore runoff drainage plan. And because this dredging has not taken place, several flooding incidents have occurred in this year in Randall Manor and Livingston neighborhoods. What is the plan to dredge this important parkland and relieve my district of some of this persistent and consistent flood concern?
Thank you, Councilwoman, for the question, and we are very much focused on enhancing the resiliency of the city and utilizing green infrastructure initiatives, a number of opportunities to enhance the resiliency of the city. We're very much concerned about flooding. That's why we're planting as many trees as we can. That's why we're very focused on our wetlands mitigation and wetlands management framework. The dredging at that particular location, I don't think I have a specific timeline on, but happy to address that offline.
We'll also, I don't know if you have anything to add to that. You looked very like you had something to say.
No, not at all.
Just that we'll get back to you
exactly.
for sure on it.
So one more question. So I kind of wanted to also go back to Councilmember Nurse's comment about the planting of trees because you want to do this flood resilience. And what's happening in Staten Island is that we're planting them on residential blocks. And once they're planted and the roots begin to grow and they break up the sidewalk, then the city of New York gives a parting gift of a bill that my constituents, and I would imagine my colleagues may have the same concern, but how can we ask, or how can a constituent or homeowner ask for a tree that they know that they're going to care for, as opposed to it being there and not really understanding what their financial responsibilities will be once the tree grows and prospers and breaks up the concrete in which they have to pay for?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember, for the question. And we've done a number of things and made a number of enhancements to our tree planting protocols over the last few years. We're planting a great variety of trees, over 100 different species, and we're looking at things like how it's going to impact, how the roots are going to impact underground, the sidewalk. So really trying to plant the right trees for the right location to minimize impact. We're also expanding the tree bed that we're planting in, so that gives the roots more room to grow and creates less impact on the sidewalk. So there's a number of things we've implemented on the forestry side to help smooth that process so people will welcome the trees and understand their importance in terms of enhancing the resiliency of the city without causing the negative impacts.
Thank you. And so that's the bottom, but the top, now we wanted to talk about clean energy and solar panels, and the trees create shade. So that's the second big issue, which is, they're investing in solar energy, and the trees are covering, and now during certain times of the month, or the year, it's just become one of those things that we're not really understanding sometimes what we're asking for. Of course, we want more trees, we want clean energy, but these things often collide in a way that when we talk about urban planning and the public realm, that we should be taking that into consideration for better planning. Thank you.
Councilmember Osei, followed by Carr.
Hi, Commissioner. Good afternoon. Nice to see you. I do have a couple questions, some budget related, some constituent service related. I do want to start with the tennis courts at Jackie Robinson Playground, as we've spoken about before. Yes. Coach Francis, who I know you are aware of, is a beloved tennis instructor in my district who championed the renovations of those courts. Yet due to the city's current concession process, she did lose her concession to use the courts to someone outside of our district, and now has difficulty finding time to use these courts to teach necessary lessons for a lot of our youth. youth who want to learn how to play tennis. In your words, can you describe the concession process, please?
Yes, absolutely, Councilmember, and thank you for the question. And I know you and I have spoken a couple times about this. Our concession process is a very public, open process. We list what is available. This is for tennis professionals to bid on certain courts across the city. And so it's we follow the city's public rules and regulations around bidding out public concession, and the coach that you mentioned won this in the very same process 5 years ago. So she entered into this same process, won the ability to give lessons on this same court 5 years ago. This year, we went through that. It's every 5 years we put this out to bid. This year, she went through that same process and did not win. And that process is essentially based on putting forward, what the fee for the courts, and it's a public process, and it's based on, the other bidders that are out there. And so she did not win the bid for this particular court. She did win the bid for another set of tennis courts in this same process this year. So as I said, I think the winning bidder is willing to have a discussion and talk about ways that they could continue to partner, but it is essentially with all of our concessions, it follows a very public, a very stated and highly regulated process.
So the concession goes to the highest bidder, correct?
Yep.
So the reason that Coach Francis was able to secure this bid 5 years ago in Bed-Stuy, it was a very different Bed-Stuy than it is now. Even the shape of the courts were in worse conditions 5 years ago, so many people didn't even want to be on those courts, but she did. She was able to rally a lot of support. They even painted the courts purple because of her advocacy, and they got the much needed love that they deserve. Is there anything that your office is doing, or you're doing under your time at Parks, where you're looking into how to make this process more fair, to include, legacy or grandfather in longtime community residents who do not have, $30,000 to $40,000 to spend on a concession, to allow them to continue doing the work that they've been doing in the community for some time?
As I said, Council Member, we do follow a very public process and very highly regulated process that that looks at just the specifics and is not subjective. It's just following a specific set of criteria. This is our concessions for our tennis professionals for individual courts is different than our wider public when we put out an RFP and a bid for a larger facility, and that does take into account things like past experience, legacy, those kind of things. But for individual courts, we don't typically do that. It is something that we can look at assessing, but this is essentially right now we're following a very specific citywide process.
Sure. So I would love to have some future discussions about reassessing that, but I do want to, push a little bit more, because while there may not be, a process where we could change the contracting process in this current form, I do know that the tennis courts at Fort Greene do not offer concessions, and I would love to know what the process is in making that happen at Jackie Robinson Playground.
I'm not understanding the question. Don't offer concessions?
So I believe at Fort Greene tennis courts, this process doesn't exist. I believe that the courts are a bit more open, allows for more access to as many people. I'm wondering how that process can be implemented at Jackie Robinson Playground tennis courts as well.
So essentially not having a designated coach that's set up for that location?
Yes.
It's something that we can look into, absolutely.
Okay. Would love to hear about what that looks like. Chair, can I ask a couple more questions in relations to?
Yeah.
Thank you so much. So I do want to speak about just staff and cleanliness at some of our parks. I know that there is a hiring freeze, as Chair Brennan has highlighted during this hearing. I wanted to ask how many times a day are park attendants cleaning up litter in my district, in the 36th?
I'm going to throw that over to our Deputy Commissioner for Operations.
So every site in the agency is assigned what's called a service level agreement, an SLA. Heavily used sites are maintained 5 to 7 times a week. Medium used sites are 3 to 5 times a week. Minimally used sites are 1 to 3 times a week. So I don't know how many of each of those types are within your district, but we could get you that information.
So I definitely would love to see some numbers on Herbert Von King Park, Brower Park, and Jackie Robinson Playground, as well as Raymond Bush Playground. How many attendants are in a park to do enforcement? Is there, a specific number of park employees that go to these specific parks, or is it just whoever has time?
Sorry, is the question regarding PEP officers, park enforcement, or maintenance and operations?
PEP.
So PEP is deployed across the boroughs. There isn't a set number designated to specific parks. Normally, we allocate PEP staff and PEP resources as available across the 5 boroughs.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have. Thank you so much.
All right, questions from Councilmember Carr, followed by Ressler.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioner. Always great to see you. I want to thank you and your team and everyone in borough operations for all the work that you do in our parks. Really appreciated. I want to talk a little bit about the maintenance levels in terms of staffing, because when you're blessed with such ample amount of playgrounds and parkland as I am on both sides of the bridge in my district, when that staffing cut happens, you feel it, right? Very, very really. I want to start with PEP, like my colleague was just asking about. How many PEP officers are stationed in Brooklyn, in the Southwest Brooklyn right now, and Staten Island? And when was the last PEP class? And when are you expecting the next one to be called?
Thank you, Councilmember, for the question. So our staffing in Brooklyn is 59 PEP officers, baseline for Brooklyn, and in Staten Island, it's 37. We have an academy class, help me out here, Margaret, that is just finishing, I believe. They just finished. So we have an academy class that just finished, and we're looking at starting another one shortly.
Okay. In terms of maintenance and operation, we have 2 concessionaires, 2 major concessionaires in our district, La Tourette and Diker Beach Park. What are we doing, particularly as you're looking at maybe doing more with less, how we can get our concessionaires to live up to the concession agreements and the operational and maintenance obligations they have, because I hear a lot of complaints, particularly about Diker Beach Park and what the concessionaire should be doing and isn't. I will say La Tourette has had steady improvement even before the turnover in concessionaires, and that continues to be the case, so that's great news. And then the last set of questions I want to ask about is tree and sidewalk. My colleagues are absolutely correct to be frustrated with the rate of denial from the comptroller, because it is zero. It has always been zero, always will be zero. Matt and I did a lot of work on this when I worked for my predecessor, Minority Leader Matteo. So I'd love for us to reimburse the folks who have the money to front those expenses, and that's a conversation to have down the road. But I would love to know what you're looking to do in the coming fiscal year for those that you are going to do. What level of rating are you looking to do in terms of Staten Island and Brooklyn and other boroughs? And what would you need in order to do more? Like how many square miles of sidewalk? What's the dollar ratio, so that we know as a council, if we get you X dollars more, that means Y more sidewalks repaired?
Thank you, Councilmember, for the question. First off, in terms of the concessionaires, I'm glad to hear about La Tourette and that you're seeing an improvement there. As you know, we recently just we bid all of those contracts. And Diker Beach included. And so part of that's a 20-year agreement, and we'll be looking very closely at their ongoing operations and making sure that they are doing what they need to do to keep up the facilities. Absolutely. I'm glad to hear that's happening at La Tourette, and Diker will make sure we stay on top of that as well. Our concessionaires provide a valuable service, as you know, and do contribute to the livelihood of the park, and we want to make sure that they are living up to their contract and doing what they need to do. So that's something that our Revenue and Concessions Division is very much on top of, and will continue to be, and especially we'll take a look at Diker and make sure that is the case. Then in terms of trees and sidewalks, with our current level of funding, we can address sites rated 85 and above. Was there a follow-up?
Well, just, I guess, what would you need to sort of improve that? What would it take you to get you to 80? What would it take you to get you to 75, 70? You know, that's...
So actually, you actually raised this at the last hearing, and we provided your office. Sorry, just a couple days ago, we were able to pull that together. I actually don't have a printout of it, but we did share it with your office a day or two ago. I apologize. We did have that. We did actually give it to your office. So I think I just need to circle back on. We gave you a breakdown of what it would look like at 75 or above, 70 and above, and so on and so forth.
Thank you. Okay, I hadn't heard that, but that's great. And I think 85 is a really high number, and that's not going to get you much of a dent in the backlog that you have. So thank you. Thank you, chairs.
Councilmember Ressler, followed by Palladino.
Great. Thank you, Chairs Brannon and Krishnan. Really appreciate your advocacy, especially for our parks. It's good to see you, Commissioner and team. Thank you all for your hard work. I am impressed by how much the Parks Department does with such little resources. And many of us on the dais today, when we ran for office, committed to supporting 1% for parks. I think there's a gentleman across the hall with a corner office who did the same. But of course, the mayor has slashed the parks budget. Unfortunately, the cuts that we're talking about today are the worst cuts yet. And so while there are a lot of good things that I could highlight that are happening in District 33, and I'm appreciative of your team's partnership with us, and we're finally going to see Anchorage Plaza turned into a park space under the Brooklyn Bridge. We just celebrated the completion of the Cadman Plaza North Oval, which was great. We've seen improvements at Taffy Playground, in Bed-Stuy, Sarah J. Tompkins in Williamsburg, and I'm really excited to work with you on Columbus Park, which I hope we're going to be chatting about soon, and McCarran Asphalt Lot. There are good things happening, but I am profoundly concerned about what we are about to witness in the conditions of our parks. As Chair Brandon, I thought, artfully asked earlier, we're looking at a staffing reduction from about 4,500 to about 4,100. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
So that's about a 9% cut in the parks budget. There's hiring freeze that would be in place until 2026?
Yes, until the end of 2026.
So I'm just going to ask a few questions, and you can help me just to make sure I understand it, because I think it's helpful for my constituents to understand what the impacts of these cuts would be. So that means we would anticipate 9% fewer groundskeepers between now and 2026.
Thank you, Councilmember, for the question. And the impacts are agency-wide. The reductions are agency-wide, so it would not necessarily be a specific 9% reduction in groundskeepers.
But approximately, that's the goal across the board, right? So groundskeepers, maintenance staff, folks who clean the bathrooms, gardeners, folks in our rec centers,
right.
All of them, we would, on average, see a 9% cut across the board. Not the rec centers?
Not the rec center.
And not the lifeguards?
Not lifeguards. Those are seasonal and they are funded, yes.
But for all the other positions we mentioned, it would be approximately a 9% across the board cut. But of course, when you have a blunt instrument like a hiring freeze, you don't actually get to determine. So if we see a greater departure from the agency amongst groundskeepers, then we just have to do more with less, or try our best to maintain conditions to the best we can in our parks, or clean fewer bathrooms. Is that right? You don't have any control. It's whoever leaves, and we have no ability to replace them.
That is correct. Our PEG that we took in order to meet the necessary fiscal challenges was an attrition PEG, so we're not able to hire as people leave.
I was asked by a reporter earlier today, would this have a similar impact in all neighborhoods in New York City? And, I said, it would have an impact in every single neighborhood in New York City, but it's especially hard on low and moderate income New Yorkers, whose parks are our front yards and our backyards, our lungs, our places for joy, our places for sports, our places to gather. And this budget that the mayor has proposed would create significantly deteriorated conditions in our parks. And at a time when we have such significant surpluses, I just can't fathom why anyone would want to slash the Parks Department's budget. I think it's a absolutely wrong decision, and I'm appreciative of the leadership of this council, especially Chair Krishnan and Speaker Adams and Chair Brannon, for helping us to fight to restore these cuts, because they are absolutely dead wrong. Could I ask a favor? Mercedes asked me to read her questions. Is that okay? Okay. So I'm going to read questions from Councilmember Narcisse.
Okay.
They are from her. The proposed budget cuts could lead to the elimination of up to 700 jobs related to parks maintenance and upkeep. What support will be provided to the workers who will lose their jobs due to these cuts? Are there any plans to shift these employees to other agencies who are understaffed?
Thank you, Councilmember, for the question. And so just to be clear, there are no layoffs anticipated with these cuts. The reduction in staffing will happen through attrition.
In light of my previous concerns about the prevalence, her previous concerns, sorry, just to clarify, about the prevalence of rats in Canarsie Park, can you provide an update on the amount of rats in city parks, and how do you feel those numbers will be adversely affected by proposed cuts?
Thank you for the question. We work very closely with on rat mitigation, and it's been a huge focus of this administration. Our team attends regular monthly meetings looking at all aspects of rat mitigation, from number of burrows, collapsed burrows, to how we're addressing rats across the city. It's a very, very active part of our work, and in collaboration with the administration.
But how many exterminators does the Parks Department have on staff?
How many exterminators on staff?
Across the agency, across all 5 boroughs, we're currently funded for 18 positions, plus the 3 more we just got for Brooklyn. So for the council members' questions about Canarsie, they would be addressed by the additional exterminators.
And those 18 positions are filled?
Those positions we're just getting in the FY25 budget, so they're not filled yet.
How many do we currently have?
How many exterminators?
Exterminator positions.
We have 18 across
18 that are filled is what I meant. I apologize.
18 that are filled across,
and you'll be adding
across all
3
5
more.
boroughs.
Okay. Not a lot, but okay. We should have more. And then she asked me to say thank you to the commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner. And as well to her team. That I really appreciate your commitment to make our parks better for all of us. And a shout out to Marty Marr. Thank you so much. And then just lastly, on a local issue, the conditions in Star Spangled Playground in Bed-Stuy are horrifically bad. This is a turf that has rivets in it that are bigger than me. I mean, I'm not that big, but still. This was something that Liam Kavanaugh got funding for, and it's been a few years since he's worked in the Parks Department, and we still haven't actually seen the project done. Parks has promised me it's going to happen this summer, but frankly, I've been promised that it was going to happen before. It would be really great if you guys could follow up with a crisp timeline, because I'm worried about, I think it's a safety issue for people who are out there, and it's a green space that is relied on. It's one of the lowest income portions of my district. People really need that park space, and we hope we can get it fixed up soon. Thank you very much.
Absolutely, yes. We will look into it. Thank you.
Councilmember Palladino.
Good afternoon. How's everybody? Good?
Good.
Good. I have simple little things I want to mention. First, I want to advocate for my parks, that we get to keep the people who have been there now for over 20 years. We'll talk offline about that. These are people who give their blood, sweat, and tears to the same parks for decades. That's the first thing. The second thing I want to say is our capital projects. Now, we all know we get tied up in all the bureaucracy and the red tape and how we have to do this. I was wondering, just a shortcut, is there any way possible that per district we could actually interview and ask the local landscapers, tree pruners, and all of that, if we could actually get prices from those that are more local, rather than letting this out to other contractors who may not even live in the 5 boroughs. There's a lot of work that goes out to Long Island and up to Westchester, and these are people who live in the area. And I think it would be a really good idea, something maybe worth exploring, and at least seeing if they could get the proper licensing or whatever is required, so that we could really get a handle on what's going on. The tree pruning and all of that, my office does give you additional funding for that, so I'm very happy. Everybody here spoke about the sidewalks. We all know that story. But you're working on that. The biggest problem is that, as David said, as Carr said, is that they do not get, the controller does not come back. I mean, nobody's better than Evelyn. Like, she's like a dog with a bone. And I'm telling you, nobody's seeing any kind of money back after a gigantic layout of somewhere between $15,000 and $20,000, depending upon. Circling back to that, smarter tree planting, of course, was brilliant. I mean, finally, roots that will go down and not spread out. But in the older neighborhoods, these mighty oaks were planted, and so they will grow, and so they will destroy. So, okay, that's another thing. Community involvement. I just recently did a round about my neighborhood, and I put a video out on my Facebook page asking for certain flagpoles to get painted by licensed painters to volunteer their time. Memorial Day is coming, and my phone has not stopped ringing. So the more you put out there to your constituents, you know, plant it and it will grow, build it and they will come. And I said, let's just do it. Nally and I did it, and they're coming around. So I really strongly believe in the community involvement. One more moment. As far as the lifeguard shortage goes, we've talked about, this is so redundant. Everybody's got to face fact here. Nobody wants to be a lifeguard. It's just the way it is. You're not getting people because they don't want to do it. And we've talked about this jokingly. Years ago, it was a status for a young guy or young girl to become a lifeguard. I don't know why. Maybe they're more interested in using this. But enough is enough with that. You know, face facts, and that's what they need to do, is that get your young people shaken up. Stop giving them what they need. Tell them they got to go out and earn a living and become a lifeguard's an awesome way. Also, the training that's involved. You said 16 weeks. Well, if anybody knows, if you're going out into the ocean, it's not just jumping off, you know, like this isn't Baywatch. These guys have to take the canoes. They got to go out. They got to paddle against. It's so intense. So it's rough. It really is. The other thing is, I do have young people who are interested. They are college age and a little bit older. They're looking for summer jobs. The problem with that is where they need to go train is a great distance away from their house. That's one. The other thing is that some are certified, but they need to get recertified. It seems to be a bit complicated. So if you guys will reach out to my office, or we shall reach out to you. Another suggestion is the student is at St. John's and or will be graduating St. John's. If we start to hit our college campuses up, this is something, like I said, you know, the yin and the yang of it, and there is work involved. So to be a pool lifeguard is one thing, and to be a beach lifeguard is apples and oranges. So I think that's all I want to say, and thank you for the trees that you planted last year in my district. I'm looking for some more. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just one follow-up on the lifeguards. Before you had mentioned the approximately 900 number. Is that a projection, or is that 900 ready to go right now?
No, that is the number we had last year, council member.
Okay.
And what I said was last year we reached close to 900, and we're projecting or hoping to be at least at that this year.
Okay, and the official starting date is what? This weekend, Memorial Day?
So our beach is open this weekend for Memorial Day, and then our pool's open at the end of June when school gets out.
Okay. But if beaches were to open tomorrow, how many lifeguards would we have?
Right now, we have about 230 who are in place.
It's about 230 that we'll have, and we have to spread them around throughout all the beaches in the city. So what we try to do is, of course, the heavy impacted areas, that's where we assign them first, because they will continue to be recertified. There's many people that are still coming in to be recertified throughout the month of May and June to be able, and as they come in, we keep on assigning them, you know, to open up more areas.
Okay.
And just want to clarify, Councilmember, this is aligned with the usual process. The number was similar last year.
Got it.
We were about at that same number. And at the People come in to recertify, returning lifeguards come in to recertify throughout the end of May and into early June.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Chair Christian.
Sure. Councilman Paladino had a question. Why don't you go ahead?
I have a question. What if we were to supply our parks with the proper equipment so that they can of course, we're not talking many acres. I'm talking about, for my district, we got Bound Park, we've got Francis Lewis Park, Crocheron is gigantic. But if we go with our smaller parks and we supplied the parkies or those that are qualified to drive, and we give them the mower, the ride-on, we give them the blowers, we give them the edging, everything they need, are we allowed to do that?
We do have council members who have donated equipment, I believe, in the past that can be used by our workers, yes.
Because when we're in a crunch like we're in, we got to cut that pie up. We got to figure out different ways to do things. And I think making a park more self-reliant and training those that are there to work the equipment, and perhaps they could go to more than one park if need be. I think that may be one solution to purchasing the equipment, teaching them how to fish, and they eat forever, right? So I think if we were to do something like that, that would certainly help our situation where our parks go. Just a thought.
Yep, thank you.
Okay.
Be careful where you fish, but yeah. And I would just note, we're not actually in a crunch. We've got the money we need to make these restorations, so we just need to get it done. Chair Christian.
Thank you, Chair Brennan. Just a couple follow-up questions. One in particular is, how many lifeguards are needed to staff our beaches specifically?
We can get you that number, council member, but it's about, I would gather that it would be about 300, 400, because we need to talk about being able to spread them around to Coney Island, Staten Island, Brighton Beach, and Rockaways, of course.
Right, so 1,200 to 1,400 is overall, right?
Yes,
for pools and
overall,
beaches.
absolutely,
And
and it would include the pools, those would.
Right, and the beaches and pools, and for lifeguards, for the beaches, sorry, hopefully you can get us that number. So what's the, I mean, Memorial Day is around the corner, so what's the plan? Presumably, we don't have the staffing to fully staff our beaches. So how are you all planning to operate? Which beaches are open and when? How is that going to work?
Our plan is to open all of the beaches, and just as we have done in prior years, council member, we will open bays as we have lifeguards available. So it means that we may not be able to open the entire stretch of beach, and it's very uncommon that happens given the 14 miles of beaches we have across the city. But what we do is we provide lifeguards at bays with as many lifeguards as we can. So we spread out in open areas as we have lifeguards to staff them.
Got it. I mean, I think, we should just be clear about it, that while the beaches will be open, or pools will be open, the fact is that the schedule will be affected and limited given the fact that we don't have enough lifeguards to fully staff all of them, right? I think it's just important to be clear about that because, yes, we can open them, but they're not functioning as they should be because we don't have enough lifeguards to make that happen, right?
Right, due to, yep, absolutely. What is a national lifeguard shortage? Absolutely. We are being impacted just like cities around the country with not having enough lifeguards, yep.
Right, but I also would add, with more resources, I do think you all could do more to both expand the hiring process, bring in more, create more opportunities. So I understand that it's a national issue, but I do think we're leaving some things on the table in terms of resources that we're devoting to this issue because of cuts to the parks budget. One other point I wanted to make on that was, I think Councilmember Palladino, I've raised this before at prior hearings, but I think there is one important point to note is I think it is worth, in addition to looking at expanding the testing past February, and I'm glad to hear there's movement on that. And I should say, stepping back, I do appreciate all that Parks is doing. I know you're doing more with less in the budget overall and on this issue. So I do know how hard you all are working. So this is in no way, and the numbers are encouraging to see the increase, but we're just not where we need to be. So I think, in addition to looking at expanding testing beyond February, maybe by condensing, having a more accelerated training, would help create more opportunities for high school, college students as they get closer to summer to apply. On top of that, I do think Councilmember Palladino's point about expanding testing sites is an important one too, because I know constituents in Jackson Heights that were assigned to the Fort Hamilton location, and it's just not workable. And of course, that's even worse in terms of a commute for constituents coming from Eastern Queens or other places too. And again, these are all just ways, understanding the dynamics at play, all different things parks can do to do all that it can to maximize opportunities for lifeguards.
Absolutely, and thank you for that, and we agree. And it was prior to the first deputy and I joining Parks, there was only training happening in Manhattan. So the fact we have expanded, we have moved out to the outer boroughs, we absolutely want to continue to do that, and we recognize the importance of it.
Are there any testing sites in Queens?
Not at this time, but we are looking to be able to hopefully increase instructors so that way we can have, as the commissioner said, to be able to host some other sites for training throughout the city.
Yes, and I think I would say that given especially Rockaway Beach in Queens, to having a testing site in Queens is crucial and should be the #1 priority. Of course, having more lifeguards to teach, as you mentioned, First Deputy Commissioner, requires more resources and funding to keep them on, correct? Okay. Sorry, I couldn't hear your answer for the record. Sorry. Yes. Is that a yes? Yes. Let me, and how many testing facilities are there overall? Sorry, last question on lifeguards. How many?
Two different things. There's testing facilities and there's training facilities.
Sorry.
The testing is where we initially have folks come in, and there were 67 of those across the city. And then in terms of training facilities, there are 4, is it?
No, we did 67 testing, and we had 17 locations, including DOE. Department of Education was an amazing, remarkable partner with us, and they continue to be a partner with us. So we have that. And currently we have 3 training facilities, 2 in Manhattan and 1 at Fort Hamilton, and those are the training facilities that we have now.
Okay, so look forward to working to continue to expand that significantly. These questions are from Councilmember Salamanca. His first question is, this was touched on before in terms of resources and the equitable allocation of resources. And looking at PEP officers, Councilmember Salamanca's question was, how come there are only 22 PEP officers who are active in the Bronx?
Can you have, one moment, I want to get those numbers by borough. Can you? Thank you. So to that question from the council member, so in the Bronx, they're staffed at 59 for PEP officers. What we look to do is staff equitably across the 5 boroughs and be able to deploy staff where they're needed. So in the Bronx, it's 59, in Brooklyn, it's 59, Manhattan is 59, Queens is 59. So we look to equitably distribute across the boroughs.
Okay, I think he had here 22 active PEP officers.
That could, there are additions and changes as people leave, as there's attrition, but their baseline staffing is for 59 PEP officers.
I would just add 59, 22. I mean, this is so under what we need as far as PEP officers go for our parks in the Bronx alone, but really across the city too. So, it's the impact of these cuts is pretty stunning. The other question that Councilmember Salamanca had was, how does Parks manage the dog runs where, sometimes they're friends of groups, but if there are communities that are underserved that don't have the ability to have friends of groups, what do Parks do in those situations to manage the dog runs?
So thank you, and a good question. We know that dog runs have become increasingly popular across the city. We do, if there is area or, that was looking for a dog run, we do ask that there is a group that can help maintain it. We're doing a whole lot of work on our side through both Partnerships for Parks, through our Let's Green initiative to help create and empower more Friends of groups. But that generally is the way that it works. In terms of a dog run, we need to have a Friends of group or a group to maintain it. And we will work hand in hand with a local community to help to create one, to help make introductions to other groups that have successfully done that. But there does need to be a group championing it on the ground.
I think those are both his questions, so thank you, and turn it back over to Chair Brannan.
Commissioner and your team, thank you very much. We look forward to working with you for passing a good budget that delivers for everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much.
Okay, we'll take a 10-minute break, and we're going to hear from the public, starting with public testimony for the Parks Department budget.
Good afternoon, everyone. If we could start making way to seats, we need everyone in a seat. We are going to resume momentarily. Once again, if you are here to testify and you have not filled out a witness slip, we need you to do so at the back table by the entrance. Even if you registered on Zoom or online, you need to still fill out a witness slip if you are in person. Thank you. Also, just a quick reminder, if you have an electronic device, a cell phone, please set it to silent. And any private conversations, please take outside of the chambers. Thank you.
Okay, we're now going to open up the hearing for public testimony. I want to remind members of the public this is a government proceeding and decorum shall be observed at all times. As such, members of the public shall remain silent unless you are testifying at the dais. Witness table is reserved for people who wish to testify. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Furthermore, members of the public may not present audio or video recordings as testimony, but you may submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant at Arms for inclusion in the official record. If you wish to speak at today's hearing and you're here in the chambers today, you got to make sure you fill out one of those appearance slips that are in the back desk, on the back desk with the Sergeant at Arms, and then wait to be recognized. Once you're recognized, you'll have 2 minutes to speak on either the Parks Department budget or the sanitation budget. If you have a written statement or any additional written testimony you want to submit for the record, just provide a copy of that testimony to one of the Sergeants at Arms who are present today in the chambers. You may also email written testimony if you don't have it prepared, and we'll accept that written testimony up to 72 hours after the conclusion of this hearing. Audio and video recordings will not be accepted, just written testimony. And you can email that to testimony@council.nyc.gov. We're now going to start with our first panel. Negin Farasad, Max Alexander Barton, Diley Ben, Ralph Baselice, Joe Pulio, okay, you want to start from the left? Just say your name and begin. Make sure your mic's on.
Max Barton.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, good afternoon. Once again, my name is Max Barton. I'm a construction worker and a union representative for Liuna Labor's local Union 1010 Pavers and Road Builders. We're 2,500 members strong who work in heavy highway, building trades, and parks in the construction industry. Myself and our membership thank Committee Parks Chair, Councilmember Christian, and for holding this hearing. And I'd like to thank our partners for the Playfair Parks Coalition, who have been tirelessly advocating for 1% of the city budget to be allocated to New York parks, a prior commitment made by this administration. The Playfair for Parks Coalition includes over 400 organizations from across the 5 boroughs, many of whom will testify today. Our parks are New York's backyard, our members' communities' backyards, and where the city slows down and lives in nature harmony. And just like everyone in this room today, our membership shares with you a deed for 635 million acres of public lands. This makes park and recreation funding a priority for local government service. The National Recreation and Park Association had a study in 2018 where 9 out of 10 Americans agree that parks and rec are important government service. And in 2023, the study showed again that 9 out of 10 Americans agree that parks and recreation is important government service. Americans love their parks. Myself, I'm an appointed member of the Queens Community Board 13, an active member in the Parks Committee there. During my time in this committee, we see the need for more maintenance workers for our parks and more funding allocation to the Parks Department to keep our parks beautifully kept and safe for all to use. As you have heard over and over again, more funding should be allocated to parks. Currently, project labor agreements in the City of New York exclude a substantial amount of capital project work performed by the New York City Department of Parks and Rec. We believe a simple study on the inclusion of site work to the New York City project labor agreement would yield tremendous savings. Site work includes field work, baseball fields, other playing fields, turf installation, as well as tree planting and landscaping. And we believe the cost of a feasibility study would be minimal versus the potential savings from coordinated work and other demonstrated savings provided by the existing city PLAs. In summary, it would greatly benefit New York City citywide project labor agreements to include site work.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Joe Puglia. I am president of Local 983. I represent the Urban Park Rangers, the Parks Enforcement Patrol Officers, the City Seasonal Aides, and the Associate Park Service workers. Okay, did I say it twice? We have a budget crisis. Okay, we have approximately 600 people that are in job jeopardy. We need the restoration of the $55 million, as we're all aware of. We are also down numbers with our parks enforcement, even though they're not affected by this directly, but they are a hard to recruit title. As soon as we get them, they leave. Why do they leave? Because of their background. They're all 24-hour peace officers. They go through background checks. They are employment ready for all other city agencies, and Ralph later will go into further detail on that. Our parks are going to be in bad shape. The summer is approaching. The pools, the beaches, the recreation centers are going to be in full use. We do not have the staffing to maintain it. And as we're all aware of in the news, crime is up in parks. People do not feel safe in their community parks. And it's disproportionate, unfortunately, by neighborhood parks, and it impacts people of color because they do not have the luxury like Central Park, which has its own precinct inside the park. People are going to be in a bad state of affairs once the weather gets warmer. We need to restore this funding. One way we can cure this once and for all is if we have 1% for parks, and that's something that was promised to us. Not only was it promised to us, but instead of giving it to us, they took away from us, okay? And the 2-for-1 hiring, when people leave, that only adds to it. We're in an extinction mode, okay? We appreciate all your efforts. We know a lot of it's not caused by you, and we appreciate all the efforts in the past. We need to get this resolved. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Good afternoon. My name is, good afternoon, Chair Brennan and Chair Shaker and fellow City Council members. My name is Dilsey Ben. I'm the president of Local 1505, DC 37, representing close to 1,000 city park workers, also known as CPWs, as well as seasonal workers who primarily work in the New York City Parks and Recreation Department in all 5 boroughs, performing cleanup and conducting maintenance in all city parks. Here we are again, another budget year is upon us, and we are doing the same budget dance. I was disappointed to hear that the administration did not restore any of the cuts to the parks and executive budget. I appear before you to ask the restoration of the 100 CPW lines that were funded by the City Council last year and referred to as a part of the city playfair lines. These 100 CPWs were essential, especially in parks, and have second shifts. Without these workers, the parks will be overrun with garbage and rats. This is a counter to the mayor's war on rats, on how to combat the rat war if you don't have the staff to clean up the garbage in the parks. In addition, these second shift workers were told that they were made permanent workers, but come to find out that that's not true. Furthermore, my members risk their own safety when they go back to lock up parks. They have been threatened, even assaulted by park goers who do not want to leave the park. My members are a lot of minority women who work alone. As the weather gets warmer, these dangerous scenarios will become more frequent. The parks need to be kept clean so thousands of New Yorkers, as well as visitors, can come and use our beautiful spaces. We need dedicated parks workers doing the work necessary to upkeep these spaces. I want to remind the city council members about the speaker, Adrienne Adams mentioned in her State of the City address. The speaker proposed to create a pipeline to permanent civil service jobs for seasonal workers. This will be a game changer and a lifeline for so many seasonal workers. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. We need the 1% refunded, and I'll be happy to answer any questions if you have any questions.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Nagin Farsad, representing the Friends of Tompkins Square Park in the East Village, and we're also a part of the Play Fair for Parks Coalition. And like most of us here, we're really concerned about the budget cuts because parks in New York City are so many things. I mean, I know I use my park between 1 and 35 times a week. And I know that for my family, like a lot of us in here, it's our backyard, it's our fun, it's our access to nature, it's where we build memories. I know I'm not the only one who, my daughter, for the very first time, went on a swing in Tompkins Square Park. My dog went to the dog park for the first time in Tompkins Square Park. And I don't mean to get too sentimental here, but my husband told me he loved me in a New York City park, Carl Schurz, for anyone who wants to know what the romantic vibes are there. Now, parks they're foundational for New Yorkers, and besides all of the three-dimensional city life that it gives us, it's also our first line of defense for the fight against climate change. And I know that sounds like really big, but it's absolutely the case. It's a lot for these parks to shoulder, with a limited budget. Keeping them green, growing the right plants means keeping the city cool and breathable, which will help us fight against a rapidly warming planet. We in Tompkins Square Park take our role as environmental stewards of the park very seriously, and it's so upsetting when we see those funds diminishing over time. So for all the New Yorkers out there, the parents, the kids, the athletes, the green thumbs, the future lovebirds, I beg of you to restore the park funding, and not only restore, but let's go above, and so we can have a clean, green, and resilient park system.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank you for hearing us today. My name is Ralph Basleys. I'm a vice president for Local 983. Joe Pulio more or less spoke about all the titles we covered. One thing I noticed is the city council's questions, majority, if not all of them, for Parks Administration cover just about every title Joe, myself, and the local handle. The park rangers, extensive background checks. They do enforcement. They also do free pop-up educational programs for the people of the city of New York. Our city seasonal aides are assigned to the tennis courts. They help keep them clean. They regulate who's playing on them. They're also assigned to the closed sections of beach where there are no lifeguards to make sure swimmers don't go in where they can't be rescued in the event of a drowning. Our APSWs, Associate Park Service workers, keep all these facilities clean. They operate the heavy-duty equipment, which is CDL is a condition of their employment, to operate beach rakes, payloaders. Joe and myself were at 3 of the 4 beaches, Midland Beach, Coney Island Beach, Rockaway Beach. Equipment's down. They have 1 beach rake at each location. They have 1 30-yard garbage container roll-off truck at Coney Island for the start of the season. That's like 1 busy day's worth of garbage. As Joe said, our urban park rangers, park enforcement, there's a very high attrition rate. You have to maintain a special patrolman throughout your entire condition of employment. I've been a sergeant for 20 years. The background checks are getting more and more involved, more and more extensive. You need a driver's license. As soon as they've been cleared, 2 or 3 years down the road, another city agency picks them up. We need to maintain them. Those numbers Parks gave, 59 per borough, those are beautiful day numbers where there's 59 park enforcement officers per borough. Those numbers are nowhere near that. Joe, myself, the local, we need at least 300 of them citywide. per borough, per park, per beach, per mini pool, per rec center. They're everywhere. I heard someone mention the tennis courts, Von King. We have park enforcement officers there. We have them in the rec centers. So we need more than 1%, but again, thank you all for hearing me, and everyone have a good day.
When was the last time you felt you had that level of headcount?
I'll put it to you this way. Joe can answer that. When I started in 2005, there was about 5 of us per borough. Go ahead, Joe, I'm sorry.
Okay, at our maximum back in the 90s, we were up as high as 400. Again, that doesn't even scratch the surface.
So in the 90s, you're at 400 per borough?
No, 400 total.
Total.
Yeah, I
Right,
mean,
sorry.
that was, I believe we may have gone up to maybe 450 at one peak. But the thing is, we don't even scratch the surface. In order for them to really be effective throughout the city, we would need thousands of them. Again, we're just going for the scrapings to keep it, going as is. And to do so, we would probably need 175 additions to what we have now. They leave at a rapid rate. They are pre-employment for all these other law enforcement agencies. We keep, in order to have it, we need to really beef up the numbers to keep people safe throughout the city.
And just for the record, what's the head count right now as of today?
Under 300.
Councilman Christian.
Thanks, Chair Brennan. Just wanted to say thank you, Joe, Dilsey, Ralph. We see you, we hear you, and your members. We know the work that you do to keep our parks clean, safe every day. And I've always said this, and I believe it strongly, that when we are talking about our parks budget and parks enforcement, we are fundamentally talking about supporting our workers, supporting members, DC 37, Laborers 1010, all the work that you all do. It is not unnoticed by this council, and it really animates our advocacy. So I just want to say, on behalf of all of us, thank you so much. We will keep fighting to get the resources that you all need, because we see it makes a difference. We see it in our parks. All our members see it too. All our colleagues see it. We're very, very grateful to you all. I just have 2 questions. One was, do you feel that you all have the resources you need now to keep the parks clean, to do your job? Do you feel the parks budget gives you what you need to do your job?
No way. No way do we have enough to do our jobs. You talked about the needle crew. Okay, in the Bronx, there's an epidemic of these needles. And we only have 2 needle crews. And there's not enough people to clean them up. We don't have enough people to clean up. On top of that, I have 12 people that are homeless right now that work for the city of New York. Okay? We don't have enough staffing. They're not getting enough people to even clean up, do the late lockup. And this second shift that they just took away, okay, and they told them they had permanent jobs, well, the people that did the lockup. So now they were here during the winter, and now the summer's coming, when everybody's coming out into the playgrounds, and they have no one to lock up. If they take these lines end on June 30th. So who's gonna lock up the parks? You have the gangs out there. You have people out there barbecuing. You have the kids out there in the parks. At night, we have to lock up in order to clean up during the day. Take a walk on 143rd Street in Lenox Avenue see Jackie Robinson Park or one of these parks after the 4th of July or either after a holiday and see what it looks like. It looks like a battle zone. It takes them almost half the day just to clean that. Okay, we don't have enough staff now. And they talking about taking these lines. Every year we come back in here and we lose more and more and more every year. It's not enough staff now. There's no way in the world there's enough staff to do this job. No way.
Yeah, I agree. We're severely understaffed, and we do need, to bring our numbers up to do the job that we love to do.
Thank you. No further questions.
Councilmember Holden.
So you're all understaffed, and certainly a hiring freeze does not help that situation. So maybe you can give us an idea of the starting salaries, let's say, Joe, for PEP. What is the starting?
Okay, we just went through contract negotiations, so they got a little boost up. But currently, to become a parks enforcement officer, we're talking about in the $50,000 range, yeah.
50,000. What about in your titles?
I've been here 33 years, and I just got the 50,000 last year.
Yeah, that's unbelievable.
Okay, figure if you
living in New York City, by the way. Yeah.
Yes, and you figure let's do it. If you pay $2,000 a month rent, that's $24,000, and you got the government taking another 25%. My people ain't got lunch money.
All right.
Okay, it's insane, but they come to work and they do this every day. But I got 12 homeless people that work for the city of New York. That's a problem.
And I could just imagine closing parks, by the way, because we used to have volunteers, and we had to tell the volunteers it's too dangerous now to a point to try to close a park when there's people in it, and you're saying it's a curfew, we got to close the park, and we had situations.
I've sat down to dinner with Shaker and showed them pictures of the bathroom during COVID when they had this epidemic. My people were out there working. And we were overflowed with the bathrooms, the vehicles, the garbage. We just need help. We need help. And I can't even express upon you even more. You've seen the pictures. I've shared that we have a lot of equipment that doesn't work. They're not giving us anything. Now they talking about cutting us more. My people are out there, and they wonder why this job, people don't want to stay here. Because they don't pay them enough to do what we do. But my people still coming to work every day and do this, but we don't have enough to do it with. We need help.
Right.
Yeah, I just want to add, during COVID, we were all listed as essential employees, and we went from that status, from essential to disposable, in this current budget.
That's
which
right.
is really appalling, because most of our members, even the lowest paid, the city seasonal aides and the CPWs, like she said, we all complied with the restrictions, we all got our shots, and, and we were rewarded by these cuts. It's really...
We had 8 people that died during COVID out there working. And then they come back and they cut our lines. It's crazy. It's just insane the way this works. And then every year we're back in here fighting for the same thing. But like I said, we need some help, and I'm hoping that maybe we can change things.
And we'd like to thank all of you too, because
Yes,
we're arguing
thanks
to
for
the wrong panel, really, because you guys have always been supportive. We just want
Always.
But thank you all. Thank you, chairs.
Thank you all very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for testimony and your work.
Okay, next panel is Mohammed Atta, Karina Kaufman Gutierrez, Veronica Escamilla, Miguel Vitrella, Carla Rodriguez, Mohammed Biswas, and Vicente Vertemilla. Sorry, I can't read the handwriting.
See the red? Yeah.
Okay, who wants to start?
হ্যালো, আমার নাম মোহাম্মদ বিশ্বাস। আমি জ্যাকসন হাইটসে একজন সাধারণ পণ্য বিক্রেতা। আমি বেশিরভাগ ধর্মীয় জিনিসপত্র যেমন প্রার্থনার ম্যাট, কোরআন, হিজাব, টুপি ইত্যাদি 37 অ্যাভিনিউ এ বিক্রি করি এবং আমি রাস্তার বিক্রেতা প্রকল্পের একজন সদস্য।
Hello, my name is Mohammed Biswas. I'm a general merchandise vendor in Jackson Heights. I mostly sell religious items such as prayer mats, Quran, hijab, hats, etc. on 37th Avenue, and I'm a member of the Street Vendor Project.
সাক্ষ্য দেওয়ার জন্য সুযোগের জন্য কমিটিকে ধন্যবাদ। আমি আজ সাক্ষ্য দিচ্ছি কারণ ডিএসএনওয়াই সারা শহরে এবং বিশেষ করে জ্যাকসন হাইটস এলাকায় অত্যধিক প্রয়োগ করছে। জ্যাকসন হাইটসের কিছু বিক্রেতা সাধারণ পণ্য বিক্রেতা এবং সবাই জানে যে তাদের বেশিরভাগের লাইসেন্স নেই এবং এর কারণ হলো শহরটি 853 এ সাধারণ বিক্রেতাদের লাইসেন্সিং সীমাবদ্ধ করেছে। ঠিক আছে, আমাদের এখনও কাজ করতে হবে, কারণ আমাদের কিছু অর্থ উপার্জন করতে হবে আমাদের পরিবারকে খাওয়ানো এবং বেঁচে থাকার জন্য। এই কারণেই ডিএসএনওয়াই লাইসেন্স না থাকার জন্য আমাদের নির্যাতন করছে, কিন্তু স্বীকার করে না যে এটি শহরের দোষ যে আমাদের লাইসেন্স নেই। আমরা মনে করি ডিএসএনওয়াই 1 এপ্রিল ঘোষিত নীতিতে প্রথমে সম্মতি থাকা উচিত এবং ব্যবসায়িক লাইসেন্সের উপর ফোকাস করা উচিত নয়।
Thank you, committee, for the opportunity to testify. I'm testifying today because DSNY has been doing excessive enforcement in all over city and especially in Jackson Heights area. Some of the vendors in Jackson Heights are general merchandise vendors, and everyone knows that most of them don't have licenses, and that's because the city has capped the general vendors licensing at 853. Well, we still need to work because we need to make some money to feed our family and survive. And that's why DSNY has been torturing us for not having licenses, but doesn't acknowledge that it's the city's fault that we don't have licenses. We think DSNY should stick to the policy announced on April 1st of compliance first and not focus on business licensing.
NYPD এই বছরের রমজান পবিত্র মাস সময় 37 অ্যাভিনিউতে কিছু অত্যাধিক প্রয়োগ করেছে এবং এটি আমাদের বড় ছুটি ঈদ এর ঠিক আগে ছিল। আমরা সবাই রমজান মাসে কাজ করার জন্য উন্মুখ, কারণ তখনই আমাদের সমস্ত রাজ্যের গ্রাহকরা আমাদের কাছে আসে এবং আমাদের ধর্মীয় পণ্য ক্রয় করে। আমরা কয়েক সপ্তাহ কাজ করতে পারিনি এবং আমরা ভয় পেয়েছিলাম যে আমরা যদি আমাদের টেবিল সেট করার চেষ্টা করি তবে আমরা গ্রেপ্তার হয়ে যাব। আমার ছেলে সম্প্রতি হাসপাতালে ভর্তি হয়েছিল এবং তার পুনরুদ্ধারের জন্য আমাকে আমার সমস্ত সঞ্চয় ব্যয় করতে হয়েছিল।
The NYPD did some excessive enforcement on 37th Avenue during the Ramadan this year, the holy special month, and that was right before our big holiday, Eid. We all look forward to working during Ramadan because that's when our customers from all over the states come visit us and buy our religious merchandise. We couldn't work for a few weeks, and we were scared that if we tried to set up our tables, we'll get arrested. My son was recently hospitalized, and I had to spend all my savings for his recovery.
আমরা এখন কি করতে পারি শুধুমাত্র কাজ করতে সক্ষম হতে এবং আমাদের জীবনের ঝুঁকি না নিয়ে? দয়া করে আমাদের বলুন।
What can we do just to be able to work and not risk our lives? Please tell us.
ডিএসএনওয়াই রাস্তা পরিষ্কার করছে না, তারা কর্মজীবী পরিবারগুলির বিরুদ্ধে যুদ্ধ চালাচ্ছে। একটি যুদ্ধ যা বিক্রেতাদের একটি পুরনো সিস্টেমে কাজ করা ছাড়া কোনো বিকল্প না থাকার জন্য শাস্তি দেয়া, স্ট্রিট ভেন্ডর রিফর্ম লেজিসলেটিভ প্রোগ্রাম প্রণয়ন করার জন্য আমাদের সিটি কাউন্সিলের প্রয়োজন, যার মধ্যে ইন্ট্রোস 431, 408, 47 এবং 24 রয়েছে। এই প্যাকেজটি রাস্তা বিক্রেতা এবং আমাদের সম্প্রদায়ের জন্য একটি ন্যায্য ও নিয়ন্ত্রিত ব্যবস্থা তৈরি করবে।
DSNY is not cleaning up the streets. They're waging a war on working families, a war that hurts vendors for having no choice but to work in an outdated system. We need the City Council to enact the street vendor reform legislative package, including intros 431, 408, 47, and 24. This package will create a fair and regulated system for street vendors and our community.
Please conclude.
আমার সাক্ষ্য জমা দেওয়ার সুযোগের জন্য আপনাকে ধন্যবাদ।
Thank you, committee, for the opportunity to submit my testimony.
Thank you very much.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Verónica Escamilla, soy vendedora ambulante del área de Hunts Point en el Bronx. Le agradezco a este comité y al concejal Abreu por la oportunidad de dar mi testimonio. Estoy aquí testificando porque como sobreviviente de cáncer, esta situación se ha visto deteriorada todos los aspectos de mi vida. La aplicación excesiva de la normativa ha afectado mi vida con respecto a mi bienestar, sobre todo a mi salud. Por ejemplo, la alta presión, el azúcar, pero también mis ingresos, ya que soy el sustento de mi familia. Necesitamos que el Consejo de la Ciudad apruebe el paquete legislativo de reforma de la venta ambulante, incluyendo los artículos 431, 408, 47 y 24. Este paquete creará un sistema justo y regulado para los vendedores ambulantes y nuestra comunidad. Nuevamente le agradezco a este comité y al concejal Abreu por su tiempo y la oportunidad de dar mi testimonio. Gracias.
Can you hear me? Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Veronica Escamilla. I am a street vendor in the Hunts Point area of the Bronx. I thank this committee and Council Member Abreu for the opportunity to give my testimony. I am here testifying because, as a cancer survivor, this situation has seen all aspects of my life deteriorate. The excessive enforcement of regulations has affected my life with respect to my well-being, above all, my health. For example, high blood pressure and diabetes, but also my income, especially given that I am my family's breadwinner. We need the City Council to approve the street vending reform legislative package, including intros number 431, 408, 47, and 24. This package will create a fair and regulated system for street vendors and our community. I, again, thank this committee and Councilman Abreu for their time and the opportunity to give my testimony. Oh, okay.
Mi nombre es Carla de Rodríguez. Soy una vendedora ambulante del área de Pachester, en el Bronx, y miembro del SBP. Le agradezco a este comité y al concejal Abreu por la oportunidad de dar mi testimonio. Estoy aquí testificando porque la aplicación excesiva de la normativa ha afectado mi vida en general, pero con respecto a mis ingresos y mi bienestar, mi salud emocional y física es incalculable. La forma en que se ha visto deteriorar todos los aspectos de mi vida. Necesitamos que el Consejo de la Ciudad apruebe el paquete legislativo de forma de la venta ambulante. Incluyendo intros 431, 408, 47 y 24. Este paquete creará un sistema justo, regulado para los vendedores ambulantes y nuestra comunidad. Nuevamente le agradezco a este comité y al concejal Abreu por su tiempo y la oportunidad de dar mi testimonio.
My name is Carla Rodriguez. I am a street vendor from the Parkchester area of the Bronx and a member of SBP, V as in Victor. I thank this committee and Councilman Abreu for the opportunity to give my testimony. I am here testifying because the excessive enforcement of street vending regulations has affected my life in general. However, with respect to my income, my well-being, and my emotional and physical health, the way in which all aspects of my life have been seen to deteriorate is incalculable. We need the City Council to pass a street vending reform legislative package, including intros 431, 408, 47, and 24. This package will create a fair and regulated system for street vendors and our community. I, again, thank this committee and Councilman Abreu for their time and the opportunity to give my testimony.
Good afternoon, Chair Brannan, Councilmember Krishnan, and Councilmember Holden. My name is Karina Kaufman Gutierrez, and I'm the Deputy Director at the Street Vendor Project. Also really want to thank the translators and the staff who's really made it possible for everyone to testify today. We're here today to provide insight into the current landscape of street vending. The Department of Sanitation Commissioner has stated publicly in several hearings before this council that they would take a compliance-first approach to provide warnings to non-compliant vendors and then later conduct enforcement, rather than a license-first approach, an acknowledgement of how broken the city's permitting system is. However, in practice, it's important to acknowledge that more than half of the tickets issued by the street vendor enforcement officers between April 1st, 2023 and April 1st of this year were for vending without a license or a permit, in direct contradiction of the Department of Sanitation's own policies. The arm of the Department of Sanitation that oversees street vending is not civilian employees. These are sanitation police officers authorized by the City of New York to carry weapons and able to issue criminal summonses. We strongly encourage council to require sanitation police to wear body cameras, just as law enforcement agents are required to do. These enforcement agents are out every day issuing $1,000 tickets to someone serving fresh squeezed orange juice, then hauling their non-perishable items to the only location in the city where items are held, in East New York, in a parking lot that's a 34-minute walk from the nearest subway station. This destructive cycle is harming New Yorkers who are already living day to day, struggling to keep a roof over their heads and raise their families here. In the last year, vendors in the Bronx received 29% more tickets from sanitation than they had from DCWP in the previous year, like no other borough experienced. I ask, why is the borough with the lowest average income now the most frequently targeted for vending? Lastly, we must highlight how wildly disproportionate resources are that go to enforcement instead of licensing and education. Department of Sanitation has a $2.9 million budget for the Office of Street Vendor Enforcement with a headcount of 40 employees, which is set to increase to $4.7 million by fiscal year 27. Meanwhile, the agency that is supposed to, supposed to conduct street vendor outreach and education, SBS, has 0 staff dedicated to outreach. The only outreach they have done, in fact, is mail this one pamphlet to all street vendors on a waiting list that says, we have the resources street vendors need to operate and expand. And we all know that they do not. We also must emphasize that this is the only warning that the Department of Sanitation gives out to street vendors. What it reads is, NYC law enforcement personnel have observed you operating a street vending business at a time, location, and/or manner that violates an New York City administrative code by either not having a vending license, your vending display was measured larger than 8 feet by 3 feet, and your items may have been displayed on a walkway without the use of a table. This, frankly and respectfully, the city should be truly embarrassed that this is what is being offered as outreach and education to the hardworking street vendors of New York City who are small business owners trying to survive and to provide for their families. We really need comprehensive reform of the street vending system to create stability, order, and economic opportunity in communities in need. And we respectfully ask City Council, beyond this hearing, to look into the street vendor reform legislative package, including intros 431, 408, 47, and 24, that will provide a regulated, predictable enforcement system and give street vendors a real chance to build wealth in their neighborhoods. Thank you.
Hello, it's on. Good afternoon, Chair Brannan, Chair Krishnan, and council members. My name is Mohammed Atiyah. I'm the Managing Director of the Street Vendor Project. Thanks for the opportunity to testify today. As you have heard from so many people so far, the vending system we have right now is not functioning. It's not working for the vendors, not working for city agencies, it's not working for New Yorkers. And I'm here today to highlight the fact that you cannot enforce a system that's impossible to follow. No matter how much we're funding DSNY police to enforce the vending laws, nothing will improve until serious efforts are made to reform the vending system, starting with making sure that vending licenses and permits are available. It is self-contradictory that one city agency, DSNY, is fining the vendors for not having a license, while the other agencies like DCWP and DOH are not offering this same license for vendors. The current system of street vending illustrates clearly how the city government is failing to regulate such an important industry that has been a part of the city for centuries. As we heard today loud and clear from Commissioner Tisch when she was asked about what tools the agency would need to change the dynamics in the streets, she said, quote, "The key driver is the number of licenses we give out as a city," end quote. A number that has been fixed since 1979, since the 80s, and has been only increasing very slowly for food vendors over the last several months. We cannot hide from the fact anymore. The number of licenses available is the key issue. More enforcement of the current system means trapping vendors in poverty and extracting wealth from disadvantaged and marginalized communities. We cannot blame the city agencies for the number of permits and licenses available. They only implement what's in the books. It's the city council's job to change the law. And we hope that the council will address the vending issue soon and stop ignoring the elephant in the room. We need reform. It's that simple. We hope that the council will take action on some of the bills that were mentioned today, Intro 431, that will make sure vendors have access to business licensing, Intro 408, that will make sure that the city is providing trainings, workshops, and resources to the vendors, along with the two other bills that were mentioned, Intro 47, sponsored by Councilmember Krishnan, and Intro 24, sponsored by Councilmember De La Rosa. Thank you so much, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have for us.
Thank you all very much for your testimony.
I'm sorry, Chair. I think one of the panelists was not able to make it, but he's here right now. So should we maybe include him in the next panel? His name is Miguel Valera.
Do we have a slip for him?
He was called like right with this panel.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Come on up.
If it makes sense.
Yep. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. Mi nombre es Miguel Varela. Soy un vendedor de ambulante de área de Pocheste en el Bronx y miembro de SBP. Les agradezco a este comité en el Consejo de Abreu por la oportunidad de dar mi testimonio y estoy aquí testificando por el DSNY. Deben mantenerse a su ordenanza de anunciada el día 1 de abril de 2023 de conformidad con la ley de la normativa y nos centramos en la falta de licencias o permisos para actividades comerciales en la calle desde el año pasado. Mis ingresos, mi bienestar, mi salud emocional, mi psiquicar se ha visto afectado en todos aspectos de mi vida. Necesitamos que el Consejo de la Ciudad apruebe el paquete de legislativos de reforma de la venta ambulante, incluyendo Intrus 431 y 408 y 47 y 24. Este paquete creará un sistema junto y regulación para los vendedores ambulantes y nuestra comunidad. De nuevamente le agradezco a este comité y al concejal Abreu por su tiempo y a la importante oportunidad de mi testimonio.
My name is Miguel Varela. I am a street vendor from the Parkchester area of the Bronx and a member of the SBP. I thank this committee and Councilman Abreu for the opportunity to give my testimony. I am here testifying that the SNY must stick to its ordinance announced on April 1, 2023, in accordance with the law and regulations, and not focus on the lack of licenses or permits for commercial activities on the street. Since last year, my income, my well-being, and my emotional and physical health have been affected in all aspects of my life. We need the City Council to pass a street vending reform legislative package, including intros 431, 408, 47, and 24. This package will create a fair and regulated system for street vendors and our community. I, again, thank this committee and Councilman Abreu for their time and the opportunity to give my testimony.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Gracias, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Vicente Ventimiglia, soy vendedor ambulante del Bronx. Vendo en Foran desde hace 46 años en las calles. Soy parte de la junta directiva de SBP y agradezco a este comité importantísimo y al señor concejal Abreu que ha dado la oportunidad de dar mi testimonio. Sobre las asignaciones económicas que se tienen previsto dar al Departamento de Sanitation, consideramos que se está promoviendo la injusta persecución hacia los vendedores ambulantes y que estos fondos deberían de ser invertidos en la capacitación sobre la normativa de la venta ambulante y otros talleres que permitan concientizar tanto al vendedor cuanto a la comunidad de la importancia de regular el comercio informal frente a las necesidades que demandan la ciudad. Es evidente que la implementación de nuevos supervisores y el fortalecimiento de un contingente no va a garantizar que se acabe el comercio informal. Mientras sigan existiendo vacíos legales que restrinjan el acceso a permisos y licencias, el comercio ambulante siempre va a seguir siendo una opción de subempleo que ha perjudicado a miles de vendedores de oficios. Lejos de persuadir a los vendedores, nos está ayudando a buscar mecanismos adecuados en la unidad de las bases organizadas para defender nuestros derechos. Sanitation ha incautado mercancías a compañeros invidentes, a compañeros en sillas de ruedas, indiscriminadamente. Queremos que Sanitation nos inspire respeto, no temor. Y antes de ser justos, queremos que sean más humanos. Gracias.
My name is Vicente Ventimiglia. I'm a street vendor and SPP member, and I work on Forham Road in the Bronx. Thank you to the committee and Council Member Abreu for the opportunity to give my testimony about the planned budget allocation for the Department of Sanitation. We consider that this money is promoting unjust persecution of street vendors and that the funds should instead be invested in training about vending regulations and other workshops to educate both vendors and the community about the importance of regulating informal commerce to face the needs of the city. It is evident that the hiring of new supervisors or strengthening the enforcement team will not end informal vending, as long as legal loopholes continue to exist that restrict access to permits and licenses. Street vending will always continue to be an option as underground employment, which harms thousands of vendors. Far from persuading vendors, you are helping us to find adequate mechanisms in the unity of group organizing to defend our rights. One second. One second. Entonces, ¿cuál eres?
Sanitation ha incartado mercancías a compañeros invidentes. Por favor.
Sanitation has seized merchandise to peers and other members of the community that are blind, and to members of the community that use wheelchairs indiscriminately or without any discrimination towards who they take them away from. We want sanitation to inspire us the respect that you deserve, not fear. And away from being just or before being just towards us, we want you to treat us more humanly, to be treated as human beings. I, again, thank this committee and Council Member Abreu for their time and the opportunity to give my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Okay, next panel, we have Tamar Renaud, Jake Patel, Aliyah Sumro, Emily Walker, Adam Ganzer, okay, you want to go left to right? My left?
All right, thank you. My name is Emily Walker, and I'm the Senior Manager of External Affairs at the Natural Areas Conservancy. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Last month's executive budget release was tied to the city's launch of an ambitious climate budgeting initiative. In the mayor's announcement, he stressed that NYC's budget must work toward reducing emissions, enhancing air quality, increasing heat and flood resiliency, elevating environmental justice, and creating green jobs. We applaud the city for taking this important step to ensure that we're making climate-smart budgeting decisions, but the substance of the FY25 executive budget for parks paints a starkly different picture about how the city is prioritizing the environment. Despite the fact that the FY25 exec budget is the largest ever proposed at $112 billion, the $582 million allocated to parks represents the lowest proportion of funding for the agency in over 5 years. Without action to restore the budget by June 30th, we will lose approximately 80% of the natural areas workforce who actively manage and care for our forests and wetlands. We will lose 50 urban park rangers whose programming helps educate New Yorkers about the natural wonders that surround us. And we will again lose the chance to create dozens of new green jobs to make our trails system more safe and accessible, despite the fact that this funding was named as a Plan YC priority by the mayor last year. Research consistently shows that the benefits of our natural areas providing to New Yorkers, all of which align with the mayor's budget climating goals. Our forested natural areas contain 5 million of our city's 7 million trees, which absorb a staggering 70% of the city's carbon emissions. They also absorb as much stormwater as $580 million worth of new green infrastructure each year and can be up to 13 degrees cooler than our streetscapes during extreme heat events. It's no exaggeration to say that our forests are the lungs of the city, and with this budget, we are starving them of oxygen. These benefits can only exist if we are actively funding the care, maintenance, and programming of our natural areas. If the city really means to combat the effects of climate change, the answer could not be clearer. Invest in parks and natural areas. The need to create green jobs and care for our local ecosystems is not just needed in the future, it is urgently needed now. Restoring the budget for parks will not only ensure that New Yorkers have access to parks that are clean, safe, beautiful, and resilient, but will also create hundreds of green jobs. We urge the City Council and the Mayor to be true climate leaders and increase the funding for NYC parks for the benefit of all New Yorkers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there, I am Adam Ganzer. I'm the Executive Director of New Yorkers for Parks. Thanks for the opportunity to talk today. I'm going to reiterate some of the budget statistics Chair Brannon spoke about at the beginning. The executive budget cuts parks by $55 million compared to last year. Their mayor's budget is also $1 million less than the proposed budget in January. The Parks Department is one of the only remaining city agencies that has not had their cuts rolled back. The Parks Department, as we've all heard, is in a hiring freeze. Critical programs have been eliminated. Staffing levels are plummeting. The mayor's proposed budget will reduce the agency by roughly 700 positions. We've been talking about 400 positions this year, but that will continue as next year continues, resulting in an even more depleted agency and exacerbating inequities that this mayor has sought to solve. What are the impacts we're going to see with these cuts? Less safe parks, as we've heard from the union, decimated programming, the elimination of 100 second shift locations, which have been crucial to keeping our parks clean and safe, reduced trash collection, reduced care for our trees, filthy bathrooms, the list goes on. The council took a strong stance on parks in its response to the preliminary budget. The mayor has ignored your response. Nearly every city council member has supported our demands for more parks funding. Tens of thousands of New Yorkers have signed petitions and letters demanding more parks funding. Over 40 community boards and counting have sent resolutions to you and to the mayor demanding more parks funding. We ask the council to stay firm and support our city's communities. Demand the mayor reverse the cuts to this year's budget and pass a fully funded parks budget for next year. Appreciate your time and support.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairpersons Christian and Brennan and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify. My name is Tamara Renaud. I'm the new New York State Director for Trust for Public Land, a national nonprofit organization that works to connect everyone to the benefits and joys of the outdoors. As a leader in equitable access to the outdoors, we work with communities to create parks and protect land where they are needed most. Based on peer-reviewed research, we know that time spent outdoors contributes to our mental and physical health, that green spaces make communities more resilient to flooding, severe heat, and the effects of climate crisis, and that shared public outdoor spaces contribute to social cohesion within communities. Hearing a woodpecker or touching an earthworm can create that feeling of excitement and awe so important to us city residents. Since 1978, the Trust for Public Land has worked to improve New York City neighborhoods by creating playgrounds, trails, and park spaces. And parks also help save money and make money for the city. Last year, or in 2022, the Trust for Public Land released a report, The Economic Benefits of Parks in New York City. Based on original research, we found that residents visit city parks at least 527 million times every year and received billions of dollars in benefits. Over $1 billion in healthcare cost savings, $2 billion in stormwater management, and over $9 billion in recreational value. New Yorkers want to live near parks, contributing to at least $101 million in annual property tax revenues for homes within 500 feet of parks. I can just finish my last paragraph. As a member of the Play Fair for Parks Coalition, we are here to strongly urge the city to restore cuts proposed in the fiscal year 2025 budget and fully fund the parks system. New York City is a world-class city. It deserves a world-class park system. We can't have that without 1% for parks. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Alia Sumro, and I'm the Deputy Director for New York City Policy at the New York League of Conservation Voters. Thank you, Chair Brannan, Chair Krishnan, and members of the Committee on Parks and Recreation for the opportunity to testify. My colleague Jake Patel will testify for the Sanitation Committee. NYLCV stands in solidarity with the entire Playfair for Parks Coalition and the Forest for All Coalition. As members of these two coalitions, NYLCV was deeply disappointed that the mayor's executive budget did not restore the funding cuts to NYC parks, despite widespread support from residents, parks workers, and elected officials throughout the city. The mayor's proposed budget cuts NYC parks by over $55 million, and the current hiring freeze will eliminate more than 600 essential agency job lines, making it impossible for the agency to ensure parks are safe, clean, green, and resilient across the city. The mayor's budget cuts represent yet another major setback for an agency that has long suffered from disinvestment. Most importantly, these budget cuts completely undermine the mayor's prioritization of cleanliness, his own campaign pledge to increase funding for the Parks Department to 1% of the city budget, and it also contradicts the climate goals outlined in the administration's Plan NYC Getting Sustainability Done. Empty words are not enough. We must fund our park system and get on a path to 1% of the city budget. I don't need to reiterate how many benefits parks has, including public health, economic, climate, and more. Despite these benefits, due to historic disinvestment and structural racism, our trees, parks, green spaces, and access to our city's waterfront are not equitably distributed. Access to parks and tree coverage is on average much lower in environmental justice neighborhoods that are already plagued by adverse health problems and high levels of pollution. Continued disinvestment in parks will only compound these inequities and make it even worse. We cannot emphasize this enough. Parks and green spaces are essential infrastructure. For too long, our parks workers have been asked to do more with less. Allocating 1% of the city budget to parks is not only necessary, but very reasonable. We call on the mayor to fully restore the parks budget and finally get us on a specific path to 1%. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. My name is Jake Patel, and I'm also testifying on behalf of the New York League of Conservation Voters. Thank you, Chair Brannon, Chair Abreu, as well as members of the Committee on Sanitation for the opportunity to testify. One of NYLCV's top policy priorities is achieving our city's zero waste by 2030 goal. Food waste is the third largest source of New York City's overall emissions after buildings and transportation. When food waste is sent to landfills, which are disproportionately located in low income and communities of color, organic waste decomposes to create methane gas, a powerful greenhouse gas more than 20 times more potent than carbon dioxide. Neighborhoods near polluting facilities like waste transfer stations and incinerators have higher rates of pollution, which cause disproportionately higher cases of asthma, cancer, and other health issues, and compound already existing environmental and racial inequalities. Due to these environmental injustices, which are only being compounded with the impacts of climate change, the city must do everything in its power to continue moving toward organic waste recycling, including allocating robust funding for these programs. Despite the urgency of reducing our city's food waste, along with many other advocates and elected officials, NYLCV was very disappointed with the mayor's executive budget, did not restore the cuts to community composting or the original timeline for the citywide curbside organics program. NYLCV stands with advocates calling for the restoration of the community composting budget of $7 million, plus capital funds for build-outs of the replacement facilities planned for the Lower East Side Ecology Center and big reuse mid-scale composting facilities. The community composting budget is a drop in the bucket compared to the many other city programs, despite having a profound positive impact on many communities and residents. Moreover, NYLCV was disappointed that the original rollout for the curbside organics program in the Bronx and Staten Island was not restored in the fiscal year 25 executive budget and instead pushed back to October 2024, bringing 3 of the remaining boroughs into the program all at once. It is fair to say that with the stop and go of previous composting initiatives, we are worried this program will not effectively roll out as originally planned, since the executive budget includes PEG cutouts to DSNY outreach and communications through fiscal year 28. NYLCV urges the city to restore these PEG cuts for outreach, since this is a vital part of making the citywide organics program rollout a success. At a higher level, the proposed fiscal year 25 executive budget cuts directly undermine our city's climate and zero waste goals outlined in Plan NYC. In addition to the mayor's own quality of life goals, a theme he continues to champion with the climate crisis growing more and more by the day. This is no time for New York City to cut funding for zero waste initiatives and outreach. With higher than anticipated tax revenues, we hope the city restores the community composting program funding and allocates robust funding over the next several years, not only for operations and staffing, but also for outreach and education and enforcement of the curbside organics program. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Thank you all for your testimony. Okay, next panel is Preeti Sodhi, Joaquin Eleno, Mambuso Kane, Angela Padilla, Keisha Lewis, Iana McGaney, Fahad Hussein, you want to start from my right and go left? You want to start that way? Whatever you want. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Preeti Sodhi, and I'm the Senior Director of Community and Government Relations with Friends of the Highline, the nonprofit organization responsible for the Highline's maintenance and operations. To begin, several thank yous are in order. To the City Council Finance and Parks Committees, thank you for holding this hearing. To the New York City Department of Parks and Recreation for their partnership in operating the Highline, and for very recently for going above and beyond in response to the new U.S. House of Representatives Community Project Funding Guidelines. Also, thank you to the many individuals and organizations who support us. I'd also like to thank our teen staff, particularly those sitting next to me. As participants in the Highline Teen Employment Program's Civic Engagement Pathway, they represent some of the most inquisitive and engaged members of our local community. Today, we remain uniquely reliant upon this community because, unlike many other New York City parks, we are responsible for raising nearly 100% of our operating budget. The Parks Department cannot provide us with any annual operating support, despite our park's enormous economic impact. The Highline produces $64 million in annual tax revenue, and visitation spurs $50 million in local spending, bringing $114 million into New York's economy every year. This is over 5 times our operating budget, a significant return on investment, particularly for a public amenity. And these numbers are far from the full story. Our deepest impact is felt locally, and our greatest responsibility is to the people who rely on the Highline as green space, to access world-class art installations, and for connections to educational and work opportunities, and more. About half of our 6 million annual visitors are from New York City, and nearly 20% of visitors claim the Highline as their local park. Each year, over 10,000 New Yorkers participate in our culturally relevant, community-informed programming. As measurements of loneliness climb, the mental health crisis continues, and third spaces disappear, it is critical that the Highline and all city parks receive adequate funding so that they can remain community resources. Finally, we call on the city to follow through on Mayor Adams' unrealized commitment to allocate 1% of the city's budgets to parks, and to re-examine existing relationships with organizations such as the Highline to ensure that all public green spaces receive sustaining baseline funding. Thank you.
Good afternoon, committee chairs and the members of the committee. Thank you for convening the hearing. My name is Keisha Lewis, and I'm here representing the Highline Teen Employment Program, a program that employs teens across the city and focuses on building workforce skills in horticulture, civic engagement, and arts and culture. I live in the South Bronx, where clean, well-taken care of green spaces are already so scarce to begin with. The local government fails to realize the importance that parks take in the lives of teenagers who grow up in New York City. Not only do parks positively affect mental health as a whole, but also a common place for teens to safely hang out without the lingering feeling of being a victim to the violence in the streets. With the proposed budget cuts of $55 million and over 600 essential jobs being at risk, it would be a drastic change that will impact millions of New Yorkers. We'll be taking away the spaces where countless memories and family traditions are embedded into the soil of the space, where generations after generations have seen each other laugh, cry, and have just grown alongside the park. These families demand 1% of the city budget for New York City parks. Low-income communities deserve to have clean, taken care of, safe green spaces. We deserve it. Not only are residents being affected by those budget cuts, but we are forgetting those whose lives are being supported by their employment to the Parks Department. 600 jobs, thousands of lives. This could be your mom, brother, cousin, uncle, next door neighbor. Just because it does not affect you directly does not mean that it is not affecting those around you. As a community, we need to understand the magnitude this budget cut proposes. Since 1980, the budget has increased 127%, and almost every other department has had an increase of 127% through 165%, except the Parks Department with only 72%. The Parks Department cannot afford this budget cut. They are overworked, understaffed, and underpaid. These park workers demand 1% of the city budget for New York City parks. Thank you.
Good afternoon, community chairs and members of the committee. Thank you for having this hearing. My name is Angela, and I am from the Highline Teen Employment Program, a member of the Playfair Coalition. I'm from Harlem and have lived there most of my life. Today, I wanted to talk about how New York City parks deserve more from us. Currently, some of our parks are already in very bad conditions to the point where some parents don't even feel comfortable taking their children to certain areas, certain parks or playgrounds due to drug dealers, gangs, or gun violence happening in the area. Cutting down the budget is only going to make this worse, as it's inviting negative energy to take over spaces for family and youth who are trying to enjoy public spaces where they're able to bond and enjoy each other's time, to the point where some students don't even feel safe going to their nearby park because there might be dangerous individuals that have taken over. We need 1% of the city operating budget to fund the Parks Department. Thank you for listening.
Good afternoon to the committee chairs and the members of the committee. My name is Mambuso Kane, and I'm here with the Highline Teen Employment Program. I'm from the South Bronx, and I've always been a nature kid, just like many other kids from the Bronx. Between work, home, and school, our city parks are one of our only free, emphasis on free, third spaces for us to gather and spend time together. We hold our parks dear to our hearts as we grew up in these parks, coming out to play with friends and cousins, having 4th of July barbecues, and scraping our knees on the concrete as we fall. We all have had so many memories and personal connections with these parks. As most of us live in apartments, New York parks are our very own oasis, but our beloved parks have been neglected by the city. While the city is growing and obstacles arise, the city still has the largest city budget in the country. Yet, the percentage of our operating budget assigned to parks does not compare to other cities. With this beyond inadequate budget, it is clear to my generation that the people in charge have forgotten about our need for free outdoor spaces that are clean and safe. This budget cut does not reflect the importance of creating jobs for people like me who would want to learn how to maintain parks and give back to my community. The Parks Department manages so much more than just parks. The care and staffing for pools, recreation centers, beaches, ball fields, and courts has been lacking, leading them to be out of use. What benefit are these amazing facilities if the people of New York can't enjoy their safe and clean environments? As your constituent, I'm asking you to increase the city budget to 1% instead of cutting it, even though I believe it should be more than that, because I believe that we have the budget for it. And as the biggest city in the United States, we should represent and have beautiful parks all over the city that are perfectly designed for our use. Thank you for your time.
Hello, committee chairs and members of the committee. My name is Joaquin Eleno. I'm with the Highline Teens Employment Program. I'm from Elliott Chelsea Houses, and I'm here to testify with the Playfair Coalition, and I'm here to say that NYC parks need their fair share of funding. Through multiple administrations, the Parks Department's budget has been cut. And with each cut, the Parks Department is able to do less and less with what they have. In New York City, where most residents don't have backyards, parks are supposed to be our backyards. And when they are underfunded, they do more harm than good for us. With underfunded parks, we get an increase of other issues that worsen pre-existing problems in New York City. Third spaces are very important for our communities, for our children, teens, and our elderly. With more budget cuts to the Parks Department, it will inhibit the goal of third spaces, which are supposed to be a place in between work and home. With a decline in amenities or in maintenance and oversight, as proposed by the current administration's previous budget, it would decrease visitation to these parks, effectively taking away third spaces used by many different New Yorkers in many different ways. And I thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, committee chairs and members of the committee. My name is Ayana McGaney, and I'm here representing the Highline Teen Employment, a member of the Play Fair Coalition. I live in the East Bronx and grew up in the city in apartments, so the parks of New York City have always been an essential part of my life, and the funding that we already have was pretty meager. I have been to parks in New York City that resembles dumpsters with used drug needles scattered across it. If anything, we should be increasing funding to make it nicer for families who don't have access to a backyard. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, committee chairs and members of the committee. Thank you for convening the hearing. My name is Fahad Hussein, and I am representing the Highline Teen Employment, a member of the Play Fair Coalition. I would like to pause for a second and remind everybody why our public parks were created: to combat pollution, alleviate overcrowding, and address the lack of green spaces in our city. These very parks that this administration wants to cut funding to provide essential green spaces for our citizens. Mayor Adams' decision to propose a cut of $55 million from the park budget is quite unwise. Without this funding, we are going to see an increase in pollution and littering in playgrounds where the youth of our city spend their time. Our bathrooms will be filthy and our trees will not be maintained, leading to overall chaos. Growing up in an underfunded community in the South Bronx, I saw firsthand how insufficient park funding impacted our lives. Our park swings were barely functional, graffiti covered the slides, and the monkey bars left our hands with filth. Only when funding increased did our parks receive much needed renovations. Cutting this funding will cause our parks to deteriorate once again back to the nightmare it once was. Furthermore, these budget cuts affect city park workers like my neighbor, who lost her job because of similar cuts. Workers like her depend on these jobs and their income in order to live a sufficient life in a city like New York City. Without these jobs, we are seeing an increase in homelessness and more people at risk of losing employment, which is a problem we should aim to be solving. New York City parks will also all suffer from the lack of maintenance, leading to a decline in tourism and economic loss. In summary, we are here to ask for at least 1% of the operating budget to be allocated to the Parks Department. This funding is crucial to maintain our green spaces, support our workers, and preserve the benefits these parks provide to us and our city. Thank you guys, and I appreciate you guys for your time.
Chair Krishnan.
Just wanted to say thank you all so much for testifying, your great, powerful words about how important our parks are, your dedication to the issue as students too. You know, we do this work all together, but really what we do for our parks affects you all, and it's the future we're fighting for you all. And to see you all as part of that fight with us gives us such energy to keep moving forward, and we're very grateful for that. So amazing work, and thank you for your commitment to our parks too.
Thank you all very much for your testimony. Okay, next panel, Morgan Monaco, Vanessa Butler, Merritt Birnbaum, Christina Taylor, Rosa Chang, Carrie Butler, you can begin.
Can you?
Yep.
My name is Merritt Birnbaum. I'm the president and CEO of Riverside Park Conservancy. We are here to join with our Playfair colleagues and demand that the mayor fulfill his promise of 1% of the budget for parks. Our district at Riverside is responsible for 6 miles, 450 acres of public green space. We work alongside our colleagues in the Parks Department to care for 5 parks that are critical to the health and happiness of hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers on the West Side, Harlem, and Washington Heights. Our parks are in crisis. We see it every day. We see the bathrooms that are closed at 3 p.m. We see the overflowing trash cans on a Sunday afternoon. We see it in the graffiti and the acts of vandalism.
And I want to be clear that this is not because parks workers aren't doing their jobs above and beyond the call of duty. It is because there are simply not enough of them. The vast majority of parks don't have conservancies to help them, so our situation only underscores how dire this really is. What does it mean to cut the parks budget? Well, this year it means somewhere between 600 and 900 fewer workers, as we've heard. But as you know, we are suffering from year after year of neglect and underfunding. 15 years ago in our district in Riverside, at this time of year, we had 79 CPWs working in our park. Right now, we have about 20, and we're still waiting to hear what the next couple of months will bring. As you know, they do everything in our park. They do all of the things that no one in the city wants to do, picking up trash, cleaning out overflowing toilets. They are the front line of the Parks Department, and in our district alone, they fall into about 25% of what they were 15 years ago. It's a disgrace. It's a disgrace that 5 decades ago there were 7,000 of these workers, and now there are 4,000 of them, despite the fact that we have 200 more parks than we did 5 decades ago. This mayor needs to fund parks. He needs to fund the staff that we need. If he stands for sanitation and safety, he needs to take care of the sanitation and safety of our green spaces. This is a rounding error, as we've heard over and over again, but it means the world for the parks and the staff that we need to care for them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Carrie Butler, and I am with the Municipal Art Society of New York. We are a proud member of the Play Fair for Parks Coalition and the Forest for All Coalition, and we stand here in support of our colleagues to call for you to urge you to restore the parks budget and work toward 1% for parks. I know you all have received a lot of data today, so I'm not going to repeat it all. I do want to emphasize that parks, our open spaces, our green spaces, our urban canopy, these are essential infrastructure. They should be funded in the same way, with the same attention that we give our streets and our sewers. They are not nice to haves, they are must haves. And when I talk about social infrastructure, I mean these are essential to our public health, mental, physical, you all know this. Also our local economy, supporting local vendors, people of all ages coming to learn. We talked about the marinas, we talked about recreation centers, the bathrooms, of course, are essential. We talk about green infrastructure. Okay, this is critical to fighting climate change. The extreme heat is the #1 weather-related cause of death in our country, and trees are a powerful way to mitigate that and sequester carbon. So these are all going to meet, as people already said, our Plan YC goals, our sustainability goals, as our mayor has said that he wants to do. So I do want to also say that I worked in city government for 16 years, and parks employees that I worked with were some of the most dedicated, hardworking city employees that I worked with. So it's not about them. They're out there doing the hard work every day. We need the money. We have the data. You've got the stories. We need you to restore the budget. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Krishnan. I'm Vanessa Butler, speaking on behalf of Heather Lubov, Executive Director of City Parks Foundation, a citywide nonprofit that supports a vibrant, thriving park system by offering free environmental, performing arts, sports, and community building programs. We work closely with the Parks Department to manage Partnerships for Parks, a public-private partnership. Few city agencies resonate as deeply with New Yorkers as the Parks Department does. Last year alone, Partnerships for Parks engaged 28,000 volunteers stewarding neighborhood parks, a network funded in part thanks to the NYC Council's visionary Parks Equity Initiative. These grassroots efforts are fueled by genuine love for parks and community. However, volunteers cannot and should not bear the city's maintenance responsibilities. NYC Parks is staffed with individuals who harbor a profound passion for our open spaces and are unwaveringly dedicated to their mission. However, the ability to fulfill their duties is severely hampered by the relentless budget slashing. The executive budget exacerbates this with a hiring freeze, eliminating over 600 parks job lines, depleting an understaffed workforce when demand for crucial services is at its peak. The workforce is now leaner than during the pandemic, a period whose challenges disproportionately impacted low-income communities. Through initiatives like the NYC Green Fund, City Parks Foundation endeavors to explore innovative avenues for generating private support and identifying alternative revenue streams. Supportive community-led effort. However, it is imperative to emphasize that the responsibility for funding and maintaining our parks ultimately lies with the city administration. No single organization or coalition can fully compensate for ongoing disinvestment. Today, I stand united with the Playfair Coalition to unequivocally denounce the mayor's proposed budget cuts. We implore the mayor and other decision makers to recognize the existing inequities in our city's open spaces and commit to addressing them by investing in staffing, maintenance, and infrastructure. We call upon the administration to allocate 1% of the city budget to the Parks Department, ensuring adequate funding for the Parks Equity Initiative and prioritizing the health and well-being of all New Yorkers by investing in public spaces. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Morgan Monaco, president of the Prospect Park Alliance, the nonprofit organization that operates Prospect Park in partnership with the city. I'd like to thank the council for holding today's budget hearing and giving members of the open space community a chance to share our perspective on how the budget cuts impact our work and the public at large. I'm here today to support the efforts of the Playfair campaign to restore 5% budget cut currently in place for NYC Parks and for the city to fulfill the mayor's campaign promise of 1% of the city's budget for parks. Prospect Park is truly a public-private partnership. We rely on the city to help with day-to-day trash pickup and facility maintenance. This essential service is core to making Prospect Park a welcoming and accessible space for the diverse communities of Brooklyn. Since the pandemic, visitorship to city's parks has increased significantly. In Prospect Park, we've seen a record number of visitors throughout the year, which has created significant wear and tear in the park. At the same time, the city has not kept up with this record use in its funding of parks in the city budget. Now is the time where we need more and not less funding for our parks. Parks are not only essential living infrastructure, they are critical to our health and well-being and are the great equalizers of our society. The Citizens Budget Commission recently released a survey that made clear that neighborhood parks are part of what contributes to excellent quality of life for New Yorkers. NYC Parks have been operating within an austerity budget for more than 40 years, with only 0.5% of the city budget allocated to parks, despite the fact that parks comprise 14% of city land. This chronic underfunding has been devastating to our parks. While we applaud the city for reinstating the Parks Opportunity Program, which provides essential frontline maintenance staff, the current 5% budget cut represents a loss of 700 park staff and $55 million in critical funding, which includes the elimination of the tremendously successful second shift program that brought evening maintenance care to the park, as well as further reductions in the urban park rangers and parks enforcement officers, which is incredibly disheartening considering that currently there are only two parks enforcement officers on duty in central Brooklyn at any one time. We implore the council to increase funding for parks in this budget cycle. In addition, we applaud the city council for recognizing parks as essential infrastructure by not only restoring current budget cuts, but also moving beyond a cycle-to-cycle funding model. 1% of our budget must be for parks. Parks saved our city during the pandemic. Now it's time to make sure they get their fair share of the budget. Thank you.
Hello, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Rosa Chang, co-founder of Gotham Park, a grassroots 501c3 created in 2021 to open, operate, and maintain a new community-led public space in a neighborhood that has been historically underinvested and overlooked, right outside of City Hall. We are an environmental justice neighborhood with over 47,000 residents within a half-mile radius, with racial, health, and structural inequity and a historically disadvantaged community. As our site is anchored by the Brooklyn Bridge, we are actually a DOT plaza and not a park, but I am here today to support our fellow parkies because to anybody in our community, as far as they are concerned, we are a park. And our parks and open spaces are so critically important, especially in New York City. So important that we fought for and created a new plaza underneath the bridge because we don't have many options for open space, as Chair Krishnan knows. We need to make our infrastructure spaces also do double duty for us. We are asking for a full funding of our Parks Department to support our parks, which are critical to the mental, social, and physical health and well-being of our community. New York can be a pretty tough city to live in, but we choose to live here because of the diversity and excitement and opportunity and energy of this amazing city of ours. But green space here is not a given, and what little we have is not usable or safe without maintenance. And that means we need the essential people who take care of our essential parks. Our parks are our living rooms, our dining rooms, our entertainment spaces, our gym. It's where our children learn to socialize, where we meet our neighbors, and where we build this fragile thing that we call community. Parks are essential, they are not a luxury, and we need to take care of them if we expect them to take care of us. So please support community-originated support and led initiatives like ours. Help all of our public spaces to survive and thrive. We need the 1% for parks. Thank you for the opportunity to share Gotham Park with you today. And Chair Brennan, I'm looking forward to our site tour.
Good afternoon. I'm Christina Taylor, Deputy Director of the Van Cortlandt Park Alliance, and we are members of the Playfair Coalition. New Yorkers deserve a fully funded, safe, clean, green, and resilient park system. The budget cuts to New York City parks this year and the proposed budget cuts for next year jeopardize the very heart of our communities. These cuts will make it even more difficult for the already understaffed, under-resourced Parks Department to carry out the basic work needed to ensure parks are equitable and accessible for all New Yorkers. The New York City Parks budget has already been cut by $25 million for the current year, and there's a proposed $55 million cut for next year. Year after year, New York City Park staff does more with less. The staff is already stretched too thin. They are tired and frustrated, and so are we. Van Cortlandt Park Alliance exists to add additional programming and resources to the park, not to replace city funding. But that is the role we now find ourselves in. For the first time ever, the Alliance purchased garbage bags to be used by park staff to keep the park clean. We purchased 70 cases in the fall, and another 140 cases were delivered just last week. And now we have a new low, toilet paper. That's right, New York City Parks is currently rationing toilet paper. And VCP park staff could not get enough to stock the bathrooms in the park, so last week I personally delivered almost 3,000 rolls of toilet paper to the park. Something I thought I'd never have to do. What is going to happen next year when there are additional cuts? This can't keep happening without a reduction in the programming and services that VCPA currently runs. Are we going to trade free community programs for garbage bags and toilet paper? We are nearly there. And Van Cortlandt Park is one of the lucky parks that has a partner group like ours. But really the basics should be covered by the city's budget, not by a tiny nonprofit organization. To be sure, with these budget cuts, it is New Yorkers who will suffer. The hiring freeze and reduced budget will result in nearly 1,000 fewer park workers. We are already feeling the effects of the hiring freeze because they can't replace staff that they currently have. There are no outside hires. It's not going to be a pretty picture this summer if we don't get an increase in the parks budget, and it will be a really bad picture if we get a decrease. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. Okay, next panel is Arif Sunmore, Citra Bowman, Natalie Wang, Eric Mainyar, Violet Black, Austin, I can't read it, Lena Frey, you can begin.
Good afternoon, Chairs Abreu and Brennan and members of
of the City Council. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. My name is Natalie Huang, and I'm a longtime member of the Grow NYC Workers Collective, a labor union represented by the Retail, Wholesale, and Department Store Union. I am one of 53 community composting workers in Grow NYC's compost program who are being laid off today. Additional worker layoffs to Grow NYC's zero waste schools and stop and swap programs will be in June, and collectively, 79 union workers will be unemployed. Despite massive support for restoration of funds and a private donation that kept Grow NYC's compost program afloat until now, the cuts still prompt the closure of some of our drop-off sites. These changes were devastating, as our participants depend on those sites as their only options for composting. Now, because the worker layoffs go into effect today, all Grow NYC-run drop-off sites are permanently closed too. Commissioner Tisch from DSNY claimed at a March hearing that all of Brooklyn and Queens has access to the citywide brown bin program. I served her constituents from Bensonhurst, Bay Ridge, Flatbush to Crown Heights, who gave countless stories about their landlords refusing to let tenants use the brown bin and other tenants not participating in the program or contaminating the bin with non-compostable materials. So many times I answered people's questions and taught them to separate their organic waste, with community composting drop-off sites as additional options for them. Rather than getting rid of us, the mayor and DSNY need to be united with us to further New York City's growth in environmental sustainability and equity. In a December hearing last year, Director Jiha from the mayor's budgetary office called community composting small and inefficient. It's a shame the mayor undervalues our work, despite how much we've accomplished on such a small budget, and the far-reaching strides we've made in encouraging local participation in composting. Now all that specialized knowledge, accessibility to education, outreach, and hands-on composting experience will be gone with the elimination of our jobs. The emotional labor of this job is exhausting, but I do it all over again because people's livelihoods and access to composting and education are worth fighting for. I asked the City Council to prioritize baseline funds for Grow NYC's compost program and New York City Compost Project in the upcoming budget, and ensure full restoration of funds to our zero waste programs. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, Chair Brennan and members of the Sanitation and Finance Committees, as well as council members who are viewing this virtually, such as who may be Chair Abreu, as well as my councilwoman, Vicky Palladino. Thank you for this opportunity for me to testify. My name is Eric Menjivar, and I'm a proud member of the Bargaining Committee of the Grow NYC Workers Collective, represented by RWDSU. One of my roles in Grow NYC is Compost Coordinator as part of the Zero Waste program that was defunded this past December. That job, however, ended just a few hours ago with our final delivery of food scraps to Earth Matter, another organization that was also impacted by the budget cuts. In our history, community composting has diverted over 25 million pounds of food scraps from landfills, thanks to at least 3 million contributions from the residents of New York City, and we're processing the compost that has benefited our communities. Our demands remain the same as when I first testified last year. We demand the restoration of funding not only of the New York City Compost Program, but to all zero waste programs. We need the Zero Waste Schools program to educate children on efficient solutions such as composting, and to empower them to change the culture regarding composting. We also need our Stop and Swap program to provide our communities access to material assistance that they might not find elsewhere, and to divert resources from landfills. The best plan for sustainable infrastructure, if that is what the city wants, is the collaboration of local organizations who collect food scraps, process them, and provide compost for our parks, homes, and gardens. Instead of building off of this infrastructure with the curbside collections, in December, our mayor defunded this program, jeopardizing the progress made in the last few years in sustainability. Time and time again, we have heard disparaging comments from the Department of Sanitation and city officials in this very room that call our work inefficient. There is no inefficiency, there is no pseudoscience, there is nothing illogical. I will tell you what is illogical: eliminating community composting and thinking that people will simply adapt to a system in which food scraps are not guaranteed to be composted, and the best answer that DSNY has is beneficial use. To best serve the needs of our communities, the City Council must advocate the restoration of funding for the New York City Compost Project for the 2024 budget, as well as expediting the contract process and RFP process to bring back operations quickly. This is my last day testifying as a compost worker, but I'll continue to advocate as a member of the union and as a worker for Grow NYC. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Council Chair Brennan, Council Chair Krishnan, and Council Chair Abreu for the opportunity, and the rest of the committee as well for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Arif Samanu. I'm the Government Affairs Lead at Grow NYC. Grow NYC is here today to support the restoration of funding and reinvestment in community composting, as well as the other zero waste programming at Grow NYC. The mayor's budget cuts have eliminated funding for Grow NYC and the 7 organizations that make up the New York City Compost Project. In addition, the city is not intending to continue funding for our Zero Waste Schools program, which since 2010 has been instrumental in introducing the next generation of New Yorkers to the importance and practice of waste reduction, composting, and recycling, as our colleagues will testify today. And as well as our popular Stop and Swap program, which since 2007 has diverted over 1 million pounds of goods and reusable items by working with over 100,000 passionate New Yorkers to host 450 community events across our city. While Grow NYC receives stopgap funding to support its compost program, these funds will not carry us through the next fiscal year. In fact, this hearing is held on what is officially the last day of Grow NYC's popular and well-utilized food scrap drop-off program, which has operated for the past 13 years. Our delivery of food scraps collected last week and are being delivered today to Earth Matter and Governor's On for the last time. Over the past 13 years, Grow NYC has diverted over 25 million pounds of produce, over 25 million pounds of food scraps from disposals, and over 3 million working with over 3 million individual food scrap donations from the public. Simply put, the loss of these programs is tragic. If funding for Grow NYC's programs does not restore the programming we have provided to millions of New Yorkers over the past 18 years, empowering them to take personal action against climate change will cease to exist on June 30th. And in addition, if funding is not restored to our partners in the compost project, we are at risk of losing the longstanding community compost program in the nation, the largest and the longest running community compost program in the nation, and dismantling the processing capacity that we've diligently built over the last 30 years, in which Grow NYC relies. The budget cuts have also human costs. Well, the loss of funding for Grow NYC programs alone will result in the loss of 94 jobs, 79 of which are union. In fact, we'll lay off the bulk of our compost staff today. In addition to our numerous waste diversion accomplishments, our compost program has an invaluable educational component and engages communities through free compost give-backs events and street care events throughout the 5 boroughs. It also educates the public on the importance of composting and education and its impact on global climate change. Our Zero Waste Schools program helps to train the next generation of climate leaders, and our Stop and Stop program facilitates and reinforces the importance of reuse over disposal. We urge the Mayor's Office and the City Council to restore funding for the Grow NYC and the NYC Compost Project, which will allow us to continue the most important and successful community compost program in the nation that serves as a model for others around the country. These programs, if not made, these programs will enthusiastically educate the public to participate in the city's curbside program during the critical years of implementation. We respectfully request the restoration of $7 million for the community composting and $2.5 million for Grow NYC Zero Waste programs. We look forward to working with Councilmember Brennan, Krishnan, and Abreu and the rest of the council to restore these programs. Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
Hello, good afternoon to the chairs and to the city council members. My name is Citra Bowman, and I am a proud member of the Grow NYC Workers Collective, represented by RWDSU. I'm here today to ask you to reinstate funding for the community composting program, Stop and Swap program, and Zero Waste Schools, and to save 79 union jobs. The money that we are asking for is tiny compared to how much this city could save. This past year, the city spent $432 million sending our waste to landfills. With proper education, outreach, and sorting, we could save over $100 million that could be reinvested into this city. I have been working at Grow NYC doing education and outreach as part of the Zero Waste Schools program for almost 2 years. During this time, the program has been implemented in public schools across all 5 boroughs. While I am extraordinarily proud of this accomplishment, it is not enough. Schools themselves are often short-staffed, and they need the extra support that this program provides to be able to successfully participate in curbside composting. Schools produce a mountain of waste, 50% of which can be composted. Without proper infrastructure and education, this will be a missed opportunity to divert waste from landfills and to have cleaner sidewalks and communities. Last month, we heard Commissioner Tisch discuss how wonderful the Zero Waste Schools program is. If she believes in the efficacy of this program, how can she justify cutting it? Climate change is one of the most pressing issues facing young people today. Students are best served when we can help them develop tangible skills to combat the issues that they are currently facing. This is what the Zero Waste Schools program provides. How can I encourage students to look for jobs in this field when I am being laid off? I'm imploring you today to invest in green-collar jobs and in a sustainable future for our city and for our students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairs Abreu and Brennan and members of the City Council. My name is Violet Black. I use she and they pronouns. I've been working for Grow NYC for just shy of 3 years, and I'm a member of the Grow NYC Workers Collective. That, of course, ended today, but I've been telling people that it'll work out okay for me. It's the environment not being prioritized that they should worry about. My coworkers have and will continue to tell you how popular and important community composting is, so why then does the will to keep it funded seem so elusive? The people speaking up for community composting have been referred to as true believers. Why then are we not proselytizing to convert more? We know that the curbside program, in order for it to succeed, we need more outreach, not less. In order to handle more volume of organic waste, we need more processing sites, not less. So how about another quote from Stan Lee? With great power comes great responsibility. I hope everyone in this room is under the firm awareness that we, as a species, clearly possess the power to affect our environment. We have done so to our great detriment. Yet, on a global scale, terrible budgeting decisions are being made, scaling back all sorts of environmental programs. But again, we need more, not less. So what's happening? Composting is a perfect metaphor. Instead of dealing with our problems, i.e. the toxic rotting material, we send so much of it off to the landfill. We stick it somewhere out of sight, out of mind. We try to get by with less effort instead of more. We just keep kicking the can down the road. It's like we're dissociating as a species. Composting is the act of taking the toxic material and rehabilitating it with passion or heat, time, and exposure to air. We eventually work through our problems and come up with something vital, fertile, nutritious matter that will help grow what's actually sustainable and healthy for us as humans. We can't keep treating our environment and our communities like they're expendable, like they're our lowest priorities. We can't keep trying to put our problems out of sight and mind either. We need to compost them. We, and especially you all who have more power, have the responsibility to do so. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Brannon and Councilmember Holden and Committee Council. My name is Lena Fry, and I have been testifying before the City Council about the defunding of community composting and the loss of union jobs since last December. Every time I introduce myself as a proud union compost worker, well, as of today, I can no longer say that. I have been laid off. I no longer work as a compost coordinator, and I no longer get the immense privilege of educating the public and providing waste diversion access in this city for my job. All three of Grow NYC's zero waste programs are coming to a halt, and 79 of us union workers are losing our jobs. We want to continue working in sustainable waste management, but the mayor and sanitation commissioner are robbing us of that livelihood, and they are depriving the city of the important work that we do. Grow NYC zero waste programs are immensely popular, extremely effective, and cost the city a negligible amount of money. Allowing these programs to be defunded is a failure to account for the interests of the people of New York in favor of the interests of an heiress sanitation commissioner who has publicly stated that she doesn't care about reducing the city's waste. The City Council must not only restore funding for these vital programs, but push to expedite the RFP process so that we cannot suffer a long gap in services. The longer this gap, the harder it will be to maintain sustainable habits, and the longer that union workers go without work in our chosen industry. It is unacceptable for the city to drag its feet and delay the return of the zero waste programs any longer. Thank you for your time and for your support.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Austin Aracena. Thank you guys again for the time to speak. I was a driver and coordinator for Grow NYC's compost program. It's unfortunate to be back here again after the initial budget cuts in December. And after most of us here have just lost our jobs. I've served New York City residents in all the 5 boroughs for 2 years, collecting food scraps, maintaining compost facilities, and educating the public on the benefits of composting organic waste. Over those 2 years, it's become very clear that any lapse in service or drastic change in the community composting service goes against the goal of this administration's goal to separate food scraps from mainstream waste. People need convenience, consistency, and accessibility to build a new habit, and for most New Yorkers, separating food from regular trash is a very new habit. If this city truly wants the curbside compost program to succeed, there needs to be consistent, convenient, and reliable access to the program. However, currently there's a very large gap in service now that the Grow NYC's compost program has officially been shut down. At almost every food scrap drop-off site that I've worked at the past couple weeks, participants are outraged at the closure and voice their confusion on how to continue their habit. For those who are not in a building or area with DSNY curbside pickup, the only other option they would have is the orange bins, automatic orange bins scattered around the city. However, oftentimes these bins are full or inaccessible to many in the city. In particular, our older demographic of participants have voiced their inability to access the orange bins because of the technical barrier the bins pose. Without a phone, app, and cellular service, there's no way to use these orange bins. And that is a major problem for continuing the compost program if that's the goal of this administration. Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much. Okay, next panel, Scott Daly, Kay Webster, Kay Webster, 246 Bowery, Andrew Wallach, Giulietta Fiore, Sarah Evans, you good? Make sure your mic's on.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Council Members Brannan, Krishnan, and Abreu for the chance to testify today about the fiscal 2025 executive budget for NYC Parks. My name is Andrew Wallach, and I've lived in New York City for more than 42 years and have witnessed many economic and political cycles in the city during that period, including the near bankruptcy period in the 1970s. And I can tell I'm one of the few in this room who can say that. I'm currently the chairman of the board of the Natural Areas Conservancy and have served on that board since 2017. As many of you know, the NIC is the only park conservancy which focuses solely on the 20,000 acres of natural areas, forests, grasslands, and wetlands within NYC's park system. I'm here today to strongly request that the city do the following. Number one, restore funding for NYC Parks from its proposed level of $583 million back to its fiscal 2024 budget level of $635 million for the 2025 fiscal year. Number two, end the hiring freeze at NYC Parks and restore agency staffing to pre-COVID levels. Number three, restore $2.4 million in permanent baseline funding for the citywide trail formalization program announced last year by Mayor Adams. Number four, restore $2.5 million in permanent baseline funding for 51 forestry management staff whose jobs are set to expire at the end of June. And number five, raise the total amount of operating funding for the parks from the currently proposed level of 0.5% to at least 1% of its total budget as soon as practicable. We New Yorkers are blessed with a park system that is the envy of most major cities. Our ancestors displayed incredible foresight and generosity in carving out large areas for green space in all of the boroughs. The way we steward these long-term assets is a sign of how much we care about our future and the future of our children and grandchildren. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Giulietta Fiore, and I am here today representing the Historic House Trust of New York City, a nonprofit that helps preserve 23 publicly owned historic houses that operate as museums, cultural centers, community hubs, and vibrant green spaces across all 5 New York City boroughs. We thank the City Council Finance Committee for holding this hearing and support our fellow Play Fair for Parks Coalition members in advocating for increased funding for New York City parks to ensure a safe, clean, and resilient park system. As some of the oldest structures in New York, the city-owned sites that we help steward sit on over 400 acres of public parkland that serve as important cultural and educational spaces, celebrate Pride Month at the Alice Austin House on Staten Island, experience African American folk and Americana music with the Cornelius Eady Group at the Van Cortlandt House Museum in the Bronx, or join the 45th annual Thunderbird American Indian Powwow at the Queens County Farm Museum. Head over to the Dyckman Farmhouse Museum in Upper Manhattan to celebrate the African and Dutch New York celebration of Pinkster, or sign your family member up for the Youth Garden Apprentice Program at the Wyckoff House Museum in Brooklyn. Despite the best efforts of hardworking parks employees, years of disinvestment in New York City parks have taken a toll on our public resources. The proposed budget cuts for FY25 will make it even more difficult for the already under-resourced Parks Department to carry out the basic work needed to ensure parks are equitable and accessible for all New Yorkers. At our sites, we're seeing unsafe conditions on pathways, deteriorating roofs and wood siding, water infiltration, and graffiti. On top of all this, New York City's parkland is on the front lines of climate change. In the past few years, we've seen increased storm impacts, including flooding, downed trees, and more. Without funding for maintenance workers, specialized tradespeople, and climate resiliency efforts across all 5 boroughs, we fear that communities will no longer see these park resources as safe and welcoming places. One of the benefits of our park system is that New York City parks can see the city's needs holistically to work towards equity across boroughs. While nonprofits like us are happy to help out where we can, we want to caution against overly privatizing our public spaces. We work with over 20 local groups that excel at community engagement, programming, and education. However, they are increasingly being asked to expand their operations to respond to growing needs across the park system, like training staff in de-escalation and emergency response. They are rising to meet the challenge, but they shouldn't have to. Thank you very much for this opportunity to voice our needs, and we hope that you invest in the park system to sustain the places that makes New York City our home.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Evans, and I am the director of the Living Collection at Greenwood Cemetery, which is a National Historic Landmark, arboretum, and a 478-acre green space in the heart of Brooklyn. Like our public parks, Greenwood is open 365 days a year with free access to the public. And just like our public parks, Greenwood needs support on funding through the Parks Equity Initiative. As New York's largest contiguous private landowner, Greenwood is committed to leveraging our acreage to support the climate resilience of the city. We have over 8,000 trees and will plant 2,000 more over the next few years to grow our canopy cover from 32 to 35%. Greenwood's neighbor is the thriving community of Sunset Park, an environmental justice area underserved economically, culturally, and environmentally for decades, which underscores the importance of our dedication to supporting a collection of healthy, climate-resilient trees. One of Greenwood's longest-standing research conservation projects is a partnership with the United States Forest Service, where we survey and scout for beetles in order to catch newly introduced species that have the potential to cause catastrophic damage to our city and wild forests, like the emerald ash borer has done. With New York City being an epicenter of international trade, its urban forest, held in its parks, cultural institutions, and wild areas, stands on the front lines of invasive species detection and management. This is only one of the many reasons, as we've heard previous to my testimony, why the city's funding for these spaces and workers that steward them is so critical. Greenwood is proud to be one of 140 member organizations of the Forest for All New York City Coalition, which is committed to justly and equitably protect, maintain, and expand the urban forest. And I stand with our colleagues in the coalition to urge the City Council to invest in green spaces and organizations like Greenwood that offer initiatives for climate resilience, environmental justice, and community engagement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Brannan, Councilmember Holden. I want to thank you for the opportunity to address the Council. My name is Scott Daly, and I am the Senior Director of the New York Junior Tennis and Learning NYJTL's programs of free tennis throughout the city of New York. We are here very simply to ask the council for an increase in our fiscal year 25 budget. I'm not going to read the testimonies, just let me bullet point the highlights of what I feel are necessary. For 16 years, we've remained static at the current funding levels with the council. We are asking for a $200,000 increase this year. No need to tell you over 16 years how much costs have increased throughout the city of New York, yet we are still able to produce the programs. Right now, as you well know, there's no COLA increases in council-funded programs. Our programs are under the city's physical education and fitness initiative. We are the largest tennis and education organization in the country. In 10 days, we're going to start in a city park in the Bronx at Crotona Park, the Mayor's Cup. It used to be known as the Mayor's Cup. It was renamed Mayor Dinkins Cup. It is the largest interscholastic tennis program in the country. Right now, we are in more than 27 different parks throughout the city. Let me name a few. Howard Bennett in the city, Wolf's Pond, Fairview, Silver Lake, Staten Island, Linden, Jackie Robinson, Andrews, McDonald Park, Brooklyn, Crotona, Haffen, St. James, St. Mary, Queens, my God, Forest Park, Juniper Valley, Travis, Flushing Meadows, Detective Keith Williams, Roy Wilkins, Bayswater. You know, what we do, I would be remiss right now if I didn't just mention one part that I've submitted in my testimony. I'm not going to give you all the data and the metrics. 80% of the population that we serve at NYJTL, Black, Latino, and Asian. 70% 10 years old or younger. I just want to thank the City Council for the many years of support. We know that the increased funding in the budget will help us with our vision of our founder, Arthur Ashe. With your support, we know we can continue to change the lives of thousands of New York kids and families. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you all very much. Okay, next panel is Beth Slepian, Keanu Arpels Josiah, Jan Selden, Marissa De Dominis, Justin Wood, you could begin.
Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Beth Slepian, and I am Vice Chair of the Brooklyn Solid Waste Advisory Board. I am also an educator and a micro-hauler with Common Ground Compost, a certified master composter, and a member of Brooklyn Community Board 12. However, I am speaking to you today not as a representative of any of these entities, but instead as an individual, a longtime educator in schools, and as a public school parent. I trust this council to make the right decision and restore the $7 million in funding for community composting, as well as the $4 million for new compost sites managed by Big Reuse and the Lower East Side Ecology Center. And I thank you for your continued advocacy for these vital city services. As you know, we cannot have community composting without physical sites throughout our city to turn our organic waste into finished compost that benefits our trees and green spaces and improves our quality of life. I am also hopeful that you will find a solution with the Parks Commissioner to save Big Reuse's Queensbridge composting site. Now let's talk about another line item, schools. The mayor, schools chancellor, and the sanitation commissioner have recently touted the completed rollout of compost collection in all 1,800 public schools. This is no small feat, but let's give credit where credit is due. Curbside composting exists in our city schools in large part because of the hard work completed by the Zero Waste Schools team at Grow NYC. 25 people, most of whom are union employees whose contracts are set to expire and will be losing their jobs by the end of June. Please include the $2.5 million that was previously allocated for zero waste school programs in the FY25 budget. Without continued education, these efforts will be fruitless after a few years. Students grow up, teachers and staff move on. I love my child's school, but the rollout of curbside composting there was likely before my first grader was born. And their brown bins are rife with contamination. Like all schools, they need ongoing education to manage their waste better. 86% of our school waste is recyclable or compostable. We don't need larger containers where it all goes to landfill. We need waste reduction and smarter solutions, more waste educators in our schools, and more funding to ensure we can rely on our young people to preserve a greener future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Jane Selden, and I chair a committee on waste reduction at the climate activist group 350 NYC. Recognizing the vital role New York City's community composting programs play in educating New Yorkers about the benefits of organics recycling, we urge the Adams administration to fully fund these programs in the FY25 budget and to permit Big Reuse to continue operating its highly successful Queensbridge composting site. Passage of the mandatory citywide curbside composting bill last year was a major achievement. However, simply passing this bill is not enough. Ensuring widespread participation will require many New Yorkers to develop new habits and a new level of awareness regarding waste disposal. People will need to know not only the nuts and bolts of source separation, but understand and appreciate its value. This is where the educational outreach and hands-on community engagement provided by community composting programs plays an essential role. As a retired educator, I know how important it is not just to relay information, but to listen to questions and address concerns. Flyers slipped under the door and PSAs on social media are no substitute for a one-on-one conversation with a community composter at a farmer's market. Why is the city cutting funding for the very programs that are key to making the mandatory curbside organics recycling program a success? It makes no sense. Equally baffling is the Parks Department's decision to evict Big Reuse from its